It's Super Tuesday and millions across the country are casting their ballots.
We'll be keeping you up to speed on all the data tonight on The Nation Decides.
This is NTD's The Nation Decides 2024 with Steve Lance and Tiffany Meier.
And welcome to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And it's Super Tuesday. It's the biggest night of this election cycle thus far. Americans are casting their ballots across the country to nominate the Republican and Democrat meant to face off this November.
15 states and a territory are holding contests today. We'll be tracking them all, keeping you up to speed on the results.
With us here at the desk is Jason Meier, Trump Advisory Board member and Republican strategist, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist and former Democratic state senator in New York State. Thank you both for joining.
Great to be with you.
And before we start our discussion, let's go to NTD's Iris Tao, who's been following the Trump campaign. She's at Trump's watch party right now in Florida. Iris, what is the atmosphere like over there?
Good evening to all of you. So yes, we are right now in Mar-a-Lago in West Palm Beach, Florida, where former President Trump will be speaking after results become more clear, after polls close at around 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern time. And right now we are seeing a few guests coming in. Not all of them are filling the room yet, but a lot of anticipation, as we know in the previous watch parties for election watch nights. And Trump came out to speak right after polls closed, so a lot to watch for as we wait for that moment to happen. Meanwhile, tonight, as we know, up to 1/3 of delegates in the Republican primaries are up for grab, as the Trump campaign told me that they're expecting a delegate avalanche for former President Trump that would put him right on the cusp of grabbing the Republican nomination. Meanwhile, the biggest thing to watch for tonight will be whether Nikki Haley will gain enough traction for her to stay in the race, as she has previously vowed to do so. President Trump this morning saying that Haley has no path, while Haley is still sounding defiant. Watch.
70% of Americans said they don't want Donald Trump or Joe Biden. We're blessed to live in a country where we have elections.
She will lose to Biden. The polls are saying that. And then when you add other candidates, she loses by even more. We are winning against Biden in every single poll.
Iris, thank you so much. We'll be coming back to you very soon.
Right now, we also have NTD's Jack Bradley in the state of Virginia. Let's go to Jack. So, Jack, what have the voters in Virginia been telling you while you've been there throughout the day?
Well, I've got some mixed opinions out here. I'm in Arlington, Virginia, where it's a mostly blue area here, so I've gotten some mixed reactions. But here at this voting place, we've talked to several voters. You know, Virginia is an open primary state, so anyone can vote in the either Democrat or Republican primaries. And I talked to many Democrat voters here who said that they voted for Nikki Haley. Take a look.
Joe Biden. I don't want to say it's the best of all the people out there and they're all bad choices, because I think he's a very effective president and a very effective leader.
I voted for Nikki Haley. I think it's great that Virginia is an open primary state and we have that opportunity, especially when the Democrats decided to put one person on the ballot. And I think that you'll find this when you speak to a lot of millennial voters. We don't like any of the options. You know, we are facing the oldest people to ever run for an election, and they are beating the record that they set themselves the last time that they ran. The fact that Roe v. Wade is back on the ballot is terrifying. The fact that we have members sitting on the bench of the Supreme Court talking about overturning the Supreme Court decision about gay marriage is terrifying. It's interesting where we are today compared to where we were in 2012 or 2008, right?
I voted for Dean Phillips because I'm unhappy with what Biden is doing in Gaza. So I know that Dean won't win, but it's just the only thing I can do that says against how disappointed I am with his policy and his aid to Israel.
Nikki Haley.
How come?
Well, because I don't know that Joe Biden has any real opposition in his primary, and so to vote for him would be what's the sense of coming out? And I wanted to show on the other side that the other person who's a real strong candidate over there, Donald Trump, either if he's going to win, he's going to win with one fewer votes than he would have won with.
We've been out here at the polls all day. Since the polls opened, we went to a separate one earlier in downtown Arlington, and it's been like this dead all day. I've talked to election workers who said the polls, the voters used to be lined up outside that door behind me, but now it's not as crowded. The polls are closing at 7 p.m. Eastern today. Guys, back to you.
NTD's Jack Bradley with that update from that polling station in Arlington, Virginia. Thank you, Jack. Let's bring it in now to our panel. Jason Meier, Republican strategist, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist. Jason, let's start with you. What are you expecting tonight from Trump, Haley, and Biden?
Sure. Look, I think it's going to be a historic night. This Super Tuesday comes off the heels of a very big Supreme Court decision, basically telling Democrats that they can't remove the leading candidate who's beating them in every single swing state from ballots. That comes after they impeached him twice. They arrested him 4 times. They charged him 91 times. They raided his private residence. This is fascism, and this is un-American, and I think you're going to see a loud and clear message sent to the Washington swamp. Nikki Haley has no path forward, but Donald Trump and his supporters need to send a loud and clear message to the American people that you can't take the election out of the hands of the voters in this country, and that's what I think you're going to see tonight.
So, David, we saw there from our report in Arlington, Jack Bradley speaking to one of the voters, where you have people coming out from the Democratic side to it's basically a protest vote. What do you make of this? How is this going to play out tonight?
Yeah, I think what we got to watch tonight is to see the strength of the leading candidates, Trump on the Republican side and Biden on the Democratic side, because I think we all recognize the path for anybody challenging either of those men is a very narrow path and probably not feasible. But I think what these election results will tell us is how strong is Donald Trump, how strong is President Biden, of course within their own parties, but we could also read the tea leaves to see who's out there, who has not really consolidated their party, and I think that's what we're going to see. I'm going to be looking very closely to these uncommitted votes for Joe Biden. I mean, we see already he's won in Iowa, obviously, but the question is, okay, what are the numbers? Who didn't come out and vote? And I'll be looking very close to see Donald Trump. I believe that he has hit a ceiling, and these votes that come out are really a protest against Donald Trump, not really in favor of Nikki Haley. But there'll be a few key states that we got to watch closely, and it'll be really interesting to see as the night unfolds.
And as David just said, we are projecting that Joe Biden will win the Democratic caucus in Iowa. Biden will win that. Obviously, not much competition there. The Iowa caucus on the Democratic side was a little bit messy this year, Jason. I mean, here he is. He's won this one. Not much competition.
Look, the Democrats have been very unified. They have a sitting president that I think has destroyed this country from the southern border to inflation to putting us in conflicts around the world in Israel and in Ukraine. But they unify around each other. I think that's one of the things that Republicans need to do better. And I think as Trump takes over the Republican Party and the RNC and the GOP, I think you'll see more of that going forward into November.
I think Iowa is really interesting because this is a change, right? Iowa has been one of those leading states for the Democratic contest for almost a generation now. And they've changed it up. They had to meet the rules because of what happened 4 years ago where it was a total debacle. So they tried to get that together. They had this extended period of voting. So technically there could be a few more votes that come in because they stopped voting today. It was basically all by mail. You could send in the ballots. But already we're seeing that Joe Biden, of course, we're expecting him to win. But the question is, uncommitted. I mean, right now we see 3.9%. That's just like a standard deviation. So nothing there. But that's not one of the states we're really focused in on. But I think that's going to be the key part, right? Like, who is uncommitted? Now, some of these states, and all of the states actually for the Democratic side, are done proportionately, right? As long as a candidate hits 15%, they're going to get some delegates. And that's throughout the board on the Democratic side. The Republican side, Their bylaws say that they should do that, but they don't necessarily have to do that. So not every state on the Republican side is proportional. Some states this year, like California, are winner take all. So that's definitely going to give an advantage to Donald Trump. But I think the states we've got to really watch are the ones that do it either per congressional district or proportionally based on the vote in terms of how they appropriate delegates. So I don't expect any of Biden's opponents to win a single delegate. I'd be surprised if Dean Phillips even picked up one delegate, but it's possible that uncommitted could pick up a few delegates here tonight.
You mentioned California and how there's a slew of delegates there to be won, probably by Trump. Now, Jason, if things go south for Nikki Haley tonight, she'll need to address it somehow. What are you expecting? An exit, a change in strategy? What can we expect from her?
Yeah, look, at South Carolina, I knew she was going to stay in the race. She's being funded by Democrats. She has Democrats that are on her campaign staff. I think tonight, if what I believe is going to unfold, I think it's going to be very difficult for her to stay in the race because it's going to be, I think, a very loud and clear message that Donald Trump is the presumptive nominee, that the Republican Party wants to put him forward against Joe Biden. The contrast between life under Joe Biden and life under Donald Trump couldn't be greater, the contrast, and I think that that's what the Republican Party wants to put forward.
On that note, recently Nikki Haley said on Meet the Press that she would stay in the race as long as we're competitive. What does a competitive race look like?
That's a good question. I think there was even some follow-up to that question to ask Nikki Haley, and it wasn't really clear what does competitive look like, what does it mean? I think what we can take from it is the obvious, that Republicans need 1,215 delegates to secure the nomination. Even if Donald Trump does really well tonight, which he's actually underperformed in the polls when we actually go and vote, but it doesn't look like anyone will be able to declare absolute victory tonight. So I could see Nikki Haley hanging in there and saying, look, the 1,215 delegates has not been secured. There's still pathway forward. Whether it's another week or a week after that might be the case. But that's really, I think she left it open on purpose to see, hey, what happens tonight is obviously the big deal. We've seen that she doesn't have any real campaign ad buys beyond today. But again, I think if it's close in some places, if she overperforms, there's a chance that she stays in it for even longer than the next couple weeks.
Not only does she not have any campaign ad buys, she doesn't have any campaign events planned, which is somewhat telling. NTD's Iris Tao kicked us off from Mar-a-Lago a little bit earlier, David, and said that one thing that we have to watch for tonight is where can Nikki pick up traction? Where do you see any potential path for her to pick up delegates?
Yeah, I think I'm focused really on 4 states, I think, tonight. Vermont, Massachusetts, Virginia, and then Utah, and all for different reasons. First, I'll take you to Utah because I think that's something that you've got to watch closely. Utah is a closed primary, meaning you've got to be a Republican to vote in it. But if you look, you've got Mitt Romney, you have a heavy Mormon base, very conservative, but also they've indicated, many of them, that they're really not fans of Donald Trump, even putting out a message to voters to say, vote for the candidate that's going to serve America the best. Something like that, they said, but it's almost seen as a dig towards Donald Trump. So, look, it's a very conservative state, it's a closed primary, but that'll be very interesting to see how many people say, look, we are not supporting Donald Trump. Then we go to Massachusetts, Vermont. They're more highly educated states that have favored well to Nikki Haley. That will also be interesting. They're not proportional states, so it is the winner take all for the Republicans in Vermont and Massachusetts. So that'll be interesting. Also, we don't really have much polling data. I think the last poll we saw out of Massachusetts is over a month old. It had Trump up by over 20 points, I believe. But we've seen over the past few weeks, Nikki Haley has done better. People that decide later are trending towards Nikki Haley. And then the last state I mentioned is Virginia. We saw Nikki Haley won the primary in DC this weekend, and you'll have a lot of people in that area outside of DC, in Virginia, where it could be possible that she could get some votes. And then, of course, you got Maine and Texas that do have this proportional issue where she could possibly pick up a delegate or two in those states.
I mean, Jason, we've seen Nikki ride some momentum in losses, whether it was coming in second in New Hampshire or in her home state of South Carolina. if she does pick up a state tonight, like David said, she won D.C., which is a little bit weird anyway, but will she ride this and will it help her?
I don't think so. And I think that's why Nikki Haley hasn't been setting any expectations in the media, because she knows that she's going to underperform if she sets even a very low floor. So I think she's really knows going in that this is going to be a clean sweep. And I do think it's going to be a clean sweep. I think that we should pay attention to some of the states that David talked about, but I think it's going to be a clean sweep.
Now, some are asking what Trump is going to do after tonight. If, Nikki Haley doesn't have a good night, how is Trump going to treat Nikki Haley's supporters to maybe get them onto his side, or would they vote for Biden? What do you see in that regards?
Look, I think Donald Trump's already, and his campaign is already focused on the general election. If you look at some of his recent speeches, he's really addressing Joe Biden and his policies, not Nikki Haley. Because Nikki Haley really isn't, in my opinion, a primary challenger right now at this point in the race. She hasn't won a single state. So I think that it's really going to be about Nikki Haley's supporters, and we see it in all these states that a lot of Democrats are voting for her. So we don't need Democrats voting for Donald Trump in the sense of the Republican contingency. So I think you're going to see Republicans that are considering Nikki Haley after tonight. I think they're going to realize that she's not going to be the nominee, and they're going to get behind Donald Trump.
I mean, and that's the question, right? Do they get behind Donald Trump? And that's going to be the interesting part. I agree. I think that would be smart for Donald Trump to focus on Joe Biden. But if you look closely, I mean, Nikki Haley has really gotten under his skin. He even refers to her as bird brain in his texts or his Truth Social messages. So Nikki Haley did win a primary. Maybe it's not a state. It is, a district of Columbia, right? That's a closed primary. Yes, there's only 19,000 Republicans in the District of Columbia, but they decided to vote for Nikki Haley. So I think that's the problem that Trump has, and his rhetoric is pushing them further away when he should be, consolidating it. Instead, he's pushing people away with rhetoric like that, calling your opponent bird brain.
That's where I tend to disagree, and the reason I disagree is because if you looked at the most recent New York Times Siena poll, he's surging with black voters, he's surging with Hispanic voters, and he's actually surging with suburban women. And I think that there's a reason for that, and that reason is because he's focusing on his general election opponent, and he's saying, look at life under Joe Biden and look at life under Donald Trump, and you decide. So it's really not about Nikki Haley. He's essentially taking her out of the race by focusing on Joe Biden. And I think those Republicans that are supporting Nikki Haley right now are going to realize after tonight that what are they doing supporting Nikki Haley? The real candidate that they're going to either be, it's either going to be a Joe Biden or it's going to be Donald Trump.
And this discussion is just getting started and getting heated up. But in California today, aside from the presidential primaries, there's also the primary for the United States Senate. The seat was previously held by the late Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein, and it is expected to be a competitive race with a lot at stake. Now, under California's open primary system, candidates from both parties will compete together. The two candidates with the most number of votes will advance to the election in November. So what that means is we could either see two Democrats move on to the general election, or one Democrat, one Republican. On the Democratic side, the competition is between Congressmember Barbara Lee and Katie Porter and Adam Schiff. They're trying to stop the Republican former baseball star Steve Garvey from reaching the November ballot. A recent poll by Public Policy Institute of California showing 24% of likely primary voters supporting Schiff, 19% supporting Porter, and 18% backing Garvey. Another 10% backing Lee. Republicans have not won a Senate race in California since 1988. It's worth seeing whether Garvey can make it past the primary tonight. And to add to that, they also haven't won a statewide race in California since 2006 with Governor Schwarzenegger, which was a different element in and of itself. And our special coverage of Super Tuesday is just getting started. When we return, Data Hub 2024 with NTD's Dave Martin breaking down the races for us. That and more when we return.
Shenyun Creations, the streaming platform from Shenyun, featuring world-class dance, past programs, and all original music. Masterclasses, behind the scenes, comedy, and more. Explore shenyuncreations.com.
I was in the United States Marine Corps. Pretty much destroyed my back. I couldn't walk. 6 days after surgery, I was back in the gym, and everybody was in awe. Like, didn't you just get out of surgery? I'm like, yeah, I feel great. I was rolling with everybody, and I'm in the advanced class.
The exclusive Venati spine procedures are performed using conscious IV sedation, where the patient remains awake and communicating with their surgeon to ensure their pain is eliminated.
Fly, drive, take a bus, take a train, whatever you could do to come get some help.
Visit AskVenati.com.
One in 5 children worldwide are faced with the reality of living without food. No family dinners, no special treats, not enough energy to play. All around the world, hunger is affecting children's physical and mental health. Toddlers are suffering from acute malnutrition, which stunts their growth. Kids are forced to drop out of school so they can help support their families. Conflict, inflation, and climate have ignited the worst famine in our lifetime. And we are fed up. Fed up that hunger devours dreams. Fed up that hunger destroys joy. Fed up with the fact that hunger eats childhood. Help us feed the futures of children all over the world by visiting getfedupnow.org. For as little as $10 a month, you can join Save the Children as we support children and families in desperate need of our help. Now is the time to get fed up and give back. When you join the cause, your $10 monthly donation can help communities in need of life-saving treatments and nutrients, prevent children from dropping out of school, support our work with communities and governments to help children go from short-term surviving to long-term thriving. And now, thanks to special government grants, every dollar you give can multiply up to 10 times the impact. That means more food, water, medicine, and help for kids around the world. You'll also receive a free tote bag to share your support for children in need. Having your childhood eaten away by hunger is unimaginable. Get fed up. Call us now or visit getfedupnow.org.
And we're back with more of our special coverage of Super Tuesday on NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. And with us here is NTD's Dave Martin, our data analyst. Dave, what do you have prepared for us over at the Data Hub?
Tiff, I have plenty prepared for you. Let me go right over there right now to the touchscreen. Welcome to the Nation Decides Super Tuesday edition. Now tonight, as has been mentioned, 15 GOP elections are going on. 865 delegates are up for grabs. Now for tonight, for this GOP nomination, the magic number, that is 1,215. That is how many delegates are needed to win the GOP nomination. Now that won't happen tonight, but we'll have a very good idea, if we don't already actually. That's because we've had 10 elections so far, and through 10 elections, Donald Trump has already picked up 273 delegates to Nikki Haley's 43. Now one thing to note is that although Trump has been the leading vote getter in 9 of these 10 elections, Haley has actually picked up delegates in 4 of those, quote, losses, just for coming in second, actually. And even if she's not the leading vote getter in any of the states tonight, which, according to the polls, is actually very possible, there's a good chance she still comes away with some delegates. That's because each state has their own unique rules regarding these elections. Not all of them are winner take all, like DC was for actually on Sunday. She picked up all 19 delegates there. Now tonight, I'm especially interested in 3 races: Maine, Vermont, and Virginia right here. That's mainly because these 3 all have varying degrees of open elections where anyone like independents, the undeclared, even Democrats can come in and cast their ballots for any candidate. Now, if you remember New Hampshire just a couple weeks ago, Haley actually outperformed expectations there, and she did it by actually polling well with this group of essentially non-Republicans. So I think that'll be something to watch for today in both Maine and Vermont, neighboring states, because she could have similar support there. Probably not as much from Massachusetts. Now, as far as Virginia, as I mentioned, she just won DC yesterday. So I think these bordering parts of Virginia that border right on DC, I expect that she'll get a lot of support there. Meanwhile, Trump, he'll probably get a lot of support from most of the rest of the state. Will it be enough to hold off Haley there? That will be probably the most interesting race of the night. So we'll keep you updated on these races. For now, let's head back to the desk.
Dave, thanks for that, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
And now back to our panel. Jason Meier, Republican strategist, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist. Guys, in a unanimous decision, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of former President Trump on Monday. States cannot remove him from the ballot. Colorado, Illinois, Maine, and other states wanted him off, but those attempts have now been quashed. Here's Trump's reaction to the ruling.
I want to start by thanking the Supreme Court for its unanimous decision today. It was a very important decision. We're very well crafted, and I think it will go a long way toward bringing our country together, which our country needs. And they worked long, they worked hard, and frankly, they worked very quickly.
David, it's not too often that the Supreme Court unanimously rules together liberals and conservative justices. This was a unanimous ruling. Do the actions taken by election officials, judges, and others to remove Trump from the ballot hurt the trust that the American people have in the election system?
No, I don't think so. I think this does some clarity, but not really much. They were very, they didn't say anything about the charges against Donald Trump being an insurrectionist or not, which we have those states that you just mentioned. They've all, by a judge or the Secretary of State, said that he was guilty of committing insurrection. And so I don't think it erodes the trust. I think the problem we have with the Supreme Court is the fact that they picked this one up quick, did it, but now on the immunity case, they're going to wait a little while. To me, the immunity case is cut and dry, right? I mean, no president should have carte blanche, blanket immunity for being president. Yes, a case-by-case basis should be the case, and that's the precedent that we've had up until today. But now Donald Trump wants to say that presidents should be exempt or should be immune from any type of prosecution, and that will equivalent to more of being an emperor, a king, and not a president. I mean, I think our founding fathers would turn in their grave if they saw that this was actually getting credence today. So that case should be ruled on immediately, and it should pretty much take like 2 minutes to decide that case.
Jason.
Look, I can't even believe that this is happening in the country that I live in, that I grew up in. This is not the country that I grew up in. This is illegal, un-American lawfare. They spied on Trump's campaign in 2015 illegally. They framed a 3-star general. They sought to undermine a sitting U.S. president. They sabotaged an administration. They banned him, Donald Trump, from social media. Then they raided his private residence. Like I said earlier, they indicted him 4 times. They arrested him 4 times. They impeached him twice. I think this is all magnificently backfiring. And I think that's what you're seeing play out in these primaries. I think you're going to see it play out tonight. Americans, moderate Democrats and independents in this country can see and are smart enough to understand that this is illegal, unconstitutional, un-American lawfare. This is what they do in third world banana republics. This is not United States of America, and I think that's what you're seeing playing out in these primaries.
Jason, the Supreme Court said that the power to prevent a candidate from holding federal office lies with Congress. Now, Trump's been impeached twice in the House. How likely are we to expect another attempt to be made by congressional Democrats to prevent Trump from holding office in light of this new ruling?
Yeah, look, they're already talking about doing that, and I do think that they will try to do that. But again, I don't think they'll be successful, and I also think that the political effects of that will be backfiring on them. I think Democrats, for some reason, they don't understand. They always go way too far. And I think the American people don't want to see, they certainly don't want their chosen candidates taken off ballots. They want to be the ones to decide who's going to be their nominee, especially when it's a Republican primary and the Democrats are trying to remove the Republican leading candidate from the ballot. So I think it's going to backfire magnificently.
Just a slight correction there. Understand that Colorado was brought forth by a Republican and independents. The leading plaintiff on that case was a Republican, or is a Republican.
But remember, that's like saying Liz Cheney's a Republican or Mitt Romney's a Republican.
Okay, they're not?
These are establishment rhinos, and the party, in many respects, has been renovated, gut renovated by Donald Trump.
Right, and that's the thing. Yes, the fight to the extreme right, a fight to the MAGA, to be most MAGA. What that does is, yes, it secures the base. But if you're going to say that Mitt Romney's not a Republican, I think you got to check his voter registration
card. David, when you
card.
say extreme right, I think it's important to understand, and for viewers to understand, that this is not your grandparents' Democrat party, okay? My grandparents grew up in a country where they agreed more, as Democrats, they agreed more with Ted Cruz, okay, than they do with Bernie Sanders. So if the country's been pushed by Barack Obama and Joe Biden so far to the left, what is a moderate Republican, okay? And you have to put it into perspective, right? So they're literally mutilating children's genitalia. I mean, this is not our grandparents' Democratic Party.
The question is, what makes Liz Cheney not a Republican? Just because she doesn't stand in lockstep with Donald Trump? Same with Mitt Romney. You could say Mitt Romney's not a Republican because why? He doesn't have Republican values?
No, I think that these are candidates that
because he doesn't
made
bow
it very
down to
clear.
Donald Trump.
They've made it very clear that they want to continue the illegal, unconstitutional, un-American lawfare against the leading Republican
But
candidate.
again, it's Republicans and lawfare, I think, is this term put out there. We could use the same thing.
It's lawfare.
Well, look at what the Republicans are spending their time doing in Congress. They're having one hearing after the other to desperately try to find something on Joe Biden. They've been unsuccessful.
But they have been successful.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have. Absolutely.
I think you guys both make valid points. And to Jason's point, when we talk about lawfare, I think we have to consider the slippery slope that we're entering into with what you're talking about with the Democrats, because it's not just former President Trump. You have a lot of people within the Trump orbit who we may have forgotten.
Who've committed crimes.
And
have pleaded guilty to those crimes.
That's very arguable.
What, that they actually pleaded guilty?
Well, no, that they're actual crimes.
Well,
pleading guilty and actually committing a crime are two different things.
Okay, so they're pleading guilty to what?
They didn't commit a crime, but they've pleaded guilty. That's not equal.
Okay, there's some logic there I'm having a hard time understanding. But with that said, you've got, especially on the, let's talk about the Georgia case, right? You've got all this turmoil going on with Fani Willis and what she may have done, but it doesn't distract from the fact that in that case, you already have 4 people in Donald Trump's legal team that have pleaded guilty, and not only that, have shown remorse and regret for working with Donald Trump. And these are Republicans.
But that's because they're under enormous pressure. They're under enormous pressure, so they're caving. That doesn't mean anything. Now you see that the whole case has been a complete kangaroo court, where you have Fani Willis and her boyfriend, who she paid $700,000-$800,000 to just go after Donald Trump. And that case is completely spiraling out of control.
No, it's only that's the rhetoric that's taken because there's this impropriety that they're looking at that Fani Willis might have hired her. Well, I reject the whole premise that she went through this whole thing to get Donald Trump only to benefit because her boyfriend would take her on a trip. I mean, so it's boiling out of control that I think people are losing the perspective that Donald Trump tried to interfere in this election, and you have people that have already pleaded guilty. But back to the lawfare issue, just because he's been charged with multiple crimes doesn't mean that it's a lawfare issue. It's because he's been breaking the law. And this is something he's done before he was president, during his presidency, and after.
It's enormous election interference is what it is. It's illegal lawfare.
He's committed
and that's why the Supreme Court came out in a 9-0 decision unanimously. They came out and said, this is unacceptable. We will not allow you to pull off leading presidential candidates off ballots.
Right, but all they did there was that one thing, right? They said, okay, you can't interject because it would cause chaos. And they have a point there, right? But this is more of like a policy decision from the Supreme Court than an actual ruling on the law. And it sets up a lot of gray area. And I think it is a troubling spot because now they're saying, oh, Congress, you do it. So it tees up this example where you could have a situation where Donald Trump gets elected, and under the current precedent that the Supreme Court has set, they're leaving it to Congress to then take action. And I think that's really dangerous. The Supreme Court should do their job, make it crystal clear about what's legal, what's not, and they never once even decided or refuted the case that he broke the law.
All right, some strong points right there. We will continue this later, but we have a lot to cover, and we'll be right back with more of our Super Tuesday special coverage after this very short break.
We've been spending a lot more time than ever at home these days. So maybe now you've just noticed cold air coming in from a couple windows, or that your patio door isn't closing fully, which means you're losing heat in the winter, losing cooling in the summer, losing money all year long. And that means now is the time for new windows and patio doors from Renewal by Andersen. Most installations are usually done in just one day. Renewal by Andersen windows and doors can help lower your heating bills and air conditioning bills with their most energy efficient glass available. Only their windows are made with Fibrex material, proven to be 2 times stronger than vinyl, and they're backed by a 20-year warranty. And right now, when you buy one window or patio door, get one at 40% off. Plus, there's no money down, no payments for 12 months, and no interest for 12 months. Plus, an additional $200 off your entire purchase.
1-800-968-1443.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
Hi, everyone watching at home. We're here to remind you that if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have live agents available right now to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Hi, I'm Gina Bellich, here with spokesman and TV personality Tom Mustin with us in the Help Center. So Tom, phones are really busy over there. Tell us what kind of calls you're seeing.
Well, Gina, first off, thank you for having me here in the call center with you. We always enjoy talking to the viewers and getting folks the compensation that they deserve. You know, we're seeing calls about all kinds of accidents, but the most common by far has been car accidents. So if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. You'll speak with a live person. They'll answer any questions you have and tell you if you have a case and how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. All right, folks at home, you heard it. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. Let's go to our on-the-ground reporter, NTD's Ariane Pastar, who's in Los Angeles right now. Ariane, what are you seeing out there?
Hey guys, good evening. I hope all is well in New York. Out here in California, it is 3:30 p.m. right now. The polls close at 8, so we do still have a few more hours to go. Now, I didn't see any huge voting lines today. You know, these big lines with people waiting to cast their ballot. Didn't see any of those. Actually, last night already, an election volunteer told me that he's expecting less turnout today compared to, let's say, 5 years ago. Now, he said that is because more people are now making use of mail-in ballots and also early voting. Right, guys, now a big issue this year is immigration. California is a border state, so I wanted to find out how the people here feel about that issue. I spoke with voters in LA and also in San Diego. We will now hear from 2 Republicans and then from 2 Democrats. Let's take a look at what they told me. What do you make of the border situation right now, given how close LA is to the southern border?
It is terrifying. I have 3 kids. I mean, after dark, I'm afraid as to where they are.
I don't understand why they would give illegal immigrants free health care. And me as a taxpayer, why wouldn't I get it?
The Republicans on the issue of the border poll better than the Democrats, and they want to continue to have a border problem that will help them in the elections, which I think is a very harmful thing to do.
Stop a crazy amount of crossings and everything like that, but obviously not be like inhumane with how he just grabs migrants and puts them in cages and stuff, kind of like what was happening during the Trump administration. So hopefully you can figure out a way to slow down the crossings, but not in an inhumane way.
So you see, guys, I think this is very interesting, right? We have this one issue, immigration, for example, but then depending on who you ask, you hear very different things about this one issue. And it's not just immigration. We see this with different topics across the United States at the moment. Let's take government funding, for example. People from both parties often say that government funding has become a problem. It doesn't really work the way it should. And then people from both parties also keep blaming the other party, saying they are the reason it's not being fixed. And I think that's very similar to what we see with immigration. Guys, thank you so much. That's all I have for now from California. Please come back later for more updates. For now, back to you guys.
Arian, great reporting out there, and we will be back with you later.
And with us here at the desk is Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator and fellow with the Steamboat Institute, and Robin Byro, former Obama regional campaign director and Democratic strategist. Thank you both for joining us. Amber, let's start with you tonight. What are you watching? What are you expecting? What set the expectations for us for tonight?
I'm expecting a blowout by Donald Trump. Let's just put it simply. The only place that Nikki Haley is really expected to win is the Northern Virginia suburbs, which are, of course, suburbs of D.C. You have a lot of government contractors, a lot of people who work in politics there. It's basically an extension of D.C., which is the only primary that she's been able to win so far throughout this process. I think the big question for Nikki Haley is she going to continue to get money from mega donors, including Democrats, beyond Super Tuesday? We've already seen the Koch-backed group Americans for Prosperity pool a lot of their money. Instead, they're now putting it into campaigns against Bidenomics. So she's lost a sort of multi-million-dollar cash cow that's been fueling a lot of her ad buys and a lot of her grassroots campaign assistance. So what is she going to do past Super Tuesday if she doesn't pull in another victory besides DC, and she has to go back to her donors and explain to them why they should continue to give her money?
Robin, how about you? So, I mean, to Amber's point, Northern Virginia, we had our reporter out there. There were some interesting, responses that he received from people. You had some Dean Phillips supporters. Yes. You had some people crossing over from the Democratic Party to not waste their vote on Joe Biden because he's surely going to win. What are you watching tonight?
The very same thing. I think it's actually going to be a little bit of a mixed bag tonight because 7 of these states have open primaries. I've got Democratic friends myself that are voting for Nikki Haley just because they so adamantly don't want Donald Trump to be the president again. I think it's pretty much an inevitability that he's going to win this primary, but I'm hopeful that we're going to see sort of a mixed bag out of some of these states like Maine, Vermont, and Virginia specifically. Those are the ones I'm watching as well. But, there's a lot at stake. to Amber's point, though, it's really all about the money with this. When a campaign runs out of money, it's dead. That's what happened to Ron DeSantis. He spent $160 million on that campaign. And in the end, he had to suspend his campaign because it was simply out of money. Nikki Haley, as of fourth quarter reporting, had $24 million in the bank, and she will not release how much she's got right now. I think it's probably down into the single digits.
Robin, Uncommitted has actually won 2 delegates after enough votes were cast in Michigan against Joe Biden. Now, we've got a few states tonight that give voters an uncommitted or no preference option, including Massachusetts, Colorado, and Minnesota. How likely are we expecting a sizable protest on that issue?
I'll be honest with you, just anecdotally, when I went to the polls in Georgia last week, because we have early voting there, I myself was one of those ones that was like, I'm thinking about doing a protest vote for Nikki Haley. But I was too afraid of being labeled as a lean Democrat and a vote builder, what Democrats do. So, I think it's going to play a factor, actually. I know so many Democratic friends who are voting. I'm also from South Carolina. I've got a number of people watching back home from South Carolina. So that factors into it. She was our governor for years and years, and a lot of people still like her, but I'm really eager to see those uncommitted voters. There's actually an organized effort right now for Democrats to vote for Nikki Haley to throw it.
Let's play some sound, actually. We have Vice President Harris, who was asked about the Israel-Hamas war. Let's play that.
The President and I have been aligned and consistent from the very beginning. Israel has a right to defend itself. Far too many Palestinian civilians, innocent civilians, have been killed. We need to get more aid in. We need to get the hostages out. And that remains our position.
Now, Amber, how will their position on the war have to change if President Biden does want to get the support of these Arab American protesters especially?
Well, they're calling for 2 things, one of which is a permanent ceasefire, and the other is for the U.S. to stop funding Israel entirely, to stop giving them aid, particularly military aid, for them to continue this war in Gaza. Those are 2 things that, frankly, I don't think the Biden administration is really interested in doing, at least on the latter point. I don't think they're going to defund Israel. You did see Kamala Harris come out in support of a 6-week ceasefire. They're currently in negotiations for that. But this is a serious problem for the Biden campaign, particularly when it comes to Michigan, which we saw in that primary, that there were 13.3% uncommitted voters who were specifically there to protest the administration's policy when it comes to Israel. Now, in Michigan in particular, there's a heavy Arab American population. Biden won the state by just 3 points in 2020 against Donald Trump, 5% Arab American population. You can do the math.
Robin, you heard what Amber laid out there. What does President Biden need to do in terms of messaging if we aren't going to say abandon Israel like she just laid out, but still get those voters?
The key word there, Tiffany, was messaging, and that's something that my party, my beloved Democratic Party, is no good at. We've got to get better at messaging. So we've got to have a messaging master in the Democratic Party. Somebody needs to step up and do this, because it's just, we allow Republicans time and time again as Democrats to take the narrative, and that's what's happening right now with this war. And we're just getting killed. We need Biden himself out there. Also, more of just him out there on the trail. I just went to my first Biden rally this past week, and he wasn't there. Dr. Jill was there, which was fantastic, and she did a wonderful job. But I would like to see him more boots on the ground at some of these rallies.
Expanding on that, in terms of this protest vote that we saw in Michigan, the founders of that were saying that they're no fans of Trump, that no matter how big this protest vote is, they're still most likely to vote for President Biden in November in the general election. Given that, though, what do you see changing in the time between now and November? They're not going to vote for Trump, but is President Biden going to change something?
Well, he's got to. Really, it's always about the messaging. He's just got to get back. He's got to get back out there on the trail himself, because Republicans have been masterful with the messaging about that he's feeble, that he's somehow incapable of stringing a couple sentences together. We need him out there himself to put those fears to bed. And I need for the president to be less dismissive when people do bring this up, because he's been pretty coy, right? We've seen it on camera. They'll ask him a pointed question and he'll just laugh it off and say, I'm not worried about that. No, we really need some answers here. So.
Something tells me Amber might take issue with the Democrats being the ones with the messaging problem.
I think it's just interesting spin that the problem with Biden is not that he actually is feeble and consistently doesn't seem to know where he is or what he's talking about. It's just that the Republicans are doing a really good job messaging on it. I think even a majority of Democrats now say that Biden is too old to be president. I don't think they're consuming a bunch of conservative media, Robin, but I would just point you even to the Robert Hur report, right, where he said that he would not pursue charges against the president on the willful retention of classified documents, not because he didn't do it, but because he would be able to present himself to a jury as a well-meaning, well-intentioned, but confused elderly man. And then in the defense, when he came out in that angry press conference at the White House, he not only forgot where his son's rosary was from, what church it was from, but then mixed up the leaders of Mexico and Egypt.
We're going to have a lot more on President Biden's mental acuity or lack thereof shortly, but I do want to bring it back to the issue of the uncommitted vote, the protest vote, if you will, over the Israel and Hamas war. So the whole premise of this, and the Democrats that are behind it, whether it be Michael Moore or other members of Congress from the squad, is that this is really only supposed to be for the primary. Is there a risk that the emotion behind it carries over into the general election, thereby hurting President Biden?
Yes, there's always a risk. And war is, I mean, I'm an Army Ranger veteran. I've been to combat twice. This is an emotional subject for everybody. And what we're hearing about the hostages is just heartbreaking. I need for the Biden campaign just to get better out there with what they're putting out to the public. That's my biggest gripe with this. But this is going to factor in heavily into the general election, Steve.
Amber, I want to switch gears a little here. In terms of Trump, how likely are we to see a change in messaging? We saw after the Iowa caucuses, his win there. He said this is really a time for our country to come together, kind of pushing this message of unity that maybe we haven't seen in previous years. How likely are we to see that play out tonight?
I think we will see it. Look, I mean, after the New Hampshire primary, he was pretty hard on the attack against Nikki Haley. Since then, he's sort of pulled back a little bit and basically crowned himself the presumptive nominee, which I think he's right to do. There's not really any shot that Nikki Haley has at winning the primary at this point, or even coming close to challenging him. So I think we will continue to see a message of unity, but beyond that, in terms of the issues, I don't think he has to change anything. He's been hammering the points home that Americans care the most about, the economy and immigration. In fact, immigration in some polls just jumped ahead of the economy as voters' most important issue. That was his bread and butter back in the 2016 campaign, so he's going to continue to hammer that home.
Now, Robin, Bruce Reed, he's a close aide to Biden. He's telling The New Yorker that, quote, we live in abnormal political times, but the American people are still normal people, adding, given a choice between normal and crazy, they're going to choose normal, meaning President Biden. How do you see this playing out in November?
I still assert that in 2020, 81 billion people were not necessarily that enthusiastic about voting for Biden as they were about voting against Trump. And I think that's exactly why Trump lost. That is what I see playing out right now again. But look, the Trump presidency, I know you were a fan, I was not, but one thing that never lacked, it was always entertaining, it was always dramatic, but at the end, it's just like a roller coaster ride. Once you've been on it long enough, you kind of want to break. And I think that's what happened in 2020. Are we ready for the drama of another Trump presidency? That's what the big question is.
Now, Amber, what do you make of that? Are Americans going to choose the normal, according to Bruce Reed, which is President Biden?
I feel like Trump was normal. I would take the exact opposite approach. I mean, I think under the Trump presidency, things were normal. They were chaotic because a lot of media narratives would misconstrue things that Trump said or even lie about the tenor of his policies. I mean, a great example of that was the way that they framed the Muslim ban or the family separation policy at the border. But people can compare their lives, right? They can look at how their lives were under the Trump administration, and they can see how their lives feel now under the Biden administration. And Americans overwhelmingly are saying, I feel like I'm worse off than I was just a few years ago.
And Robin, on the issue of voter turnout and enthusiasm and engagement, early reports show that turnout in a lot of areas is quite low, specifically for Democrats. We don't know if that's because a lot of those Democrats have gone to vote in the Republican primary, which could be. But do you think that this could translate into a problem in November?
I had my initial concerns because the Democratic Party wasn't going to allow an open primary. I think that would have benefited us, frankly, if we had. It would have gotten Joe Biden out there. I would have loved to have seen him debate Marianne Williamson. She's always entertaining, kind of out there. And I would like to have seen what Dean Phillips has to say. I really haven't tuned in at all because there's just no chance there. But I think at the end of the day, you know, what we're not saying, Joe Biden is raking in the money. You need to understand this. He raised $89 million. Right now in the bank, he's got about $46 million. Donald Trump's campaign reported $33.1 million. He is killing it financially. So for all the talk I hear about voters not being enthused, it's not translating in terms of campaign donations. He's raking in the bucks.
All right, as the night is continuing, let's look at polls closing since we are going to be getting some data soon. Let's see what the first state we have up. We have Vermont and Virginia closing quite soon, in less than 6 minutes there. We're going to have some exciting data to look at. But until then, we are going to
Two states that Nikki might actually.
There we go. Good point.
Have something coming in.
We'll have to look at the exit polls on those.
Yep.
We also have our own reporter down there in Virginia, Jack Bradley, so it'll be interesting to see what he has for us. And we have got a lot more coming up as we wait for the polls to close. Another exciting Super Tuesday. Don't go away.
I started having lumbar pain, and the pain was terrific. Called the number. She was asking me very thorough questions, and it was like a done deal.
You have a pain on the back, and the pain on the back goes towards your hip, and then goes to the side of the leg, side of the calf, and the foot. And the foot is numb.
And he pointed, he says, if we don't correct this now, you will be in pain the rest of your life.
Carol was wheeled across the parking lot to the on-campus imaging center for updated MRIs.
Immediately after that, left that building, got back over here. He was in there and had the results of that on the screen.
We're gonna go and clean this, and this. That is going to get you almost brand new. Okay?
All right, back to my active self.
Yeah. No pain.
No pain.
No pain here.
No.
No pain here.
No.
No pain on the foot.
No.
No pain on the side.
No.
No pain on the side.
No.
No pain on the butt.
No. When I came out of that, they said my whole face, everything was different. I am a new person. Oh, a new person, Dr. Bonatti.
Oh, you did.
And you told me I would be. I said, I'm not in pain. I'm in awe. And I'm going home restored.
Bonatti succeeds where others fail. For more stories like these and the rest of our program, check out American Medicine Today, featuring cutting-edge medical and science innovators and a medical professional's insight on political and social issues plaguing our nation and healthcare. American Medicine Today, Saturdays 6 and Sundays at 9 on NTD Television and other streaming platforms.
I'm Steve Lance. Join me live for special coverage of the 2024 State of the Union address and the Republican response. A crisis on the southern border, inflation soaring, and global conflicts threatening the free world. President Biden's job approval more consequential than ever this election year. Join us Thursday, March 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on NTD News. And there is some footage in Charlottesville, Virginia, as you have folks trickling in or out from the polling location there. That's right in Virginia, where polls are expected to close any minute now in Virginia, and we will be bringing you the results as they come in. Vermont will also be closing at 7 o'clock. There's Charlottesville. We do have our Jack Bradley in Arlington, who's been watching some of the polls there, some of the activity coming in and out. And Virginia, some are saying could potentially, Nikki might have a shot there. I guess that's to be determined. And And we'll
yeah,
see.
I
In less than 2 minutes.
Well, I hope there's more excitement than what we're seeing on the screen right now.
It's a little slow.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this guy's going to decide the whole thing. But I saw some exit polls, and it's showing that it's leaning a heavier proportion of people with advanced degrees are voting in the primary, which is a good sign for Haley. It's about a quarter of the vote in the exit poll saying that they have advanced degrees. That's what was expected out of Virginia, Massachusetts, Vermont, these states that have a higher proportion of people with advanced degrees break towards Haley. So that could be helpful for her tonight in Virginia, especially.
Amber, what do you see being sort of the motivating factor for Republicans this cycle, not so much the primary, but also the general election?
Well, I think we saw it actually even earlier in the primary, which was right after the raid of Mar-a-Lago and some of the indictments initially coming down, namely the classified document scandal, was when Trump started to pick up steam. And I don't think that's because, as Democrats would frame it, that Republicans don't care about Trump's legal troubles. I think they see them for what they are, which is that these are very politicized charges and indictments. I mean, look, we have this case that just got settled and is now going through the appeals process in New York, the civil fraud case, where a judge actually took the tax valuation of Mar-a-Lago as the value of it in terms of a real estate valuation, which are two totally separate numbers, and claimed that Mar-a-Lago was worth $18 million, and then decided that the banks, which love doing business with Trump, were somehow victims of fraud. And that's just one example out of the many cases he's facing. There's, of course, the Fonnie Willis debacle down in Georgia. There's now delays in the Jack Smith prosecution because of the Supreme Court deciding, of course, whether or not he has immunity from actions that he took when he was president. And so I think Americans and Republicans in particular see what's happening to Trump, and they feel like this is lawfare, like this is a very unfair politicized process. And as Trump often says, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you. I'm just standing in the way.
Speaking of Mar-a-Lago, let's actually go check in with NTD's Iris Tao, who is in Florida at Trump's watch party in Mar-a-Lago. Iris, what can you tell us?
Good evening to all of you. So right now we're just starting to see guests filling in here at this room in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is expected to give a speech after results become more clear. But now the biggest question is really when. Remember that in past contests, for example, in Iowa and New Hampshire, when Trump came out to speak right after polls closed at around 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., very early night for us. But tonight, remember, California's polls are closed at around 8 p.m. their time, which is 11 p.m. Eastern time. We have been hearing some rumors here that there is a possibility that Trump might not come out to speak until 11 p.m. our time. So a lot to watch for as we see the atmosphere gets more heated in this room. But the timing of Trump's speech remains unknown. Meanwhile, tonight, as you mentioned, if Haley has a good night, it would come earlier. That's going to be in the state of Virginia, Vermont, and Massachusetts and Maine, where there are open primaries where Democrats and sometimes independents and Democrats can also vote in the Republican contest. So while that's an early night, perhaps for Haley, but Trump's good time is going to come later and later during tonight, where he's going to grab a lot more delegates in other states. So while we're waiting here for Trump to speak, from the White House said earlier today that President Biden will also be kept updated throughout tonight as results come in. But as we know, in contrast with, for example, victory remarks by Trump, President Biden has not been giving any victory remarks after primary results. Instead, he's been relying on his campaign to send out statements after each win in the state. So not too much to look for Biden's side. He's not going to come out to give a speech in our expectation, but certainly when Trump comes out, we will hear him more than ever directly address a potential rematch with President Biden. As tonight, as Trump's campaign told me, they're expecting a delegate avalanche for President Trump, and that will put him right on the cusp of grabbing the Republican nomination. Back to you all.
Iris, thank you for that, and we will be checking in with you throughout the night.
And the polls have officially closed in both Virginia and Vermont, and we are projecting that Joe Biden has won both of those Democratic primaries. Joe Biden has won Vermont and Virginia. 702 with not much of the vote in, but not much competition for with the sitting
0%.
president either. Back with us at the desk here is Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist. Switching gears a little bit here, guys. There's multiple polls showing that a 3 to 5 way race that includes RFK Jr. Biden loses to Trump in certain cases here, with him factored in. In this new Marquette Law School poll among registered voters, Trump leads Biden by 3 points in a 5-way race. We'll pull that up. And Kennedy's getting a significant share of the vote. Biden's campaign very focused on the former president, but crickets when it comes to RFK. He does have that Kennedy namesake there, so certainly some concerns. He says he'll be on the ballot in all 50 states, including D.C. Here's a clip of a recent Fox News interview with Kennedy.
And we have an economic crisis in this country where, the middle class is disappearing. It's been torpedoed. Where 57% of Americans can't put their hands on $1,000, where an entire generation of kids cannot buy a home. This is a crisis. We need a president who is thinking about these things, who is articulating the solution for the American people.
Do you not have confidence that he can serve?
And we have an economic crisis in this country where, the middle class is disappearing. It's been torpedoed. Where 57% of Americans can't put their hands on $1,000, where an entire generation of kids cannot buy a home. This is a crisis. We need a president who is thinking about these things, who is articulating the solution for the American people. I think a lot of Americans have lost confidence in that.
So, David, the prospect of an RFK Jr. Candidacy, the question remains, does he hurt Trump because of his more, pro, freedom of when it comes to the vaccines and things like that and the mandates? Or does he hurt Biden because he did initially run as a Democrat and he has that Democrat namesake? Do you think Biden will have to take Kennedy more seriously or risk heavy losses?
I don't think so. I think to know Kennedy is to not like him. And I think that's what we found in the Democratic primary. I was saying this from the beginning, that once, Kennedy sounds good, but once he starts talking and his ideas, which he has very little, he's good at focusing on the problems and pointing those out, but I've heard little on the solutions. And he's more in line with the Republican Party when you look at some of these values like being anti-vaxxing and some of the other conspiratorial theories that he's been touting. So I don't see it hurting Biden. Historically, we've seen polls like this before where a third-party candidate this far out is polling at about 15, maybe even 20%. Historically, as we get closer to the general, those third-party candidates crater. And voters begin to recognize that their vote can make a difference between the two parties, and they go with one or the other. So I really don't see it taking much out of Kennedy. Once Democratic voters really understand his platform, which is not easy to do, but once they do, I think they're turned off by him and will be voting for Joe Biden.
Amber?
Well, I think that RFK is more traditionally progressive than he is right-wing. I understand that recently you might get called right-wing if you support things like freedom of speech or freedom of medical choice. It's not anti-vax, but it's just skepticism about the COVID mandates, which I think is 100% fair considering what we now know about the COVID vaccines. But not to get too deep into the weeds there, RFK Jr. talks about something there that I think has been ignored by a lot of politicians, and that's why he is so popular, is he's talking about the hollowing out of the middle class. This is something that helped Donald Trump ride the wave to victory in 2016, right? Which was, he was talking about offshoring of manufacturing. He was talking about the loss of the auto industry in places like Michigan, and that there's an entire class of voters in America who really haven't had their concerns heard for a really long time. And it's refreshing for people to hear someone actually give a voice to that as opposed to taking them for granted. We now see, for example, that the Democratic Party, they get 65% support from voters who make more than $500,000 a year. They have become the party of the elite wealthy class in America. Who's left to speak for the middle and working class?
David, it's not just RFK Jr. The political organization No Labels also continues to say that they're gaining ballot access for a presidential ticket, though it's yet to be determined who their candidate might be. Now, given that this year we are seeing record numbers of polls showing that most Americans don't want a rematch between President Trump and President Biden, how likely could we see a third-party candidate, maybe this potential no-labels candidate, get in and be a spoiler? Or, how much does that depend on who that candidate is?
Yeah, I mean, as the closer we get, it's looking harder and harder for No Limits or any other third-party candidate to make these states, to make the ballot in these states. And even RFK Jr., I'm doubtful that he's going to be on the ballot in all 50 states like he's claiming. No Limits was very clear with their agenda. They said, look, we've got to get 37% in each of these states in order to be competitive, and that's what we're going to do. We're only going to put a candidate in if we believe we can win. And so as we get closer, I think they've got to recognize that they really don't have a pathway forward. We understand it's looking like it's going to be Trump and Biden, so not anything changed from their original platform of those being candidates. We're going to run somebody else. So I see their door closing. They were talking about Larry Hogan. He's now running for the Senate in Maryland. They were talking about maybe Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin has said, no, I'm not doing it. So I don't know who they can pull out. I know a lot of speculation's been on Nikki Haley, but I'm very doubtful of that. First, it would be very hard just to get ballot access. And also, I think even with all of this tumultuous rhetoric that's going on between Haley and Trump, that maybe she does want a spot in the Republican Party and therefore wouldn't run as a third-party candidate.
To your point, Nikki Haley has already said she's not interested in running as a third party, that she's a conservative, a Republican through and through. Now, Amber, going back to RFK, he actually deals with a lot of censorship and unfavorable media coverage over his views on, say, vaccines, yet he has gotten around 20% in some polls. We haven't seen a third-party candidate get those kinds of numbers since Ross Perot in '92. What is it about him or his campaign that is gaining so much support?
Well, again, I just think he's an independent voice, and that's refreshing for a lot of voters to hear. He's not constrained by the typical two-party conversations that take place in this country, and people are sort of hungry for an alternative choice. I mean, as we just said, a majority of voters want a different matchup than Trump versus Biden. And going back to the Nikki Haley question of whether or not she would run as a third-party candidate under No Labels, I agree with David. I don't think she will. I think it's important to remember really the reasons why Nikki Haley threw her hat in the ring in the first place in this primary. If you talk to any GOP consultant, they will tell you that it was very clear that Nikki Haley was running because she wanted to build a campaign war chest and a voter database and a data campaign for 2028. There was really no sense that she was going to perform well this time around. It only so happened that Ron DeSantis managed to spend all of his money so quickly that she emerged as perhaps the only viable challenger against Donald Trump. I think she's been elevated to where she is now sort of by accident.
Now, back to RFK being a potential spoiler. NBC notes that RFK Jr.'s run could be the most serious third-party challenge since the billionaire Ross Perot in '92, as we mentioned, and potentially as consequential as candidacies like not only 2000, but also 2016, when the Libertarian Gary Johnson and Green Party's Jill Stein won a share of Hillary Clinton's voter base, suggesting that that's part of the reason she lost. How serious of a potential spoiler is RFK?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, every vote counts in this race, right? We know it's going to be close. All the polls this far out are showing it's neck and neck between Biden and Trump. But I think what you have to look at is, and these primary results on the Democratic side are very telling, right? There's a lot of conjecture, a lot of hypothesizing about how people want anybody but Biden. But when you actually see the most clear data that we can look at, these primaries where Democrats come out and voice their support, they're voting for Joe Biden overwhelmingly. And is it because Joe Biden's the greatest thing since sliced bread? No, I don't think that's the case. But I don't think any candidate in today's climate is. You can't be, with all the stuff being thrown at you. But what it does show is that there's solidarity in the Democratic Party. The Democrats are wise enough and smart enough to know that, our numbers are our strength, but our unity is our power, right? We've got the numbers, but we've got to be together if we're going to deliver a victory. And that victory and that desire is really all about the fear of Donald Trump. And that's why I think Republicans are really flawed, because they're building their whole party, they're remaking their party behind one person. And it's funny because it's been called the America First movement, but it really should be the Donald Trump First movement, because everything he's doing, it's all about him. and he'll say bad things about
I think a lot
people.
of viewers would take issue with that because they look at Trump not as the center of the party, they look at his policies. It always comes back to his policies, Dave.
Well, and that's where I say the America First movement, but meanwhile, what he's talking about is that he has to be there because he's going to be the one to pardon himself, if you will, and squash these DOJ cases. I guess what I'm getting at is to know Donald Trump as well, you look at the people that have worked most closely with him, and this is the most telling thing to me. The people that were in his cabinet, where are they today, right? They're not on the campaign trail. They're far away from Donald Trump. And that's telling to me. Everyone he's been with, he throws under the bus, including his former vice president. So it's very interesting. That's why I say it's not America first, it's Donald Trump first.
Well, to a previous discussion we did have, in all fairness, a lot of people that were in his cabinet, whether it was not a cabinet member, but working close with him, Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, many of those people have been sent through the ringer with various litigation and have still stuck by his side. Please go ahead.
I think it's an important point, right? Because there are just as many cabinet officials who would love to be involved in a second Trump term, or who maybe don't want to, not because they don't support the man or they didn't enjoy working for him the first time around, but because they have been subject of so much media and legal scrutiny from the lawfare abiding left that they feel like it would be actually an endangerment to themselves and to their families to go back into the Trump cabinet for a second time.
Well, and I would point to the fact, and I say this again about the Donald Trump first, look at the elections. I mean, as a political strategist, I mean, I just see the gift that it's giving to Democrats. The fact that Donald Trump has been on a losing streak with the Republican Party. Look at the last midterm election in 2022. I mean, Democrats were destined for complete failure, right? And then you have Democrats overperforming tremendously. That's 2022, 2020, 2018. All of these races, Donald Trump has been at the center of that, right? And it's been a pushback against Donald Trump, and not just from Democrats, from moderates as well.
David, I got to stop you there. In fairness, in 2022, Trump wasn't on the ballot.
Right.
It's a misidentification of the problem. Donald Trump was fundamentally not the problem in 2022, and I think in a lot of these elections that you're referencing, there was a serious problem from the Republican Party machine and the apparatus that failed to properly invest in swing races. I mean, there's a reason why Ronna McDaniel's leaving the RNC, and it has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the fact that she waited until 2 weeks before Election Day in the 2022 midterms to give any money, and the money where it did go was to heavily red races, not to races where Republicans stood a chance to potentially flip or gain seats. So there's a serious problem in the way that the Republican machine behaved in a lot of those elections that really didn't have anything to do with whether or not Trump endorsed a specific candidate.
And this is a very substantive discussion that we're going to get back to in a few moments. There's still so much more to cover as the results come in. We've got the Data Hub when we return to dig into those counties. Stick around.
The highest art is beautiful, breathtaking, timeless, and moving. Experience art with 5,000 years of history, inspired by the divine. Experience Shin-Yun.
We're told in Genesis chapter 1:26 that God has made man in his image, and by his likeness has he made him.
Dr. Justin Jackson, a distinguished Hillsdale College professor, will guide you through this fascinating free online course that unfolds the biblical stories of Adam and Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph. You'll explore some of life's most important questions, gain a greater appreciation for how the Bible confronts pain and hardship with redemption and hope, and discover how the struggles people faced thousands of years ago are deeply relevant to us still today. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today.
What I hope you'll get from studying Genesis in this course is a deeper appreciation of the biblical insights with regards to the human person, its psychology, our predilection towards rivalry, but also reconciliation.
Sign up for the Genesis story, free of charge, at learnfromhillsdale.org today.
My dad's name was David. He always talked about getting life insurance, and now it's too late.
No one was expecting my husband Dave to suffer from a heart attack. We didn't have life insurance. We thought we had more time.
Don't be Dave, and don't wait until it's too late to get the life insurance coverage you need. And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Call now to get affordable life insurance.
Just call
800-494-1562.
If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam, no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week. Remember, don't be Dave. Call now.
Call now.
800-494-1562.
These are all farmers. Maybe
no,
not
there's
this
not a
one.
farm anymore.
But here's a farm, right?
No, there's also not a farm anymore.
All these people shut down because of the government policies?
Yeah.
The government wants to control the food. So we don't eat meat, but we eat insects.
As the price of staples goes through the roof, people will say, I can't afford a steak anymore. So, all right, I'll eat your stupid crickets.
Welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024 Super Tuesday night. We're heading now over to the Data Hub with NTD's Dave Martin. Now, Dave, you mentioned earlier that Nikki Haley, despite not winning states, still got some delegates. What are the best chances for her tonight to still get some delegates, even if she doesn't win?
You know, I've identified 5 states where even if she comes in second, she's probably going to pick up some delegates, or at least there's a good chance. The first one, North Carolina. There's 74 delegates in total here. As long as she gets at least 20%, she'll get some of the state delegates. Meanwhile, for the congressional delegates, it's winner take all, but you have to get at least 67%. I'm not sure if Trump is going to get that high. So there's a good chance she's going to come away with some here. The second state, Tennessee. There's 58 delegates here. This is actually 50-50. This is a winner take all, but it has to be 67%. Again, I'm not sure if Trump is going to quite get that high, so she could pick up some here. Now the third state, Arkansas. You got 40 delegates here. She has a very good chance. As long as she gets at least 15% of the vote, she'll get some of the state delegates anyway. We also have Minnesota. 39 delegates right up here. This is another winner take all, but you have to get 85% of the vote. That's a very high amount. If Trump doesn't get that high and she gets at least 10%, she'll pick up some of these. Again, there's 39 delegates here. And finally, we have Alaska down here, or actually up there. 29 delegates in Alaska. Now, this is not a winner take all. This is all proportional. All you have to do, any candidates that get at least 13% of the vote will get a proportional amount of those 29 delegates. Pretty much all the rest of the states are winner take all, where it's just 50%, where I don't really see in a 2-person race that being possible for finishing second. But those 5, I think she has a very good chance at it.
All right, Dave, the data dude, thank you for that update. And Steve, back to you at the desk.
Thank you, guys. We'll be checking back over there shortly. But first, let's go to Jack Bradley, NTD's Jack Bradley, who's in Virginia, where the polls closed just over about 20 minutes ago. Jack, give us an update.
Hey, yeah, I'm right here in Arlington, Virginia, outside this poll where the polling was taking place here. And as you can see, it's not very different as it was when it was open. We didn't see a lot of people coming through here today. But Virginia is a swing state, so it's a very competitive place. We're seeing the votes come in right now. It has about 6 million registered voters, and the state has been progressively voting more Democratic in recent years. However, in 2021, the state elected Glenn Youngkin as its governor, Republican, to put a stop to that, although Youngkin was seen as distancing himself by many from Trump. So earlier I showed you some Democrats I spoke to and why many were voting for Haley. Let's take a look at some of the Republicans I spoke to and who they were voting for and why.
Voted in the Republican primary for Nikki Haley. It's time for a woman to be elected president. I believe in Republican policies, and if you could get all 3 branches of government swinging the same way, you could make a difference.
On the Republican Party, I was disappointed to see the full list of names still on it. I wish it was reduced to who's actually running and that would be Donald Trump. Do I agree with all of his personal choices that he's made? No, but the policies of making America great, putting America forward versus all the other countries is very important, and what he's done in the past as number 45 has been great, and now with number 46 we are not so great times, and it's being a harder life for us. So I want to go back to a good life and make America great again.
I voted for Nikki Haley.
Yeah, how come?
I think Nikki Haley would be, we need new leadership, and I think that she would be a better choice than the likely other options that we have.
I vote for Donald Trump. We need to stop the censorship, we need to return to a free market, and we need to stop the war.
If the Republicans were to control House, Senate, and presidency, would you be for that?
Absolutely, yes. I think that the Republican Party is the only party that's at least a little bit concerned about the censorship, the destruction of our judicial system that's going on right now under Biden.
And as these votes come in here, we're going to head over to a GOP watch party to get more voter reactions on this, and we'll keep you updated. Back to you guys.
NTD's Jack Bradley, thank you for that report. And back now to our panel, Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist. So there's quite a bit of punditry among Democrats who will be the Democratic nominee. Some have serious doubts about Biden's ability to perform well. To what extent, Amber, could the debate itself be hurting voter enthusiasm and confidence in Biden as a leader?
Yeah, I think that's a real challenge for them, and I think that's why the Biden campaign has been perhaps encouraging Democratic surrogates to close ranks around Biden. You heard, for example, California Governor Gavin Newsom once again strike down speculation that he might run against Joe Biden or be sort of carried in as a potential savior at the Democratic National Convention. Gretchen Whitmer and others have recently said the same thing. So I do think the sort of memo has gone out. Hey guys, if you keep giving air to perhaps some conspiracies that Biden is going to be replaced, you're going to see voters start exercising their discontent at the ballot box, which could lead to perhaps some lack of enthusiasm later on down the road among independents and moderates.
To Amber's point, Michelle Obama also clearing the air, which our friend Robin Byro, one of our panelists tonight, who's probably not too happy to hear. What do you make of this, David?
Well, I think that the Democrats are behind Joe Biden, and really in my lifetime, I've never seen the Democratic Party so united. And it's really good to see, because there's been a lot, the Democrats are known as the Big Tent, very diverse opinions within the party, but we've held it together to say, look, we've got to be in solidarity, because a Donald Trump presidency will be a disaster for our country. And that's why you see Democrats really united and standing behind the president and recognizing the good job that President Biden has done. I think that's something that obviously, we look at these polls, I don't think people are giving him credit for the fact that when Donald Trump left office, he's only the second president behind Herbert Hoover to have less jobs, when he left office. That's a little
dishonest, don't you think, considering there was a global pandemic?
Yes, but it's the same thing that people will say but that's what Biden did. He got us out of the trouble we were in. Global inflation. A lot of the rhetoric on the Republican side is, inflation was caused by Joe Biden. And we just know that's not true, but it's a rhetoric that is tried to be pushed. There's global inflation, and because of Joe Biden's policies, the United States has recovered better than any other nation on the face of the planet. And yes, prices are higher than they were 4 years ago, but that's because of global inflation. And so these policies have made a difference, gotten us out of the bind that we were in. And I think that's something that people are rallying behind. Even the Inflation Reduction Act, there's already data out showing that it's really working, that it's investing jobs here in the United States. Is it easy to focus on the problems and some of the dark spots around this country? Of course. But when we really look and compare apples to apples, that's what we've got to do. And that's why I say, just like Herbert Hoover, he had less jobs when he left office than when he started.
David, I'm going to give Amber a second to think about it and respond to you. But first, we're going to make a projection. Former President Trump has won the Virginia primary. There you have it. President Trump winning Virginia. That was one actually that's, might be surprising to some here. I can't quite see, about 15% of the vote in right now, 63% to Trump, 34% to Haley. Some thought that Virginia might be in play, and it seems like a pretty significant victory there.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm shocked. Like I said, I thought that Nikki Haley would really only win Northern Virginia. And I just have to say, I was reading a Politico article yesterday about the people who were coming out to vote for Nikki Haley in D.C., which is, of course, very demographically comparable to Northern Virginia. And her voters describe themselves as more sophisticated than the rest of the Republican electorate. They said, you know, here in D.C., we read places like Politico and The Hill and The Washington Post, and we're very informed. And it's precisely that kind of attitude of contempt towards the average Republican voter, particularly voters in flyover states, working class voters from the party elites and the party establishment, that has made Trump so popular, because he actually speaks to these people as if they're human beings and as if their concerns matter.
David, I want to get to some polls, actually. So conventional wisdom says a president's approval rating is a good indicator of his electability. Now, President Biden's been underwater for a while now. Let's take a look at this Harvard-Harris poll. We have registered voters giving Biden 45% job approval, 54% disapproval. And those same voters were asked how they thought Trump did during his first term. 57 are in approval of him and 41 disapproval. What do you make of these numbers?
Well, it's not anything new. We've seen numbers like this for a while, but I think it's really important to juxtapose this. Approval is not who you're going to vote for or vote against. And I think that's something we're reading into a little bit too much. I understand it is a warning side to the president that you've got to change your tactic. We're still ways out from the election. So anybody will tell you that, you know, polling numbers this far out only tell you so much. But I think it's important when we look at some of these takeaways from the polling, like, for example, Joe Biden, the biggest negative he has is his age or cognitive ability. The biggest negative Donald Trump has for the general elected is his criminal liability. When we look further into those numbers, people that are complaining about Trump's age and cognitive ability, more of them will still support the president in the general election than Donald Trump and his criminal liability issues. More of those people will not support Donald Trump in the general election. So it's the intensity of those issues, and that's why I say that the approval of job performance is not necessarily how they're going to vote. Yes, it's an indicator and one we should look at, but it doesn't tell the whole picture of how people are going to vote.
On that note, we did hear some voters telling NTD's Jack Bradley earlier why they were voting for a certain person. Some of them saying their life was harder under President Biden, seeming to tie into this poll we just saw. How do you see that playing out in November? Will people potentially switch their vote, or will they stick with President Biden, as David suggests?
Well, I think one of the interesting trends we've been seeing recently is that economy has fallen to number 2 in a lot of polls as to what is the most important issue for voters. And that is because the rate of inflation has fallen slightly over the past year. This year is supposed to be a little bit better economically for the United States. Not a great or banner year by any means, but we now see immigration hop to number 1. And amazingly, the voter gap in terms of who they trust more on that issue is even more favorable to Trump than it was on the economy.
Some fascinating points right there. I'll let you get to that later, but the bulk of the polls across the country are still open. When we return, more from NTD's Ariane Postar, who's in California. Don't go away. We'll be back very shortly.
American Medicine Today, featuring cutting-edge medical and science innovators and a medical professional's insight on political and social issues plaguing our nation and healthcare. American Medicine Today, Saturdays 6 and Sundays at 9 on NTD Television and other streaming platforms.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
And I knew something was pretty wrong. A little less than a week after I came home, I couldn't breathe. That's when we decided to go to the hospital. I was given the diagnosis that I had peripartum cardiomyopathy, which is basically a pregnancy-induced heart failure. They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
This could not happen without monthly donations from friends like you. Your sustained support helps fund life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs, like those that gave Jen a second chance at life. Heart disease is the #1 killer in America, and we urgently need your help to save lives. Go to helpheart.org or call now to become a monthly donor today. Your donation of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will make a difference through prevention, early detection, treatments, and cures that help save lives.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for just every day that I get with my children.
Please go to helpheart.org or call now with your donation of just $19 a month. Join our community of monthly donors, and you'll get this limited edition t-shirt you could wear to show you're helping save lives.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
So please, call or go to helpheart.org now to help save lives.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade, small-batch roasted coffee. Home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee, we source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. Visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
And we're back with more on The Nation Decides 2024. We're here with our panel, Jason Meister, Republican strategist, and Democratic strategist, Robin Biro.
Glad to have you with us on Super Tuesday night.
Let's get right back into it here. First, NTD's Arian Pazdar is in Los Angeles, California. Arian, what's the latest?
Hey Steve, welcome back to California. The sun is still out here. That's because it is still early here in Los Angeles. It is 4:30 right now. Polls will be open for another 3 hours. So I will have more about voting in a bit. For now, I want to go back to immigration real quick because polls show that Americans care about immigration at the moment. Now, if you live up north, you might think that people down south here in California or Texas, for example, care most about immigration. But I don't think that's the case, really. I was in Eagle Pass, Texas, just last week, the center of the immigration crisis. And only about half of the people I spoke with told me they are concerned about what's happening at the border, even though they live right at the border, right? We had 10,000 illegal crossings just in Eagle Pass a day at one point. But not all of the people there care about that. One individual told me that's because, a lot of people cross, but they're being sent up north right away. New York, Chicago, Denver, those places. So if you live in one of those towns, you might actually be more affected by immigration than the people down south, like here in California or Texas. One more thing, just before I let you go, is that what I found to be interesting in Eagle Pass, the center of the immigration crisis, as I said, not all of the people care about immigration, but there was one thing everybody still cares about, which is the economy. All of the people I spoke with told me the #1 issue to them, even in Eagle Pass, is how much money they have at the end of the month. That's it for now. Come back later for more. Back to you guys.
We'll be checking in with Arian Pazdar out in California, where the polls will be closing at 11 p.m. Eastern Time.
And let's first check in on the data and if we have any results so far. Let's see, in Vermont, the GOP primary, Trump at 54%, Nikki Haley at 42%. This is with 5% of the vote in, so things could change. It's still early there. Virginia, same GOP primary, Trump at 63%, Nikki Haley 34%. This is with 28% of the vote in, so maybe those numbers and margins will stay.
Yeah, this is actually quite fascinating. I think a lot of the pundits that we're listening to leading up to this throughout the day and in weeks said that potentially Vermont and Virginia could be in play for Nikki. It's not looking so hot for her right now. She's actually doing better in North Carolina, where that wasn't even much of a question.
And back to our panel, we have Jason Meier, Republican strategist, and Robin Byro, Democratic strategist. Good to have you both back with us. Now, a big shake-up in the Republican Party. RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel has announced her resignation, officially stepping down on March 8th. Now, she's been blamed for the losses and underperformance among Republicans. Now, Jason, what kind of changes are Trump-aligned Republicans expecting with a change in leadership?
Yeah, look, she was a disaster for the Republican Party. Again, going back to what I said earlier, Donald Trump has really gut renovated the Republican Party, and now he's taking over the apparatus, so to speak, the RNC, the GOP. So I think that will have a very big shakeup in how we conduct elections, how we handle voter identification going forward. Once we take back the White House, I think it's very important that we go back to paper ballots, and we actually have voter ID so that we can't have stolen elections with illegal immigrants, et cetera. So I think that will have a huge impact going forward once we take back control of the White House.
And Robin, from the Democratic perspective, how does a change in the RNC leadership affect the Democratic Party?
Well, I'll be honest with you, we were pretty excited about this news at first. Because Laura Trump said that they were going to spend every red cent on Donald Trump. And so we thought that meant bad news for down ballot candidates. But then 3 days later, AIPAC came to the rescue and pledged $100 million to down ballot candidates. So there went, our wind at the sails. $100 million cash infusion to down ballot candidates is a game changer and has me frankly worried as a Democratic strategist.
Now, Jason, people like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and Vivek Ramaswamy have blamed Ronna McDaniel for their losses in previous national elections. Now, why do you think so many Republicans think she, in particular, was the issue?
Look, I think she's failed as a leader in the Republican Party to get voter turnout, to make the issues like immigration, crime, the economy at the forefront of the Republican Party, because those are the issues that are going to win elections. The fact that Joe Biden has facilitated an invasion of this country of over 8 million illegal immigrants, and by the way, it is not incompetence, it is intentional and it is by design. The fact that is not made at the forefront, and the fact that we have 40-year inflation is not made at the forefront of every issue going forward is what I think would be considered a failure.
Now, Robin, in the 2022 midterms, most reports were saying we were going to see a red wave. We did not see that. The Democrats actually did quite well in that election. How much do you see Ronna McDaniel playing a role in what happened?
The Republican Party cannot get out of its own way. They were kicking and screaming, wanting not to be the party of Trump for so long, and now they have become exactly that, and they're still trying to not embrace that and not face that political reality that this is the party of Trump. She was the antithesis of that. So was her father. But it's just the new political reality. This is the party of Trump. So she's got to get out of the way.
And we do have a projection to make right now. Joe Biden has won the state of North Carolina, the Democratic primary there in North Carolina, which is also, on the topic of, there you have him right there, Biden taking in, uncommitted, no name there attributed to him, 7% of the vote. That's that protest vote that we were talking about, which is up from some of the others we've seen. So some North Carolinians making a protest there, some type of statement to President Biden, some of those Democrats. Now, the interesting thing is, back to the discussion of the RNC chair, North Carolina is the state where the next presumptive chair is going to be from. He's come under some scrutiny and criticism from the Democrats for his role in the post-election. Do you think that, Jason, he is a good choice for the Republican Party moving forward?
I do. I think that he would be a solid choice moving forward. I'm supportive, and I think it would be a great choice.
Robin?
I'm more skeptical. Just when my friends on the left were all excited about Mitch McConnell stepping down from leadership, I was the only Democrat I think that wasn't, because I was thinking to myself, they're going to put someone more MAGA, maybe more extreme, and Mitch did have an ability to get some things done. So I'm less optimistic about this.
How do you see that playing out?
I think it's going to be more extreme. I think we're going to see more division. Speaking anecdotally, I just wish that we weren't so divided. Joe Biden was supposed to be our uniter in chief. It hasn't panned out that way. I think that right now we are actually more divided possibly than we ever have been.
We're going to go right now to the Data Hub where NTD's Dave Martin has an update.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at Virginia, where they've already called the race for Donald Trump here. Now, as you can see, this orange here, this is all Trump leading or way ahead. The more dark the orange, the bigger the lead. This purple stuff here, these are Nikki Haley leads. Now, let's look at this county right up here, Loudoun County. 94% of the votes are in. As you can see, Donald Trump, 52%, Nikki Haley, 46%. Now, this borders D.C., as you can see. Trump lost this county in 2016 by a wide margin, actually, to Marco Rubio. This is a big surprise. This is probably why he won Virginia today. Now, here's another one right here. Prince William County, just over the half the votes are in. Donald Trump, 60%, Nikki Haley, 36%. That's another reason that he's won Virginia today, because he's flipped this county. He lost this one to Marco Rubio, albeit in a very small margin, actually 8 years ago. Here's another county he lost 8 years ago, excuse me. This is Chesterfield County. Nearly half the votes are in. Donald Trump, 65%, Nikki Haley, 33%. He's practically doubling her there. That's another county Trump lost to Rubio in 2016. He flipped that one. And also Henrico County. Approximately a quarter of the votes are in. Donald Trump, 57%, Nikki Haley, 42%. The reason he's winning those states, I would say, is because of those 4 counties. Now, of course, Haley is doing very well right here. Look at Arlington County, 80% of the votes are in. She's got 73.5%. Donald Trump, 24%. Of course, right below there in Arlington County, if I can touch that little thing there. It's such a small county. Let's try Fairfax. This is the most populous county in the state, 1.1 million people. No other county even has 500,000. This was another big actually, there's a Trump loss, in 2016. As you can see here, though, 10% of the votes are in. Nikki Haley, 59%. Donald Trump, 39%, so she looks like she's well on her way there. But I would certainly say those 4 states, Loudoun and Prince William especially, is the reason that Trump is taking this state. That's it for now. We'll send it back to the desk.
All right, Dave, thank you for that report, and a lot more when we return with our Super Tuesday special coverage. Still many races to track. Don't go away. We'll be back very shortly.
Hi, I'm Elijah. When I grow up, I want to be a robotic engineer.
Robert does everything he can as a grandfather to provide for Elijah and his 5 siblings.
Not being hungry allows my grandkids to live, to enjoy life.
When I'm hungry, it affects me. Like if I'm trying to read, I'll go to sleep, or if I'm trying to do something around class, I'll get distracted.
Every child has dreams, and every child needs healthy food to make those dreams come true. 1 in 5 children face hunger in America, and food costs are rising. Call or go online right now to join Feeding America with your gift of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day. Together, thanks to a nationwide network of food banks, dedicated volunteers, and the monthly support of people like you, we can fill plates with nutritious food for families across America.
It helps us, like if we need some food, we'll go get food.
We're getting closer to the day when no one in America faces hunger, but we can't do it without you. Call now or go online at helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. 98% of donations go directly to help millions of people facing hunger, from coast to coast and in your own community. When you give by credit card, you'll receive this exclusive canvas grocery bag to show you're a part of a movement, to ensure that everyone has the food and resources they need to thrive. Please call now or make your monthly donation at helpfeedingamerica.org. Working together, we can end hunger in America.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-215-1658.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-215-1658. That's 800-215-1658.
And this is NTD's Super Tuesday special coverage on The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And turning now to our panel, Jason Meier, Republican strategist, and Robin Byro, Democratic strategist. Guys, the two presumptive nominees were recently at the border on the same day. It was a historic trip, both in Texas. Here's President Biden and President Trump. We're going to play some sound and get some reaction.
They desperately need more resources. Say it again, they desperately need more resources. They need more agents, more officers, more judges, more equipment in order to secure our border. I want the people to understand clearly what happened here. This bill was in the United States Senate, was on its way to being passed. Then it was derailed by rank and file politics, partisan politics. The U.S. Senate needs to reconsider this bill. And those senators who oppose it need to set politics aside and pass it on merits, not on whether it's going to benefit one party or benefit the other party.
Now the United States is being overrun by the Biden migrant crime. It's a new form of vicious violation to our country. 1 week ago, a beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia was barbarically attacked, almost unrecognizable, while she was out on her morning run. She was a morning run. She was doing keep herself in shape. She was a beautiful young woman. She was a great person, best nursing student there was. I spoke to her parents yesterday. They're incredible people. They're devastated beyond belief. Joe Biden will never say Laken Riley's name, but we will say it and we will remember it. We're not going to forget her.
Robin, you hate to politicize any tragedy, but the fact of the matter is Laken Riley, that poor girl down in Georgia, your home state now,
yes,
tragically was murdered at the hands of an illegal immigrant. Is this, do you think, going to be kind of a wake-up call for the country, not just Republicans, but also Democrats?
Anytime there's a loss of life, especially something as tragic and preventable, frankly, as this, of course, it better be a wake-up call. We do have a crisis at the border. I was buying into the Democratic talking points for a long time that wasn't true, that didn't exist. But there is actually a crisis at the border. That's why we have bipartisan legislation that we're trying to push through. We've tried to concede as much as we could to Republicans, but we're kind of at a point right now where we're stuck because former President Trump has basically said, no holds barred, that if we pass border protection right now, it's going to hurt his chances of getting reelected. So we're kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place right now.
Robin, with Laken Riley, as former President Trump pointed out, why hasn't President Biden acknowledged her death?
There are deaths. I don't think he wants to politicize her death. I mean, I can see the strategic side of that from President Trump. As much as I hate to say that, that was a strategy in bringing up her name and politicizing that death. President Biden, I've met him. I've spent plenty of time with him. He's just not that kind of a guy.
Now, Jason, Trump has said that he would deport illegals on day one. How would that actually work out?
Look, it has to happen. This country has an invasion that's occurring. But I think it's important to just address one comment that Robin made, which is that you do not need a single Republican to step forward to secure the southern border. Joe Biden took 94 executive actions in his first day of taking off the oath of office. All those 94 executive actions reversed every one of Donald Trump's policies that secured our southern border. Joe Biden inherited one of the safest southern borders this country has ever seen. So to say that Republicans need to step up to the table and we need Republicans to secure the border is just absolutely incorrect. With the stroke of a pen, Joe Biden could right now secure our southern border, and we could have a safe and secure border with fentanyl not flowing over our borders, killing our children, and having unfortunate lives being taken at the hands of illegal immigrants.
So, Robin, Trump's making a big effort right now to highlight this migrant crime. Do you see that this will ultimately wind up hurting the Democrats in the general election?
Yes and no. For all the talk that we heard about migrant caravans that never seem to make their way ever, it didn't seem to have much of an effect. But I will say that immigration and the border is a crisis. That is, the illegal border crossings are a serious issue of national concern. I am a veteran Army Ranger. Your first line of defense is your front door, and the border is our front door. We need to secure the border.
I'm sure we'll have a lot more to talk about on the border. We'll be right back with more of our Super Tuesday special coverage, more data to track, all here on NTD News. See you very soon.
I was in the United States Marine Corps. Pretty much destroyed my back. I couldn't walk. 6 days after surgery, I was back in the gym, and everybody was in awe. Like, didn't you just get out of surgery? I'm like, yeah, I feel great. I was rolling with everybody, and I'm in the advanced class.
The exclusive Venati spine procedures are performed using conscious IV sedation, where the patient remains awake and communicating with their surgeon to ensure their pain is eliminated.
Fly, drive, take a bus, take a train, whatever you could do to come get some help.
Venati succeeds where others fail.
One in 5 children worldwide are faced with the reality of living without food. No family dinners, no special treats, not enough energy to play. All around the world, hunger is affecting children's physical and mental health. Toddlers are suffering from acute malnutrition, which stunts their growth. Kids are forced to drop out of school so they can help support their families. Conflict, inflation, and climate have ignited the worst famine in our lifetime. And we are fed up. Fed up that hunger devours dreams. Fed up that hunger destroys joy. Fed up with the fact that hunger eats childhood. Help us feed the futures of children all over the world by visiting getfedupnow.org. For as little as $10 a month, you can join Save the Children as we support children and families in desperate need of our help. Now is the time to get fed up and give back. When you join the cause, your $10 monthly donation can help communities in need of life-saving treatments and nutrients, prevent children from dropping out of school, support our work with communities and governments to help children go from short-term surviving to long-term thriving. And now, thanks to special government grants, every dollar you give can multiply up to 10 times the impact. That means more food, water, medicine, and help for kids around the world. You'll also receive a free tote bag to share your support for children in need. Having your childhood eaten away by hunger is unimaginable. Get fed up. Call us now or visit getfedupnow.org.
Did you know the government can essentially rob you in plain sight? Former Fed Chair Alan Greenspan warned, deficit spending is simply a scheme for the confiscation of wealth. But he added, gold stands in the way of this insidious process. Birch Gold Group has helped thousands of Americans diversify their IRA or 401k into gold. To get a free info kit from Birch Gold, text PREPARE to 989898. Again, text PREPARE to 989898 right now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-984-7221. That's 1-800-984-7221, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
The shining gem of New England. This delightful seaside city of Newport is one of the most beautiful places in the state. Today, we bring you here as we meet with our friends and fellow musicians from the Hermitage Piano Trio. As a team, they have garnered multiple Grammy Award nominations with their breathtaking performances.
Oh, wow, I did not think this instrument can make that sound, right?
The pandemic made this reunion even more special.
3 of us, we like it because we feel music the same way, so...
Don't miss us on the next episode of Piano Talks.
We've moved so far away from the Constitution that in many ways we don't even recognize it.
In Hillsdale College's most popular online course, Constitution 101, distinguished politics professors teach you the meaning and history of the Constitution, how it's been undermined, and what it will take to restore it. Absolutely free. At learnfromhillsdale.org, you'll learn the principles of American government, discover how the founders established the freest and most prosperous nation in history, see the ways we have moved beyond the Constitution in the past, and how we face a new crisis posed by the rise of the bureaucratic state.
We think that we're becoming more advanced by abandoning the Constitution and adopting something like an administrative state. But what we're in fact doing is becoming more primitive. We are regressing.
When you sign up, you'll enjoy 12 easy-to-follow lessons and be able to separate truth from fiction regarding the Constitution. To start your journey discovering the Constitution free of charge, go to learnfromhillsdale.org today.
Now we're back.
And we're back with more of our special Super Tuesday coverage. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And right now we want to give you an update on polls closing. 8 p.m. Eastern Time, you have Massachusetts, Maine, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma, and then Arkansas will be closing at 8:30 p.m. So right now we have a lot of data that's brewing, and Dave is with us at the panel. We're going to be talking to him soon here.
But first, let's go to NTD's Iris Tao, who is in Florida. Iris, how are things looking like over there in Mar-a-Lago?
Good evening to all of you. So we are hearing cheers from the crowd right behind us in this already full room as we see on the TV screen that Trump has won North Carolina, beating Nikki Haley after also beating her in Virginia. So we are hearing not only the crowd cheering here, but also Trump himself has celebrated his latest victories on Truth Social, even sending out a campaign message through his campaign on text messages saying, quote, "Victory is our ultimate revenge." He's also calling on 1 million pro-Trump patriots to chip into his campaign before the night is over. Meanwhile, we're hearing from right here that Trump's estimated time of speech tonight is around 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and that is when most polls will have already closed by then. Meanwhile, senior Trump advisor Chris LaSavito was just doing a gaggle with us down the riser in this packed room. He was telling us some estimates that they've been doing about tonight's outcome. So he says that the worst possible terrible outcome would be Trump getting about 670 delegates Meanwhile, a more moderate scenario, which is like in New Hampshire, where there's enough number of independents, even Democrats voting, and there will be 755 delegates for Trump. And Chris Lasovita says even in that even moderate case, Trump will be still, of course, nominee going forward, as Nikki Haley will see no path to victory. Those are some estimates we're just given by the Trump campaign right here. But of course, Trump could perform well better than any of these two estimates, even sweeping most of the states, leaving Nikki Haley with little to no path to victory. But of course, right now we are waiting for more results to come in, and Trump will need about 1,200 delegates in total to secure the Republican nomination. So even if he sweeps the states tonight, he will still take about 1 week or so to get all the delegates he would need. So a lot to watch for tonight, as we see about 854 delegates counts are up for grab. Back to you all.
Iris, thanks so much for that update. We'll be back with you later.
But right now, let's bring in our panel, Chris Beers, NTD political correspondent, and Dave Martin, NTD data analyst. So guys, Vice President Kamala Harris recently saying that the administration has allowed students in our country to get paid with federal funds for registering people to vote. Let's watch that clip.
We have, under the Federal Work Study program, now allow students to get paid through Federal Work Study to register people and to be nonpartisan poll workers. As we know, this is important for a number of reasons. One, to engage our young leaders in this process and activate them in terms of their ability to strengthen our communities, but also this is the work that we need to do, knowing that so many poll workers have left.
Chris, maybe it's me, but I thought that it was, the passion to fulfill your civic obligation in order to motivate you to do such things. As you know, this obviously raising a lot of eyebrows when reports said the Biden administration is trying to activate students by paying them for election-related work with federal funds.
Yeah, you'll notice, of course, Steve, that they're not trying to activate evangelicals and rural communities here. It's focusing on students, a group that oftentimes comes out for Democrats. And it makes sense that they're trying to do that because Biden is kind of losing a little bit of support in this group right now. For a while, we've seen a number of data points saying that this is the case. And of course, he's opening this TikTok account, almost trying to pander to this demographic. Of course, his administration has banned TikTok on government devices. So it kind of contradicts his own policy. And then there's, of course, his canceling of student debt. If you're a student, you're sitting there, it's the beginning of your career, you don't have a ton of money, and then, the Biden administration gives you some money. That candidate will look pretty favorable to you going into this election. When the government sent out emails giving students access to this money, there was a personal letter from Biden just to make sure that voters knew where this money was coming from. So, by the way, this policy that we're talking about, that the VP was talking about, isn't new. It's been around since 2022. What's at issue here is the fact that the federal government is reaching into state elections, and of course that it's the Biden administration behind this.
It's also notable that the White House is taking measures that could help drive up turnout by registering more people and getting them involved in politics. I mean, they clearly see the polls that we're seeing. There are reports of young voters showing less enthusiasm to vote in 2024 than they did in 2020. In part because they're just not happy with their choices. And the candidate receiving the lowest enthusiasm among those, President Biden. In a recent CNN poll, almost half of Republican voters said they're enthusiastic about Trump as their nominee. Meanwhile, just over 20% of Democratic voters are enthusiastic about Biden. I mean, this could really impact the turnout for these candidates, and also to what extent, voters might even advocate for them.
Chris, it looks like President Biden is gaining some improvements with voters under 30.
Yeah, I mean, like what Dave is saying, the enthusiasm is low, but the support is increasing. This Siena College poll we're talking about, he has increased that support. He was losing to Trump in that poll in December. Now he's beating Trump by 12 points. A lot has happened since December, though. I mean, Biden dished out about $1.2 billion worth of student loan repayments. He jumped on TikTok in order to, make contact with these younger voters, despite, again, his administration banning this on government devices. And you have Trump's being found liable in the New York civil fraud case. I mean, young voters aren't exactly pro-Trump to begin with, and you have this case gaining some real traction against Trump, kind of pushing them further away. But of course, polls are just polls. I mean, they're just a snapshot at a moment in time of a certain demographic. So, things do change like we saw between now and December. A lot can change. Also, what's worth noting about with this poll is that Trump is leading nationally by about 5 points. And when you factor in independents or third-party candidates, that margin of victory, that margin increases significantly.
And Trump's been making gains with Hispanic and black voters too. That's despite, opponents accusing him of, bigotry and racism. And you could say this is really part of a larger trend, actually. More and more Hispanic and black voters, which have for decades been key voting blocs for Democrats, are actually leaving the Democratic Party. Looking at Gallup data in 2023, they saw the lowest number in Democratic affiliation among blacks in decades. And Hispanic Democrats also reached a new low last year. Both demographics have really seen significant declines since 2016. Many of these voters are actually turning to the Republican Party, which has actually become the home of the working class, non-college educated Americans. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is now seeing the opposite: less working class, more college educated voters.
Yeah, certainly a lot of these new polls coming out with these significant demographic shifts are causing a lot of attention on the Democratic side. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Thank you guys both for joining. We'll be back with you in just a bit, too. We'll be back shortly with more of our special coverage on The Nation Decides. Don't go away.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
And I knew something was pretty wrong. A little less than a week after I came home, I couldn't breathe. That's when we decided to go to the hospital. I was given the diagnosis that I had peripartum cardiomyopathy, which is basically a pregnancy-induced heart failure. They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
This could not happen without monthly donations from friends like you. Your sustained support helps fund life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs, like those that gave Jen a second chance at life. Heart disease is the #1 killer in America, and we urgently need your help to save lives. Go to helpheart.org or call now to become a monthly donor today. Your donation of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will make a difference through prevention, early detection, treatments, and cures that help save lives.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for just every day that I get with my children.
Please go to helpheart.org or call now with your donation of just $19 a month. Join our community of monthly donors, and you'll get this limited edition t-shirt you could wear to show you're helping save lives.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
So please, call or go to helpheart.org now to help save lives.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade, small-batch roasted coffee. Home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee, we source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. Visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
And welcome back to our special coverage of Super Tuesday, where we have some projections to make. Looks like former President Trump has won the Tennessee GOP primary. He's projected to win that one, as well as President Biden winning Tennessee, to be expected. Some more delegates in the bank for Trump here. And we still, up on the screen here, we have the Vermont GOP getting a little bit tighter as the results continue to come in. Trump's still up 51 in Vermont. Virginia here, 66-31. And you got about 70% coming in Virginia. North Carolina, 74-22, Trump. That's with only 9% coming in, but he's projected to win that state nonetheless. Alabama, that's a sizable margin, 83-12 in deep red Alabama. That's surely Trump country, some of the biggest rallies. The state of Maine, the interesting state of Maine, which has a tendency to go blue or purple or red, 87-12. Massachusetts, deep blue Massachusetts, still nothing in. Trump is expected to perform pretty well there, however. We'll be keeping an eye on Massachusetts. Oklahoma, you have 74% for Trump, projected to win that state handedly. 21% for Nikki. And you got Biden at the bottom of our screen there, taking Tennessee. And as you have Trump there with 80% to 16, with 4% of the vote in, projected to win Tennessee. In Texas, votes are starting to trickle in the Lone Star State. Trump's up 75-20. A lot of delegate-rich Texas there. So there you have it.
And let's go now to NTD's Jack Bradley, who's in Virginia. Jack, what is the update over there?
Hi, Tiff. Yeah, I'm over here in Arlington, Virginia, just outside this Super Tuesday watch party where people are crammed inside this pub like sardines. We got over 100 people in there, and they're watching the TV, seeing the results come out. Now, Virginia is expected to go to Trump. According to the AP, they projected the win. Now, foreign policy is on the top of a lot of voters' minds here. How should we deal with the wars in Ukraine and in Gaza, and how has Biden been performing in those wars? Let's take a look at some of the voter reactions from earlier today.
I'm concerned with how many people are dying, and I think he's done a great job of trying to slow that down.
I think it's terrible. I think he's escalated the conflict. I mean, they're talking hundreds of thousands of people have died in the Ukraine in a war that was avoidable, could have been prevented, could be stopped right now. Donald Trump has said that he'll stop it on the first day, and I believe him.
When you have strong leaders that have messed up, they try to overcompensate, and you're seeing that a little bit in Netanyahu. But at the same time, I think you have to understand that the Israeli people were attacked in a very vicious and brutal way, and I think it's a really difficult situation, frankly, and there's a lot of people that are hurting on both sides, and frankly, the war needs to stop.
Now we're out of Iraq, out of Afghanistan, but where is the war? Where is the big money being spent for the U.S. government? Oh, so we're just sending it over to Ukraine. Why? What are we getting out of it?
Where's the accountability?
Where's accountability for it? I mean, that was a corrupt nation to begin with. It's not a Democrat nation, so why are we sending all the money over there?
How do you think Biden's doing with those?
Terrible. Foreign policy is terrible. I think he failed in deterring Russian aggression. He failed in deterring Iranian proxies from attacking Israel in a horrible, surprise attack on October 7th, and I lay it all at his feet.
He pulled NATO back, made NATO stronger than what it's ever been. He pulled in Finland and Sweden, which have been non-aligned, neutral for decades, and pulled them into NATO. Got both Turkey and Hungary to support those, so they're both coming in. And Germany has turned around its defense policy significantly. So, he has done, I don't know, I'd say wonders, but he has pulled off some major significant positives with regard to NATO.
Anything else to add here, Steve?
No, I think Biden, for what he has done, is one of the most significant presidents that we have had, underrated, which I don't understand. But hopefully he's making his case between now and November.
Well, there you have it. A bunch of mixed opinions there from voters here in Arlington, Virginia on the issue of foreign policy. We'll keep you updated live here and as the results come out. Back to you.
All right, Jack, great reporting out there in Virginia. And now let's look at how many delegates each candidate has and how many they need to win. Let's pull up those graphics and see where each candidate is standing. On the GOP side, Donald Trump has 288 so far. He still needs 927. We'll see how much of a dent he can put into that tonight. Nikki Haley has 43 so far. She needs 1,172. It'll be interesting to see where she goes. Of course, you need 1,215 to win the nomination. Now, over on the Democratic side, we also have a different graphic for President Biden and his competition. President Biden has 267 delegates so far. He needs 1,701. Surprisingly, it's not Dean Phillips on that chart. It's the uncommitted vote that has won 2 delegates. That was in Michigan that we saw recently. So uncommitted, if uncommitted is to win, needs 1,966. That would be a day for sure.
Uncommitted's having a good night. And Oklahoma projected to win is former President Donald Trump. Trump will take Oklahoma tonight. So that's not too surprising there. However, back to the whole uncommitted thing, I do think it's kind of funny as we see it popped up because, our viewers are going to see it, whether it's at the bottom. Right here, Oklahoma, you do have Dean Phillips. You will see Dean Phillips competing against Joe Biden from time to time. He's competing with him in the state of Maine. There in Oklahoma at the bottom of your screen. But Biden is projected to win the state of Oklahoma. The uncommitted vote is certainly something to keep an eye on as that kind of builds into a potential protest vote. Right now, let's bring in our panel, Chris Beers, NTD political correspondent, and David Martin, NTD data analyst. So Chris, President Trump's potential VP pick, I think as they call it, the Veep stakes, comes up a lot. Most recently, Trump confirmed that Governor Greg Abbott of Texas is absolutely on the short list. Let's watch that clip.
Obviously, that's very nice of him to say, but I think you all know that my focus is entirely on the state of Texas. As you know, I'm working right now on the midterm election process. I've already talked about that I've announced that I'm running for re-election 2 years from now.
So, Chris, there's been quite a bit of buzz over multiple potential VP choices. The latest now is Governor Abbott of Texas, a bit unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to note that Abbott was sitting right next to the former president on Hannity when he made that announcement. So you could kind of take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. He's sort of put on the spot there. Is he really going to say, no, he's not going to be my VP pick, especially because Trump wants to be respectful to fellow Republicans that he already has respect for anyways. Governor Abbott is tough on the border, and I think Trump probably respects that. As far as some of the other potential candidates goes, we have South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem polling pretty well in the CPAC poll conducted last month, as well as Congresswoman Elise Stefanik in that same poll. There's also resurfacing Tulsi Gabbard, the former Democrat turned independent, and she's actually said that she's open to a VP slot on an interview with Fox's Jesse Waters. Someone interesting to watch is Alabama Senator Katie Britt. She's 42 years old. She's the youngest GOP female senator ever. She's going to be giving the Republican rebuttal to President Biden's State of the Union address this week. And she's literally half of Biden's age. So there's a huge contrast when it comes to the age issue, and that could, work in Trump's favor when it comes to choosing a VP. And of course, he wants a VP who can help him win and someone who can potentially replace him if he can't be the president, if he does get win the presidency at some point.
And there's data on that. If you look back to 2016, after Trump announced that Indiana Governor Mike Pence would be his vice president. Now, there's some speculation Trump picked Pence to secure the evangelical vote. Pence had a strong conservative record and a lot of support among Christians. Now, CBS News had done a poll in battleground states to get voter opinions on Trump's pick, and sure enough, over half of white evangelicals said Pence helped Trump's chances and that he brought stability to the ticket and was qualified to be president if necessary. Most importantly, nearly 30% of them said they were now more likely to vote for Trump. So the VP pick can have an impact on the confidence voters have in the presidential candidate.
Chris, on that note, do we have any ideas of when Trump might be announcing his VP pick?
Well, no. That's what makes this so suspenseful. And Trump kind of thrives in that sort of suspense. It's possible he's testing the waters with this short list, which is turning into a pretty long list at this point. One thing that's worth noting is in 2016, he waited until 2 days before the RNC in July to announce his VP pick. And it said that he's running what's called a throwback campaign, basically mimicking how his campaign was in 2016, focusing on the border, ending forever wars. And if he really is running this sort of throwback campaign, then we couldn't expect a decision about a VP until, right before the RNC in July. Another thing to consider is that campaigns are conducting their own polls here. They have their own pollsters, their own data. They're doing all this behind the scenes. Most people will never know about what these polls are saying. And every time there's a VP pick kind of floated out there, these campaigns are polling people to see what the voters think, and that can give these campaigns a lot of insight about what voters think in general. And so the longer they can kind of keep this question mark surrounding the VP open, the better for them in terms of gathering data.
And actually, before Trump made his pick in 2016, Pence really wasn't considered, a top possibility by some outlets. Newt Gingrich and Chris Christie actually were ranked higher than him. And like today, there was a big sense of, unpredictability about the potential pick for VP. Now, Trump's a showman and likened, the picking of potential VPs really as a political version of The Apprentice. It certainly makes for great TV. Now, all joking aside, we should expect, I would say, the unexpected in this race. Gallup found that Mike Pence was largely unknown nationally after he was picked. More than 6 in 10 no opinion of him at all, with nearly half saying they never even heard of him. The only other VP pick since 1992 that got a higher, never heard of this person rating was Sarah Palin back in 2008. It's good to remember that campaigns can look more than just like at the national opinion when making decisions. Like I mentioned, some speculate Trump picked Pence for particular reasons like winning the evangelical vote. So I think it's possible his pick for VP will be an attempt to win over, a certain demographic.
NTD's Dave Martin, Chris Beers, thank you guys so much for joining. Great discussion.
And we will be back with a lot more to cover when we return right after this very short break.
I went to Dr. Benatti and he went ahead and looked at my pictures. He told me, you have pain here, you have pain here. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'd been to others, but he was a doctor that didn't want to fillet my back open like a fish and do like open spine surgery because everybody else wanted to do that and I was not having it. The anesthesiologist who was working with me, I was like having a conversation with this guy, and then I was watching on the monitor as Dr. Benatti is fixing my back. I really felt like I was in good hands.
Benatti succeeds where others fail.
We're told in Genesis chapter 1:26 that God has made man in his image, and by his likeness has he made him.
In this free online course, Dr. Justin Jackson, a distinguished Hillsdale College professor, guides you through the Genesis story. When you sign up, you'll explore some of life's most important questions, gain a greater appreciation for how the Bible confronts pain and hardship with redemption and hope. Sign up for the Genesis story, free of charge at learnfromhillsdale.org.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste, and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth, without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now, Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one get one free offer goes away.
NTD News, the fastest growing independent news source in America, bringing you breaking news from around the world. Expert analysis, investigative reporting, and original award-winning documentaries. We're known for our uncensored China coverage you won't find anywhere else. We cover the stories that affect you and shape our world without the political noise. We report from the heart with you in mind. Watch us right here on NTD News.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. Let's go first to NTD's Ariane Pastar, who is in California. Ariane, what are you seeing out there besides the sun?
Hey guys, welcome back to the democratic state of California. Now this might sound like a bold statement of mine, but let's look at the numbers and the facts here and see if they back up what I just said. The last time California voted for a Republican president in the general election was in the 80s, George H.W. Bush. The last time a GOP candidate won a statewide election was in 2006, almost 20 years ago. And the county with most Republicans in the state has only 50 63% registered GOP voters, the county with most Republicans. So I think it's fair to say that it is a blue state. That's why I wanted to find out more about the Republicans here, what they have to say about the issues they care about, and also about being a Republican in a blue state. Let's now take a look at the things, they told me.
I think a lot of people might not talk about being a Republican because they're afraid that they're going to be ambushed.
Would you say that's even more so the case in LA, being afraid of?
Absolutely.
Things weren't this bad 4 years ago when the Republican. I know the biggest issues they had when Trump was in power was the tweets he would send. That seemed to be the biggest issues. But now with everything else, with inflation and the wars around the world now, I mean, we see Putin in Ukraine now, and we talk about sending all this money to Ukraine, but we don't take care of our own borders first. And I think that's the number one issue for me.
As California is really being infested because of Democrats, I despise some of the things that they have done, especially in the city of LA, in the country.
So the last gentleman you just heard, the issues he was referring to are homelessness and immigration. That's what he told me. And guys, I just want to add here that I think he did use strong language to some degree. I think if you ask a Democrat in Texas, for example, they might tell you the same thing about Republicans. For example, when it comes to Republican stance on gun rights. I do believe this goes both ways. So I just wanted to add that. For now, that's it from California. Check back in later for more. Back to you guys.
All right, Ariane, thank you for that report, and we will be going back to you later.
And we've got all of our guests back here with us in the studio. Joining us now is Jason Meister, Republican strategist, Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist, and Robin Biro, also a Democratic strategist. One big happy family here.
Oh yeah, kumbaya.
So multiple polls. This is a big one. The New York Times Siena poll show former President Trump making gains, specifically among Hispanic voters, even leading Biden. The most recent poll showing this, a 6-point lead for Trump. Is this shift primarily about the economy, or is there something more to this, Jason?
I think it's the economy. I think it's crime in these Democrat-run cities that's surging. I think it's immigration. We have an invasion of 8+ million illegal immigrants to this country. So I think he was surging in that poll, in that New York Times Siena poll, not just with Hispanics and blacks, but also with suburban women. I think that suburban women care about their children. They care about the country that they hand their children. They care about the security of their children. So I think that it's a whole host of reasons. But I think you're seeing this play out tonight. I think Donald Trump is solidifying it tonight. I think you're seeing a realignment, a political realignment, where he's essentially recreated the GOP into the MAGA working class party. And I think that you're seeing that play out tonight.
So Amber, to Jason's point, the key demographic of suburban women, that's been what some might call Trump's kryptonite. But also in this poll, it shows him gaining among them. What gives?
Oh, I think Jason's exactly right to point out the issues of the economy and crime. Look, if you're a mom who lives in the suburbs, you're worried about the crime that's happening in big cities creeping out to your part of the country, and you're certainly worried about your ability to pay for things that your kids need to have a successful future, whether that's basic things like food and gas for your everyday life, or whether it's longer term things like paying for college or private school or some of these other things that moms are constantly worrying about. I think that's the key to the suburban women conversation. Back in 2020, there was a feeling, I think, among suburban women that maybe they had been a little bit fatigued by some of the Trump tweets and the rhetoric. Now that they see the alternative of life under Biden, the mean tweets don't look so bad.
Robin, cause for concern for the Democrats?
Oh, absolutely. There's cause for concern. Look, I can see it every day on social media. My 5,000 some odd, mostly Democratic friends. There's been a significant peeling away of some of the black vote, some of the suburban woman vote, and some of the youth vote. So we have some catching up to do. But I will also assert that we've got the wind at our backs to some extent because I haven't seen Donald Trump, former President Trump, reaching out to moderates with messaging that would appeal to them either. And he would be wise to do so and to stay away from language like infestations.
David, what do the Democrats need to do to kind of reverse the trends we're seeing in this New York Times poll?
Well, I think they need to stay true to their message and get that out there. And I think as people start to see the results of the fact that we have a record high stock market, record low unemployment rate, inflation is coming down, that these policies are working. But I think the best thing that Democrats can do is just take a step back and let Trump be Donald Trump. I think he's benefited from the fact that he's been out of office for 4 years. And what he's done is he's done a good job at pointing out the problems and adding to the rhetoric. Hey, he's a great salesman. He does it better than most. But what he hasn't done is really sold people on what is he going to do that's different. Other than blaming Joe Biden, I haven't heard much from Donald Trump. And I think what we see in these primaries is the fact that Donald Trump is hitting a ceiling. I think it's right to say that Trump has done very little to move to the middle ground, right? He's consolidated the base, he's remade the Republican Party, but he's left them in a place where it's just MAGA, it's just Donald Trump, and they have a small coalition going into November.
On David's point, Jason, what do you see in regards to that? Is Trump expanding the Republican base to maybe the moderates, or is he hitting a ceiling like David?
It's actually interesting because before we came out, I was in the green room and I was looking at some of the numbers that are coming out of the exit polls. And one of the things that struck me was that voters under the age of 30. So I took a note. In 2020, Trump got 33% of the voters under 30. And right now he's getting 51%. That's staggering. Biden got 53% under 30 and was now down to 45%. That is totally contradicts what you're saying in the sense of he's expanding. And I actually think that this is also because the legacy media, people aren't believing in the legacy media as much. They're getting their information from social media, from Twitter, X, and now X, and I think that it's piercing the veil of these. We live in the age of narratives where propagandized storylines, not facts, matter. They don't believe the Russia collusion hoax. They know it was completely debunked. They know that COVID originated in the Wuhan Institute of Virology, not from some guy eating a bat in a wet market. They know that Jussie Smollett isn't the victim of a hate crime, but actually staged the entire thing. There's just narratives and narratives, and we go on. You see that you put on CNN, you put on MSNBC. They're just pushing these narratives, one lie after the next. Hunter Biden's laptop is Russian disinformation. 51 intelligence officers said it was a Russian psyop. It's lie after lie after lie, and I think that the younger voters in this country do not believe the legacy media, and I think that shows in these numbers.
But I think the biggest point there is, Jason's onto something. The fact is, when we look at these polls, it shows that 40% of the electorate is not engaged. 40% of the people expected to vote in the race have really not paid attention to Donald Trump or to Joe Biden. And I think that is going to break in Joe Biden's favor, because when we look at these polls, or look at the exit polls from these primary states, the leading indicator for Haley has been people deciding late in the game. The people that are deciding late are not breaking for Donald Trump, they're breaking for Nikki Haley, which shows me that they're not going to, anyone that's on the sidelines now is not going to be motivated to go towards Donald Trump. And I'm not saying Biden is going to attract them, but Donald Trump is going to repel them.
Now, on that note, though, we are seeing that I think 1/3 of young Americans get their news from TikTok. We saw President Biden's campaign join TikTok recently, despite in previous years basically banning it on federal devices. Some are raising all sorts of national security concerns. The Biden administration is saying they are keeping those concerns in mind. Given that so much of the American youth gets their news from TikTok, how much of a role is Biden's campaign on TikTok playing into what we can expect in November?
I think very little. I don't think Biden is going to move people on TikTok. I think, okay, you can be out there, but I don't think it's going to be a strategy, right? I think if we're talking about social media and TikTok, it's got to be from influencers that are already using that platform. I think this election, more than anything else, because of all this distrust of the legacy media, it's going to be more about testimonials. That if I follow, Robin on social media, that I'm probably going to listen to him more than I am the pundits on TV.
And Amber, how do you view these numbers where Trump is actually gaining on young voters, gaining ground versus President Biden, who in 2020 won a huge section of the young voters?
Well, younger voters are less likely to watch cable news. They're more likely to get their media from non-traditional sources and new and more independent outlets. And so they're simply getting a different perspective outside of the sort of left-wing narrative that is so often advanced by the mainstream media networks. And I also think that there's a little bit of a countercultural revolution happening among young people. We see these new trends of particularly young men leaning more conservative as young women go more liberal. And so I think there's sort of a backlash happening among young men in particular to a lot of the extremism that they see on the left, and a lot of the narratives coming out of the left of these ideas that masculinity is toxic, that they basically have to be third-wave feminists in order to be taken seriously in society. That's something that really turns off a lot of young people. And in general, I think young people in Gen Z and Generation Alpha are very resistant to just the traditional ways that the two-party system talks about politics, and that's why they find some refreshment in people like RFK Jr., like Trump, who frankly, outside of the conversation of whether or not he's expanding his coalition, fundamentally changed the Republican Party coalition in 2015 to 2016 by grabbing in those former Obama voters who were part of the blue-collar working class, who felt like they had been really betrayed by the Democratic Party.
Robin, I want to go back to the New York Times Siena poll where Trump's support among black people is at 23%, 66% for Biden. Now, in 2016, African Americans voted for Hillary Clinton by a margin of 91-6, and in 2020, Biden won 92%. What is explaining Trump's rising support in that bloc?
I have reached out to friends one-on-one about this, and they honestly can't give me a straight answer. The blanket response that I always get is that they feel that their vote is taken for granted. I think that we do need to pay attention to that. I can't get exact examples of why they're saying that, but that is what I'm hearing each and every time I reach out to my friends who've told me, for example, that we're not going to be guilt-tripped this election season into voting for Joe Biden. Don't even try it. I had my former campaign manager just cast his vote yesterday for Marianne Williamson as a protest vote, and that shocked me because he was instrumental on the Biden campaign.
And Jason, what do you make of those numbers changing? Is Trump doing something, or is this, like Robin is saying, a protest vote?
I think it's actually pretty simple. I think that they understand and remember what life under Donald Trump's leadership was versus what life under Joe Biden's leadership is now. And I think that from an economic standpoint, they had money in their pockets, they could pay their bills, they went to the grocery store and the prices were not at 40-year high inflation. They filled up their gas tanks to go to work and their gas prices are now skyrocketing. So I think it's a combination of economics, security in all the major cities, and the crime that's under this Democrat-run cities. So I think it's a combination of a lot of different things, but I really think it's as simple as life under Donald Trump was better than life under Joe Biden.
And David, why don't you chime in on the same topic? What are your views on this?
Well, I think when we look at the people that are engaged, we just talked about the fact that 40% of the electorate is just not engaged. So these polls that tell me, oh, they're not doing a good job or whatnot, it doesn't really tell me how they're voting. And it's very easy in today's political climate, especially, it's easy to throw dirt and kick stones. And the fact that Biden, and this is why Bidenomics, the policy, the messaging is flawed, because it's one thing to do a good job and have people talk about it, but for you to boast about your successes, even if it's true, people don't believe it. It's easier to believe the negative. Look, to say we were better under Trump is it's just kind of silly to me. The fact that we have record high stock market, record low unemployment, we're kicking butt in many different areas, but we could always see the glass as half empty. It's an easier selling point, but one that I think comes into closer focus as you get closer to the election and you actually have to make that decision. You say, yes, it's easy to attack, but what are you actually going to do? Well, and I think that's the problem that Trump's
with all due respect, I just want to just one point. I think you're confusing the stock market with the economy. People do not feel that this is a strong economy. Whether you say that the stock market's at an all-time high and that inflation is starting to come down, that is not what people are feeling in their wallets and in their bank accounts. People are under stress in this country right
Sure.
now.
And it's
enormous stress that they were not under Donald Trump.
And to Jason's point, there is a poll. I want to pull it up for us to take a look at among young voters. It was a new Marquette Law School poll that's quite telling. There's 4 categories. You have the handling of the economy, you have immigration, border, Israel, Hamas, and abortion. The only one that President Biden runs off with is abortion. Handling of the economy, when young voters are asked who would do better, 51% say Trump to the 23% to Biden.
Well, I mean, what I would say to that is that we could talk about these subjective issues, right? Like we don't feel like we did before. But what metrics are we going to point to, right?
Not the stock market, I hope.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump always pointed to the stock market,
Well,
and he's
I'm not
actually taking credit for the stock market now.
I'm not
right?
talking
Yeah,
on. I'm not
Is it
speaking
true?
on behalf of Trump, but I think the point is that if you're looking at a normal person who is perhaps part of the working or middle class, even upper middle class, most of them are not measuring their day-to-day economic health based on the stock market.
Right. So, what indicators would you measure it on?
Well, food prices are up 35% since Biden took office. Healthcare prices are up. Gas prices are
Right,
still
and Donald
up.
Trump wants to do away with Obamacare, right? So that's a message that Democrats are going to take home to say, okay, the one issue that Trump is actually talking about is taking away your health care and making it more expensive for you. So when you actually look at when he's done just throwing stones and lobbing bombs, and you say, what are you actually going to do? I mean, remember when Trump was saying he was going to repeal the Affordable Care Act? That's what he was going to do. What did he do? He said he was going to build a wall. What did he do? I mean, it's comical when you look at all the things that he pledged to do and he didn't. And the fact that Donald Trump led us into more of a deficit than the previous president, 7 or 8 trillion, depending on who you take your guidance from, he overspent and led us into a further deficit. And then we could talk about the stock market. Donald Trump pressured the Fed to not increase interest rates, to have this artificial low interest rate, so then it's pent up, and then we have to raise interest rates and leads to this cycle. So I think Donald Trump kept it at an artificial low level to make the optics look good. But on the reality, when you take it away, you see that we were in a very unhealthy position.
I just want to point out that the per capita share of the U.S. deficit right now is $222,000. I have 2 young children that will be inheriting that debt. Some of us here do.
But y'all were just championing the Inflation Reduction Act. So how can you do that while also talking about lowering deficits?
Well, because when you actually look at the Inflation Reduction Act, those types of practices will lower the deficit in outgoing years. All Donald Trump did was increase our deficit with nothing to show for it. Yes, you have to break a couple eggs
In all
to make
fairness,
an omelet.
David, I think the Biden administration even wanted to walk back the name of that bill.
The name of the bill has really nothing to do with it. All day long, Congress is naming bills that have whatever name you want on it, right? So we could call it what you want, but what it did was it did a lot to spur our economy in the right direction. And that's what I get at, right? That Joe Biden has actually done things, right? The CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill, all things that we're benefiting from greatly. But we could nitpick at little things and attack it all day long, which I think is a problem because the Republicans have built so much on blame. Look at the immigration debate. It's blame, blame, blame. Then when you actually have a job to do, you can't even do it.
But David, on that issue, like I said earlier, day one, Joe Biden passed 94 executive orders reversing every single one of Donald Trump's border security policies.
What about Title 42?
Opened the border. And by the way,
Mexico.
David, he did it on purpose. It's all by design. He wants to flood this country with illegal immigrants.
Why?
It's so
What
obvious.
benefit?
Yeah.
What benefit would
To have voters to essentially
to vote against Joe Biden by flooding the country
to
full
vote
of
against
illegal-
Donald Trump.
I think that it's a very unfair argument.
Guys,
we say that this hidden agenda to have a broken border so that people will vote
It's
for
been
it.
3 years, and you all came up with some Senate bipartisan bill, which Republicans
led.
James Lankford led at the behest of Mitch McConnell. It's not a border security bill. It's a processing bill.
And the Biden administration has agreed.
So you want to do nothing?
I don't want to process more people into the country. No, I don't want 2 million people a year, which is more than the population of a dozen states.
By executive order, he just added 5,000 Border Patrol agents. So don't tell me he's not doing anything.
Adding agents doesn't mean anything if you're not doing expedited removals and deportations. You're just processing people faster so that they can claim asylum and get an alternative to detention, which is written in that bill. They still do ATDs and release them into the country. And guess how many show up for their court hearings? You want to know how many? 10%.
And why would he fly over 320,000 illegal immigrants across this country in the cloak of darkness in secret flights that we found out recently? Why would he do that if he's trying to secure the border? I just don't understand. You have to answer that question.
Joe Biden has put forth a comprehensive immigration bill day one. And who has refused to come to the table? Republicans, because they want it as a wedge issue. Republicans have shown they want to talk about this, but they want to do nothing.
Pass H.R. 2. H.R. 2 is a comprehensive border security bill.
Who's in charge of Congress?
The Republicans have it. Yes, the Republicans have passed it in the House. The Senate won't take it up.
Mike Johnson refuses to do anything that doesn't get the blessing of Donald Trump. And this will be the demise of the Republican Party.
Why won't Democrats vote for H.R. 2 in the Senate? And why won't Joe Biden support H.R. 2? Why is he insisting on the Senate bill?
Because there's a bill, there's
Senator John Fetterman, he might be a wild card. He's proposed the idea of entertaining
H.R. 2 came first, well before the Senate bipartisan bill. And they would not have a vote on it. Why?
The Republicans clamoring for this recent agreement. Senate did their job, rolled up their sleeves. We're finally getting Democrats to agree to some things in the past that they wouldn't because they recognize this is a real issue. And Republicans then say, oh, well, no, sorry, because it's not perfect.
Joe Biden
Let's
doesn't
let
need
perfect
a
be
single
the enemy of
Republican to
good.
secure the border. He can do it with a stroke of a pen right now.
We're getting way far away from the question that was asked, which was young voters. Why do they think that Donald Trump is doing better on the economy? It's because the narrative has been, since I was a small child, that Donald Trump is a billionaire. He is claiming to be worth $10 billion right now and cannot make bail. He is a fake billionaire. That's
but
why.
Young people didn't grow up in a culture where Donald Trump was a reality TV star and a billionaire.
Perception is reality, and people perceive that he is a billionaire when in fact he can't even make bail.
And you know, Jason made a point earlier, and I think we should discuss it a little bit further because it's not just a drive-by Republican talking point when he says that Democrats want the border open in order to get those votes in future elections. You do have Democratic members of Congress openly saying and admitting that they want those illegal immigrants to come in and flood their districts for the census because ultimately it helps Democrats in urban areas.
Newcomers, they call them newcomers.
That's right.
There's a Democratic woman from California.
The reality is when you look at the last census, the 2020 census, we had the lowest net migration in that census period than we had since the Great Depression. What does that equal? Disaster for the American economy. We need immigration, but we need legal immigration. Right. And the only way to fix illegal immigration is through legal immigration. So this talking point about an executive order that with a stroke of a pen, Joe Biden can fix all of our problems is nonsense. It's nonsense. It takes two to tango or three branches of government to actually fix this problem. And Joe Biden has shown a willingness to at least come to the table and compromise, and Republicans have shown absolutely none of that. And the scariest part for me is the fact how they are taking their orders from Donald Trump. And that's why I say it's not the America First agenda, it's the Donald Trump First agenda, and they're so afraid of him that you see these people contorting themselves that had disparaged Donald Trump, but then because the political realities catch up to them, that they've got to contort themselves and make themselves bend down to the will of Donald Trump. And I think that's really scary for a functioning government.
Well, on the note of the border and all of this, let's pull up a poll. Well, it was up. Let's pull that poll up again. This is a poll from Monmouth University on support for building a border wall. In favor, you have 53%. This was in February. And then in April, it was 42%. Now, what do you make of, now this is from 2019 to be fair, but what do you make of this poll that is?
Well, I think it also speaks to Robin's point earlier, where you at one point weren't really clear, as you kind of put it on the border, but now we're seeing this shift in black and white. You could be potentially part of that data set.
Well, let me just make this clear. I was Obama campaign staff, and President Obama added 100 miles of border wall. I have always been in favor of a border wall. I think Democrats have a missed opportunity right now to also continue that. We can't be for something and then be against it and then pretend like that never happened. So let's Let's continue to build on what Obama started, and Trump continued and continues some more border wall.
David, can we assume that you're for the border wall?
Yeah, I think it's important to secure the border, have a secure border, but it's not the end all. And I think, unfortunately, that's what it became under Donald Trump. It was like, build the wall, Mexico is going to pay for it. You know, it was just rhetoric at its finest, and it never came to fruition. But even Joe Biden has said, yeah, we've got to secure the border, and that's where part of this bill is to send funding. I mean, you hear the Department of Homeland Security talking about how they're down in terms of staffers, so they're going to have to release detainees that are in custody, and that's because of dysfunction in Congress. And so I think it's a fallacy that we can say that with one stroke of the pen, an executive order can solve the border problem. I don't believe it can, and I think what we'll need to do is upgrade these laws that have not been upgraded since any of us have been born.
We're going to talk about the border a lot more, but I do want to pull up that poll of young voters again that lists out the 4 major issues. And I want to talk about the one that is least favorable to Republicans. It's the one that they often have trouble messaging, if you will. It's the issue of abortion. When it comes to young voters on who would do better, 46% say Joe Biden, and 29% say Donald Trump. So Amber, what do the Republicans and Trump need to do in their messaging on their stance on abortion?
I think Trump has already started it, and the reality is that he's actually moderate on abortion. He's not messaged that way because he takes all of the blame for the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, which the Democrats messaged as a banning of abortion. Some states chose to do that, but fundamentally it sent the issue back to the states so that they could decide, so that it could be directly in the hands of the voters. Trump has said outright that he does not support a federal ban on abortion. He would support some states enacting bans around 15 or 16 weeks, which the majority of Americans actually agree with. So I think that he really is a victim of a false media narrative on this point.
But he himself, twice within the last week, has taken credit for the overturning of Roe v. Wade at rallies.
Yeah, it was a good thing. As
but
I said,
you're trying to paint it like something else. He himself is taking credit for this.
You're misconstruing what I said. What I said is that the Democrats mismessaged it as overturning.
If he himself is saying that, how is it the Democrats?
No, what I'm. Can you allow me to finish my point before you jump on it? Thank you. Okay, so what I said was that the Democrats told voters that overturning Roe v. Wade would lead to the banning of abortion and that no one would be able to get abortions anymore. What Trump is celebrating is the fact that it was sent directly to the voters on a state-by-state basis. That's a good thing. That's called federalism.
But that's not his words. His words were, "You have me to thank for the overturning of Roe v. Wade."
Right, which is a good thing because it sent the issue to the states.
But I think that, and I understand this, what we're talking about, like the narrative here, but I think this is a real problem for the GOP. Why? Because you have a dissenting opinion. If you believe that abortion is murder, how is it okay to then send it to the states and you decide, right? This is going to be a real problem for Republicans that believe that abortion is murder because there's not a consensus to be able to be built. And I think that is the problem that's going to be continuing to brew. And I think Donald Trump, rightfully so, is trying to tack more to the center on this issue through some talking points. But it's like he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, and I think that's going to catch up to him.
Expanding on that note, many are saying the reason we didn't see a red wave in 2022 midterms was because of the abortion issue. Jason, what do you think needs to be done on the GOP side to maybe change that messaging so that we don't see a lack of a red wave when it was predicted?
I do agree. I think that when abortion is made to be on the ticket the way that Democrats' narrative wants it to be, I think Republicans lose. I think Donald Trump understands that, and I think he's bringing it to the center. And to your point, I agree that it's a federalist issue, it's a state-by-state issue, and that he's celebrating that Roe v. Wade was overturned because it's now going to the states for the voters to decide. And that's how I think it should be done.
Robin?
Then how do you feel about the Supreme Court and the ruling yesterday? If it's a state-by-state issue, then why can't state determine if it violates their constitution whether or not an insurrectionist is on the ballot?
Well, the Supreme Court
decision... How is that not state rights?
Well, Roe v. Wade was the Supreme Court reading a right into the Constitution that wasn't there, which is why conservatives said it was bad precedent. The insurrection clause is in the Constitution, and the judges interpreted that...
Why hasn't Clarence Thomas recused himself when his wife helped organize this?
Okay, you can move the goalposts all you want, but you can maybe let me answer the question first. The issue on the Insurrection Act question or the insurrection clause question, was that the Supreme Court determined that the framers intended, originalist decision, right, except 9-0 in this case with 3 liberal justices concurring, that the insurrection clause in the Constitution did not allow individual states to do that because it was expressly written in the Constitution.
You know when the last time we did it was
I'm
during
telling
the
you
Confederacy.
I'm telling you what the Supreme Court said.
This has already been ruled on. This has been determined. The legal precedent is that we did this in the Confederacy. They were banned during the Confederacy without this being litigated. And
this discussion is just getting started, and it's getting spirited, and we're going to have a whole lot more. We'll be back soon with more coverage after this break.
Shenyun Creations, the streaming platform from Shenyun, featuring world-class dance, past programs, and all original music. Masterclasses, behind the scenes, comedy, and more. Explore shenyuncreations.com.
Did you know the government can essentially rob you in plain sight? Former Fed Chair Alan Greenspan warned, deficit spending is simply a scheme for the confiscation of wealth. But he added, gold stands in the way of this insidious process. Birch Gold Group has helped thousands of Americans diversify their IRA or 401k into gold. To get a free info kit from Birch Gold, text PREPARE to 989898. Again, text PREPARE to 989898 right now.
I didn't ask to lose my mother or to be abused at 5 years old. I didn't ask to be kicked out of my house with nowhere to go. I didn't ask for any of this. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there. Thanks to their love and support, and to generous people like you, I got what I needed to take control of my life.
For the young people who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations, Covenant House is there providing safety, hope, and a brighter future. Call or go online now. For a gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night. 1 in 10 young adults will experience homelessness this year. Your gift can help reach them when they need it most.
I didn't ask for my parents and my family to disown me. I didn't ask to end up in a homeless shelter. The beauty of it all is that I found Covenant House.
The need is overwhelming, but your monthly support will make sure no young person is ever turned away. Call or go online right now to safeplacetosleep.org with your gift of just $19 a month. With your monthly donation, you'll receive this soft, comforting blanket as a reminder of the warmth and safety your gift will provide a young person tonight.
Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today. If there's no Covenant House, where would I be today?
Your monthly gift is urgently needed to reach young people in communities like yours who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations. Show them they're loved and not alone. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
I'm Steve Lance. Join me live for special coverage of the 2024 State of the Union address and the Republican response. A crisis on the southern border, inflation soaring, and global conflicts threatening the free world. President Biden's job approval more consequential than ever this election year. Join us Thursday, March 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on NTD News. And we're back with our Super Tuesday special coverage on the State of the Union. The nation decides 2024, and we have some projections to make. Okay. Looks like former President Trump has won the GOP primary in the state of Alabama, 3% reporting, 80-14 in the state of Alabama there. And Joe Biden has also won the state of Alabama with 3% in. Joe Biden, 91% of the vote to that uncommitted, that nagging uncommitted there for the current sitting president. And Arkansas, the Arkansas GOP primary with 17% of the vote in, former President Trump is projected to win the state of Arkansas. There you have it. Joe Biden also winning the state of Arkansas, projected to win with 25% of the vote in.
And in Maine, in the GOP primary, Donald Trump is also projected to win that state. That's with also 15% of the vote in. That is Maine. In Maine, President Biden projected to win. Not much competition there. That's with 13% of the vote in. Seems like Dean Phillips got about 7% there. In Massachusetts, Trump projected to win. That's with 4% of the vote in. And also in Massachusetts, Joe Biden set to win. That's also with 4% of the vote in.
And in Texas, the Lone Star State, 40% of the vote in there. Former President Trump is projected to win that state. Notable, the president taking away Massachusetts handedly. And Texas here, you also have President Biden projected to win that state.
All right, and now let's check in with Dave, the data dude. What do you have for us now?
Thanks, Tiff. Yeah, I've got a really close race right now up in Vermont here. Let's take a closer look. Now, Trump won Vermont in 2016, but by a very small margin over John Kasich. Now, these purple shades here, these are ones that Haley leads. The darker the shade, the bigger the lead. The orange is the one where Trump is leading. Again, the darker the shade, the bigger the lead. And as you can see, in 2016 anyway, Trump did better in the north and the southern areas. This area in the middle, although it's not a metropolitan area, it's a little bit more urban than it is. These northern and southern areas maybe are a little bit more rural, so you can see that Trump is still generally doing better in those areas. But let's take a look at the state as a whole right down here. 51% of the votes are in. Donald Trump, 48.9% of the vote. Nikki Haley, 46.5%. Now this is very significant that he's just below 50%. This is a winner-take-all state if the winner has at least 50% of the votes. So if Trump is going to take all 17 delegates here, he has to gain at least 1%. Nikki Haley, I mean, this has been flipping back and forth like 3 times over the last hour. Haley is at 46%. If she gets a little rally here, she could get the 50%. So it's really up in the air as to who gets these. There's a very good chance neither one gets all 17, and instead it's 9 and 8 split there. But that's something we'll have to watch for now. Let's head back to the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that report, and we will check back with you later as it is a long night ahead of us.
But right now, let's check in with NTD's Iris Tao, who's at former President Trump's watch party in Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Iris, if you're with us, what is the latest down there?
Good evening to all of you. So this room is getting more and more lively. As you can see, some guests are starting to take the seat in the front after they spend the past few hours mingling, standing in the main area here, the music getting louder, and that is as we're seeing more and more victories pouring in. And by former President Trump, the crowd was cheering, chanting USA, USA, as they were witnessing Trump's victories live on TV right there. So a very lively crowd, and as we're inching closer and closer to President Trump's speech, expected around 10 p.m. or the latest around 11 p.m. Eastern time. But as we were waiting for Trump to speak here, we talked to Bruce Lavelle, a senior advisor to the Trump campaign, to hear what's his prediction for tonight's results. Watch. First of all, Bruce, tell us what's your expectations for tonight. How's it going to turn out?
Well, it's going to turn out, we're going to sweep Super Tuesday. That's why they call it Super Tuesday. We're going to win all the states, and he will be victorious tonight. Nikki Haley won't win any. Hopefully Nikki Haley will come to senses and reconcile and come on over and join the Trump train, as you call it, and embrace him being the nominee. The true nominee is where he's headed to be. And more than anything right now, this is history. Never in the United States, in the history of politics, have we had a Republican candidate has won this many delegates as well as cleaned the slate in any election since the nation started. So this is history in itself tonight. So that's great to be here. Great crowd tonight, a lot of enthusiasm. More than anything, just to see a lot of people, like, especially in black culture. You saw the polls are polling 20+%. You're starting to see a lot of people that maybe have not embraced the America First, that want to support President Trump. They're coming into the tent. And listen, the invitation is for everybody. So everyone comes in the tent for the America First movement. Everyone, no matter where you're from, what you voted for, just come on with us. Let's put America first. Let's get our borders under control. Let's get our taxes down. Let's get our economy going. Let's get our oil drilling. Let's move some business. How about that?
Well, for President Biden directly addressing black voters, just this week, telling them that it's a threat that if Donald Trump comes back and touting his own policies, what's your response to that?
Well, the answer to that is the Democrat Party has done nothing for the black community in 40, 50, 60 years. You got to remember, historically, the Jim Crow laws came out of the Democrat Party. You got to remember that Joe Biden authored and wrote the crime bill, which Clinton signed in 1994, called the Clinton Crime Bill. Joe Biden authored that. Earlier in the late 80s, he also made powder cocaine versus crack cocaine have a stiffer penalty, which affected black communities. We're talking about a person that says you ain't black if you don't vote for me, taking that vote for granted. Most of the cities, most of urban cities have been, quote, under Democrat rule for 40, 50, 60 years. Enough's enough. As President Trump says, what the heck do you have to lose? Try something different. Do you like your roads? Do you like your schools? Do you like your infrastructure? If the answer is no, then stop voting the same old way Democrat. So Biden's administration has a huge mountain to climb. And where we got here in 2020, it was not a normal election. We had the entire nation, the global country shut down. It was chaos. We had mail-in ballots. It wasn't a normal election. Fair enough, everyone agrees that. So President Trump and the America First movement feels like they have some unfinished business to attend. And that's why we're here, and that's why we're gaining like this.
And after tonight, we do expect to see a potential Trump and Biden rematch becoming more and more likely, if not almost certain. And we do expect to hear or see a statement from President Biden as well tonight after results become more clear. He's also, of course, winning so far of the Democratic primaries happening tonight. And meanwhile, we are expecting Trump to take the stage within the next 1 or 2 hours. And that is as this crowd right here gets more and more lively and eagerly awaits for the former president to take the stage here. Back to you all.
Iris, thank you for that report.
And let's come back to our roundtable guests: Jason Meister, Republican strategist; Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator; David Carlucci, Democratic strategist; and Robin Biro, Democratic strategist as well. So guys, Jason, with the nation becoming more polarized, split ticket voting is becoming more rare. This could have a big impact on the Senate and the House down ballot races. The Cook Political Report rated 3 Senate seats currently held by Democrats and an independent as toss-ups, all up for grabs this November. You have Senator John Tester in Montana, Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio, both largely Republican states at the moment, and independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema in Arizona, who announced today that she will not be seeking re-election. So I want to actually first play some sound of Senator Sinema announcing this today.
Yet, despite modernizing our infrastructure, ensuring clean water, delivering good jobs and safer communities, Americans still choose to retreat farther to their partisan corners. These solutions are considered failures, either because they're too much or not nearly enough. It's all or nothing. The outcome, less important than beating the other guy. We've arrived at that crossroad, and we chose anger and division. I believe in my approach, but it's not what America wants right now.
So Jason, how big of a challenge do Senate Democrats face this November?
I think a pretty significant one. I think that the political battle lines, the traditional political battle lines, have been redrawn. I don't think it's your traditional Democrat versus Republican anymore, especially in a post-COVID world. I think there's so many different issues where Republicans and Democrats kind of fall in different places than they would normally or traditionally. So I think that the Democrat Party has to recognize that and understand that these issues aren't sort of cut and dry traditional Republican versus Democrat.
Amber, you're based in Washington. It's a different feel when you're there. You really have your finger on the pulse. What are you sensing right now?
Yeah, it definitely seems like Republicans are feeling fairly optimistic about the Senate. There is a little bit of concern, and I know we alluded to this earlier, David, that perhaps Trump could drag down more moderate candidates that are running for Senate. Obviously, statewide races are a little bit different. But I would say that Republican consultants feel very good about the candidate quality this time around. They have great people running in Pennsylvania, Montana, Arizona, and Ohio, and they feel like they really have a great chance of taking a majority back in the Senate.
And to Amber's point, Robin, when it comes to the purse strings, Leader McConnell was really the one that was controlling those purse strings for Senate races. So you can't really blame everything on Trump when it comes to some of those losses. Does this pose a significant challenge for Senate Democrats?
Particularly in terms of fundraising. That's where we have our challenge right now. Like I said, President Biden is doing a masterful job right now at fundraising, but the DNC is not doing as well right now. And the RNC right now, mind you, was down to $8 million last time I checked. So they've got some serious catching up to do as well. But right now it's a dollars game, and I think both parties right now have a lot of ground to recover.
David, how are you viewing this?
I think it's all about the message, right? It's message over money. We've seen money be wasted on all sides. I think the Republicans have a big problem, right? Because Donald Trump has secured the Republican base on the right, but has done very little, if not nothing, to attract middle ground, moderate voters. Yet there's still very few that haven't decided yet. But I think that the Republicans are pushing those moderate voters away. Then I think Congress, the House, has an even harder time. Because like we were talking about in the last segment, the House had an opportunity to pass an immigration bill. They've been talking about this for a long time, and yet they don't do it. And I think this has been the problem for Republicans for many years now, leading into the midterms last year. They are talking about things that don't really matter to people, like Hunter Biden. They are obsessed with Hunter Biden, but at the same time want to complain about the lawfare issue against Donald Trump. And then they can't find anything on Hunter Biden, so they keep searching for it. And that's what I said. Elect them to Congress, so what? They can have a hearing on Hunter Biden? I mean, they complain about prices of gas and food, but yet they don't do anything about it. Instead, they want to continue and perpetuate this lawfare issue. So I think that's really going to hamper the Republicans' issue. Look, right here in New York, we had Congressional District 3, where it was a Republican district, and a Democrat won. Even with all the stuff about the migrants and crime allegedly in New York, a Democrat still won. Why? Because Republicans have signaled to the American people, elect me and I will complain.
David, in all fairness, you keep saying that Trump is pushing away moderate voters. But when you look at this polling, it's a clear indicator that the center is moving away from Biden and shifting toward Trump.
I disagree with that. I think when you look at the actual elections, it shows that, and that's the best indicator we have. So look at the last elections we had in these off-year elections. Republicans underperformed, Democrats overperformed. Go back to the midterms, Democrats overperformed. And in each one of these primaries, up until tonight, because we don't have all of the results, Trump has actually underperformed his polling numbers in the actual contested races. And so the people that are engaged right now, coming out to primaries, participating in polls, are more engaged. The biggest factor out there is that over 40% of the electorate is not that engaged. And so that's a big problem, I think, for all of us, but it gives us an opportunity to gather those voters and get them back to vote on the Democratic line. And I think that's why we see these indicators to say, oh yeah, you're right, things are more expensive, I'm not as happy at work, or whatever your issues are, and you blame the person in charge. And that's right, but you gotta have an answer, and it can't just be blame, blame, blame. There's gotta be something more to it.
I just want to address one or two things that David mentioned. One is Hunter Biden. It is not about Hunter Biden. We talked about this the night of the South Carolina primary on this program, on this network. It's about Joe Biden. It's about his father. He converted his son into a bagman to collect and split with him millions of dollars of graft from all around the world. And you'll say that that's not proven, but it is proven. You're relying on the liberal mainstream media who have whitewashed this issue. Joe Biden is one of the most corrupt presidents in American history. He literally converted his son to a bagman and collected and split with him millions of dollars in graft from all around the world by selling his political influence.
But it's amazing that you'll make that argument. This is the problem Republicans. But this is the exact problem. I understand it is red meat for the Republican base to go after and claim.
It's red meat to say that the president is compromised?
Yes,
by China and Russia
there's no
and Ukraine?
facts to back it up.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. So the fact is, you claim these conspiracy theories. It's red meat because that's what the Republican base wants to hear. It repels anyone in the middle, any independents, because you've had years. You have a congressional hearing with majority power, and you've done absolutely nothing to prove the point. All you've done is verify that you've thrown Hunter Biden through the mud. And is this guy guilty of making poor choices? Absolutely. And still, Joe Biden, squeaky clean when it comes to an actual court of law.
We have bank accounts. We have checks. It's like what else do you want?
And I've seen them, right? And you point to a check. Oh, James Biden wrote a check. Oh my God. But it proves absolutely nothing.
I'm here with my father. I mean, it's like, how much more evidence do you need?
You need more evidence to convict someone. So if we want to talk about the court of public opinion, that's one thing, and that's where they're trying to chip away. I understand that, but they're doing a horrible job.
He's been convicted in the court of public opinion, just not in the court of law yet.
By MAGA Republicans, yes, but by anybody else that looks at this with any type of through an objective lens, is like, okay, you can try to make these accusations and connect these dots, but with all the resources, and that's what I'm getting at, all these resources, at the same time complaining about the lawfare about former President Trump, and then you're doing or trying to do what you claim is nefarious by Democrats. You're trying to do this, and you've put them through the ringer, and it's done nothing but validate that Joe Biden did nothing wrong. That's all it's done. There has not been one court, one judge that has said anything to the fact that Joe Biden did anything wrong, other than this speculation. And it's kind of laughable to me because you've had all these resources and it hasn't proved anything.
All you're proving is how weaponized the Department of Justice under Joe Biden and the rule of law has been totally weaponized against Republicans. That's really what you're saying.
Weaponized against Republicans. It's amazing that Republicans want to discredit, and you were saying this before, you were like, they. Who is they? The Department of Justice? So we are downgrading and degrading everyone that works at the Department of Justice, the FBI, all these people, law enforcement, that they're somehow all corrupt and in collusion. And when someone is breaking the law, like Donald Trump has done, we say, oh, it's not right because there's too many charges against him, so it can't be true?
Actually, it is a cornerstone of Donald Trump's campaign that he is going to fix these institutions that once were revered, and the American people distrust the Department of Justice. They distrust the rule of law. There's a two-tier system of justice in this country, and it's blatant to everyone that has an objective eye. And here's what's happening in this country, and I think that has to come to an end.
Amber.
Yeah, if I may, a couple of examples of this politicization of the Justice Department. Let's get away from Trump and Hunter Biden, right? Let's talk about some other issues that affect everyday American people. What has the Department of Justice done in the past few years? They have sent out a memo urging FBI agents to infiltrate conservative Catholic churches because they believe people who attend traditional Latin Mass might be domestic extremists. They have indicted pro-life activists who have done nothing besides stand vaguely near a door to an abortion clinic for violating the FACES Act, while refusing to indict anyone who vandalized or disrupted masses at Catholic churches after Roe v. Wade was overturned. They have refused to go after the protesters outside of Supreme Court Justice's house, which it's illegal to try to intimidate a Supreme Court justice. That's federal law. There's also Virginia law on the books that you're not allowed to protest outside of a Supreme Court justice's home. They have gone after school board parents, accepting a memo from the National School Board Association painting them as domestic terrorists, and then actually assigning a threat tag to people who showed up at school board meetings to make their concerns heard about their children. So how could you possibly say that there's not a two-tiered system of justice? And a couple more, if I may, because they just popped into my head. There's so many. But we also just heard that some of the people who were sentenced with crimes related to the January 6th riot incorrectly had their sentences elongated because they applied terrorism charges to them for shaking a fence in one example. And the Justice Department also created a kidnapping scheme of the Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer that was 75% FBI agents.
We'll give Robin a chance to chime in. I mean, you said perception is reality.
And the BLM and Antifa riders.
There is a lot.
Thank you.
My question is, though, Donald Trump is facing 91 felony charges. Do you not think that any of them hold any merit? That's my question to both of you.
Not one.
Okay. Let me just give you one example.
I can go through them.
I want to ask this one question. Trump Tower, each floor of that is 10,000 square feet. His penthouse is the top floor. It's 10,000 square feet. Why on loan documents did he say it was 40,000 square feet?
Okay, I come from a background of real estate.
I do too. I'm a commercial real estate
There isn't a
person.
single real estate, then you would know this, there isn't a single real estate developer in this country, in any city, that doesn't do exactly what Donald Trump did. So if you want to find him $355 million, you have to do that to every single, they're all laughing at you. Every real estate developer in this country is laughing at that.
So fraud is okay.
Well, I would say
fraud.
specifically on your question about the 10,000 square
crime.
feet, that's true, and specifically on the 10,000 square feet quibble. What they were doing in that valuation was factoring in common spaces, which there's no other way in a real estate assessment to factor in the value of common spaces without adding square footage onto the piece that you actually
He gave
own.
the tax step number for his penthouse itself. It has its own number. He said it was 40,000 square feet, not the common areas.
No, but I'm saying he was including those in the valuation that was given to the banks for the purposes of the loan.
We're not talking about the same thing, but we can move on.
The banks made their money. They want to continue to do business with Donald Trump. They testified to that. So there's no victim, there's no crime, there's no
Except for
penalty.
the people that work for Donald Trump, like
That don't
his
get paid.
former CFO, who is now facing 5 months in jail, right? For the same thing you're saying.
And
is
Mar-a-Lago's
nothing
worth
wrong.
$18 million, even though I was in Palm Beach and drove by a vacant lot, a couple of lots next to Mar-a-Lago that's selling for $200 million.
The point of all this is, was we could go, tit for tat on each of these issues. I think the bigger problem is it's like this narrative that Donald Trump is for the people and there's no one above the law, and yet he's a guy that is claiming that he should be immune from prosecution for being president, something that is totally in the face of what America stands for, and then that he can cheat the system while we apply for a loan, or most people, and if we are honest, because we want the system to have some integrity, but a guy that's on the top of the food chain can lie and manipulate the system, and it's fine for him to get away with it. I think it's a double standard, and it's that narrative.
It's a double standard against Donald Trump. You're saying lots of things. You're saying he's lying, he's stealing, he's cheating, he's committing fraud. All those things are not true. So you can say them, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Well, how is it not true when it's shown in a court of law?
You mean a New York City judge whose wife was on social media posting pictures of him in a jail cell because he says so? You think that means anything?
I think the problem is you're totally discrediting the entire Department of Justice. And Amber, you talk about these specific issues, but that discredits the entire Department of Justice, and somehow there's this conspiracy against conservatives in the Department of Justice. And that's what the point that you're alluding to, right? That the whole system is corrupt.
I think that those cases suggest that there is a political bias at the Department of Justice and it needs to be reformed, yes.
And how does it get reformed?
Donald Trump has laid out a plan. You're happy to look at it.
Right, and that plan is pretty scary. It's almost like you have to pledge allegiance to the ideology.
To the Constitution.
Right.
No,
to any man or any
to the ideology of the America First
to
agenda
the
and Donald Trump. And I don't know, and that is a scary narrative, one where it's going to be these loyalty tests to serve in the government. It seems like that, and that's what is coming out from these.
But David, you have to understand that this comes off of years of political hoaxes, one after the other. The Russia collusion hoax, right? Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 election. Remember that one? That was 5 years of our national discourse. $40 million, the Mueller investigation. There was no collusion. It was all made out of whole cloth by Hillary Clinton's campaign, okay? You telling me that if you understand and accept that, and I would like to hear what you guys think of that. If you think and accept that, then don't you think there needs to be significant reforms? 5 years of our national discourse over a hoax that Hillary Clinton concocted out of whole cloth. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
I think that was something that the media harped on. This isn't the Department of Justice saying that.
They had FISA warrants. What are you talking about? They had an entire investigation. It was called Crossfire Hurricane.
And so, yeah, have an investigation. But that doesn't mean that you're innocent until proven guilty. And just like the Republicans are having these hearings on Hunter Biden, on trying to connect it with Joe Biden, they can have these hearings and do it. It doesn't mean the system is all corrupt. I think they're on a fishing expedition and going down the wrong lane. But I think we take these tidbits of information, blow it up to then say the whole system is corrupt.
Well, there's a fundamental difference between what happened in Crossfire Hurricane and what's happening with Congress investigating Joe Biden and Hunter Biden corruption, which is that in Crossfire Hurricane, the Justice Department was found to have fabricated evidence and used circular reporting from the media to get illegal FISA warrants against members of the Trump campaign.
Private U.S. citizens.
Private U.S. citizens, and members of the Trump campaign had their lives destroyed, spent millions of dollars defending themselves in court over this fake investigation that, again, there was no evidence actually to even start Crossfire Hurricane in the first place because it turned out all of their informants were lying.
So let me ask a simple question. I'm dying to know the answer. If President Trump has absolute immunity, as he's argued, would the same not be true for President Biden?
I actually don't agree with the former president on that. I think what the Supreme Court will end up deciding, which will be the correct decision, is that he has limited immunity.
And we're going to leave it at that just for a moment. Right now, we do have one other projection we'd like to make. We'll pull that up on the screen. And former President Trump has won the Minnesota GOP primary. That's with 12% of the vote currently in the state of Minnesota. That's actually Dean Phillips' home state, if I remember correctly. That would be Biden's challenger. And it looks like Uncommitted has set. Oh, and that's also the state where you have the heavy uncommitted movement. That's where Michael Moore, the Democrat filmmaker, is from. And we also have some results here from Vermont, the Vermont GOP coming in, where it's a little bit closer than it was last time we left off, which is interesting. Actually, roughly 1% in Vermont. We'll keep an eye on that one. Virginia still, former President Trump has a hefty lead there with 90% of the vote in, 63-34. And in North Carolina, 74-22. Trump is leading there with 78% of the vote in. And in Alabama, deep red Alabama, 83% to 12% for Nikki Haley. Lots of delegates on the line tonight, and it looks like thus far former President Trump is taking in the lion's share there in Maine. That was another one that was questionable for Haley. Doesn't look like she's doing well with 30% and 71% for Trump. Same with Massachusetts, deep blue Massachusetts going 61% for Trump and 35% to Haley with roughly 12%. And of course, Oklahoma here, 82% for Trump with 15% in for Nikki Haley. That's with 90% of the vote in Oklahoma. Tennessee, Trump is at 77%, 19 for Nikki Haley.
And that is with 57% of the vote in, a whole slew of numbers. Now, going back to one of our earlier points about the Senate, just kidding. We're not going to go back to the House and the Senate. Hold that thought. We are going to go to a break because there is a lot more to cover. We'll be back very shortly with all of that.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I received 2 stents in my arteries, stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. I have met so many survivors. Each of them tells a story that can be so helpful to women out there.
Everything was pretty good. It was a very happy life. I was given the diagnosis that I had peripartum cardiomyopathy, which is basically a pregnancy-induced heart failure. They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
I think everyone should support the American Heart Association. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. You can be part of that very important work that the American Heart Association is doing to save lives everywhere. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives.
I'm grateful for just every day that I get with my children. I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer, and your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives.
Hi everyone watching at home. We're here to remind you that if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have live agents available right now to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Hi, I'm Gina Bellich, here with spokesman and TV personality Tom Mustin with us in the Help Center. So Tom, phones are really busy over there. Tell us what kind of calls you're seeing.
Well, Gina, first off, thank you for having me here in the call center with you. We always enjoy talking to the viewers and getting folks the compensation that they deserve. You know, we're seeing calls about all kinds of accidents, but the most common by far has been car accidents. So if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. You'll speak with a live person. They'll answer any questions you have and tell you if you have a case and how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. All right, folks at home, you heard it. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now.
First time I came in here was Monday, and today is Thursday. I've had 2 surgeries and am doing fantastic. I'm still in shock that I can walk. That's all within 4 days. In 4th grade, I was diagnosed with scoliosis. I had 70 and 60-degree curvatures. Went to Shriners Hospital in LA. It's been fused ever since. I noticed a lot of pain going down my left buttock into my thighs and into my calf. I could be standing there and my legs would just go out. I went through pain management for 2.5 years, and the pain management specialist told me there was nothing more he could do for me. We actually did our own research, and next thing I know, Dr. Benatti called and he told me immediately over the phone what my issue was without even seeing me. I was in a twilight stage during surgery, and you can actually say, where are you feeling that pain? And it immediately stops.
Hold the leg up there. No pain here? No. No pain here? No. No pain on the butt? No.
All of a sudden, they're all, do you want to get up and walk? Well, I couldn't walk before, and I got up and I just started crying because I had no pain. And I had all my weight on my left leg and on my right leg, and I walked a straight line with no assistance, no falling, no grabbing onto the walls, nothing. I held my own weight. And that's the first time in months that I was able to walk by myself.
Benatti succeeds where others fail. For more stories like these and the rest of our program, check out American Medicine Today, featuring cutting-edge medical and science innovators and a medical professional's insight on political and social issues plaguing our nation and healthcare. American Medicine Today, Saturdays 6 and Sundays at 9 on NTD Television and other streaming platforms.
We've moved so far away from the Constitution that in many ways we don't even recognize it.
In Hillsdale College's most popular online course, Constitution 101, you'll learn the principles of American government, absolutely free, at learnfromhillsdale.org. When you sign up, You'll enjoy 12 easy-to-follow lessons and learn to separate truth from fiction regarding the Constitution. To start your journey discovering the Constitution free of charge, go to learnfromhillsdale.org today.
And welcome back to our Super Tuesday special coverage on NTD's The Nation Decides 2024, where we could see a live feed of Mar-a-Lago. That's right where former President Trump is having his watch party. Mar-a-Lago, Florida there, where NTD's Iris Tao is on the ground, who's been giving us live updates. And we'll be talking to her throughout the night, not now, but in just a little bit, as she's sitting there waiting for former President Trump to come out and give his speech. He's having a very significant, night tonight, really, winning most, if not all, states right now. It looks like maybe Vermont is in play.
It does look like the energy in that room is picking up quite a lot. We had Iris earlier and there was quite quiet, low energy, but now it seems like the energy is high as they're waiting for the former president. We don't know when that speech might be. It might be 10, might be at 11, since California polls close much later, of course, for us.
Yeah, and I've been there before, Tiff, and it looks packed. A lot of times there's tables in there, and I remember there was some reporting when Trump gave his initial announcement speech that he was running for president. One of the narratives, if you will, that was coming out from the mainstream media was how everybody was leaving early and kind of pouring out, but there's no shortage of people there tonight.
Looks like they're pouring in, not out right now.
Indeed.
But first, let's go to NTD's Dave Martin over at the Data Hub. Dave, what's new?
Well, you know what? Let's look at this Vermont race. This is a very close race, the closest race of the evening by far. Now, Trump won this race in 2016, but by a very small margin. He actually did much better in the northern and southern regions. And as you can see, these shades, these orange shades, these are townships actually. Trump is leading in. The purple shades are the ones that Haley is leading in. The darker the shade, the bigger the lead. Now, let's look down here at the total actually. Just over half the votes are in, 54%. Donald Trump, 48.3%. Nikki Haley, 47.3%. Now, as I mentioned earlier, it's very significant that neither one of them is at that 50% threshold needed to take all of the delegates. There are 17. If this continues like this, where neither one of them, it'll be split. At this point, it would probably be split 9-8, Trump over Haley. Now, as I mentioned before, there were actually 5 other states that I thought Haley could get some delegates, even if she wasn't the leading vote getter. Let's take a look at those. The first, North Carolina. Now, this one is already projected for Trump. As you can see, he's got 81% of the votes are in Donald Trump, 75%. Nikki Haley, 22.5%. All she had to do, though, is get at least 20% of the vote, and she can get some of the state delegates. There are 32 of those. I think she might be able to get 8 out of this, loss here as it is today. Now, let's look at the next one. I had 5. Let's look at Tennessee. There are 58 delegates here. All she had to do, this is a winner take all, but you had to get at least 2/3 of the vote. As you can see here, 60% of the votes are in. Donald Trump, 77.5%, way more than the 67 needed. Nikki Haley, just under 20%. It looks like Trump is going to get all of these delegates. Haley is not going to get any of these. Let's look at the third one here. This is Arkansas. Now, Arkansas, as long as she got 15%, she would earn some delegates, the state delegates anyway. So there's a very good chance she would do that. Now, as this goes, 59%. Donald Trump has got 72%. Nikki Haley has at least got more than the 15%. She's got 23%. She could pick up maybe 8 more delegates there. So it's maybe 16 that I see right there with those 2 anyway. Let's look at the next one. Minnesota. All right, this is very, very early, even though they've already called this one too. 27% of the votes were in. Donald Trump, 69%. Nikki Haley, 29%. Now, this is a winner take all, but you had to get 85% to take all those delegates. Seems very unlikely he would have got that. He's at 69% now. All she has to do then is get at least 10%. It looks very likely she'll do that. She might pick, there's 39 delegates in the state. I can see her getting maybe 8 of those as well. Let's look at the final one is actually Alaska right down here. We have no results for that one. The polling has not, or the voting has not started. But anyway, in Alaska, there are 29 delegates. It's not a winner-take-all state. As long as she gets at least 13% there, she's going to get some delegates. Let's assume she gets maybe 8 there. She gets maybe 32 here between those 4 second-place finishes, as you will. It'll also depend on Vermont here. She could get anywhere from, if Trump just makes a bit of a rally and gets over 50%, she'll get nothing. If she makes a little bit of a rally, gets over 50%, she'll get 17. As it is now, it looks like she might get 8. That puts her at roughly 40 for the day. Now, as I mentioned, there were 865 delegates on the day. If she gets 40, that means Trump gets 825. Added to the 273 he had coming in, that's nearly 1,100 delegates he would have by the end of the night. Now, that's not enough to win the 1,215 that you need to win the GOP nomination. That is the magic number, but it's very close. In 1 week from tonight, there are 4 more elections with 160 delegates up for grabs. It looks like it's a very good chance that mathematically this race will be over a week from tonight, should this continue the way it's going. Now, that's it for me. Let's head back to the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for breaking down all those numbers for us. And we've got a lot more coverage tonight. We'll be back shortly after this short break.
Hi, I'm Elijah. When I grow up, I want to be a robotic engineer.
Robert does everything he can as a grandfather to provide for Elijah and his 5 siblings.
Not being hungry allows my grandkids to live, to enjoy life.
When I'm hungry, it affects me. Like if I'm trying to read, I'll go to sleep, or if I'm trying to do something around class, I'll get distracted.
Every child has dreams, and every child needs healthy food to make those dreams come true. 1 in 5 children face hunger in America, and food costs are rising. Call or go online right now to join Feeding America with your gift of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day. Together, thanks to a nationwide network of food banks, dedicated volunteers, and the monthly support of people like you, we can fill plates with nutritious food for families across America.
It helps us, like if we need some food, we'll go get food.
We're getting closer to the day when no one in America faces hunger, but we can't do it without you. Call now or go online at helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. 98% of donations go directly to help millions of people facing hunger, from coast to coast and in your own community. When you get my credit card, you'll receive this exclusive canvas grocery bag to show you're a part of a movement, to ensure that everyone has the food and resources they need to thrive. Please call now or make your monthly donation at helpfeedingamerica.org. Working together, we can end hunger in America.
We are only 80 years removed from countries that killed 60 to 70 million people intentionally. And we have people being like, oh, it can't happen here. Yeah, it can, and it might.
These people, they're not interested in the facts. They're not interested in anything except crushing people that are in their way.
There needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members.
A strong church can stop this.
I'm Steve Lance. Join me live for special coverage of the 2024 State of the Union address and the Republican response. A crisis on the southern border, inflation soaring, and global conflicts threatening the free world. President Biden's job approval more consequential than ever this election year. Join us Thursday, March 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on NTD News.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
Here on NTD Business, we break financial news and give market insights you won't find anywhere else. Don't miss a beat. Tune in on NTD News.
I'm Dave Martin here in New York City, and we are NTD News.
Hi, I'm Kelly Wright. We thank you for joining us and watching America's Hope here on NTD News. Bottom line is, I know you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, but let's give you some good news in the midst of the bad news. Watch us nightly, right here on NTD News, for a full dose of America's Hope.
And welcome back. This is The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. Now let's go to NTD's Iris Tao in Florida. She's been following President Trump tonight. Now, Iris, what are you hearing from the Trump crowd over there in Mar-a-Lago?
Good evening to all of you. So the night is so young over here. The crowd is, of course, very excited right now as former President Trump could take the stage at any minute now as polls are starting to close on the West Coast. Originally, we've heard rumors on this riser about President Trump coming out to speak at around 10 p.m. Eastern time, and we are almost to that point. So there's a lot to watch for as Trump could give a speech about his latest victory very, very soon. Meanwhile, we're seeing Nikki Haley gaining some traction, though not substantial, but she's winning about 20 to 30% of the votes in some states. So the question is right now, in the general election in November, what will those never-Trumpers or anti-Trump voters vote for? Would it go to Biden, or would it stick with Haley or a non-candidate? So with that, we spoke with Congressman Byron Donalds about where things will go next. Let's take a look. All right, so first of all, what is your prediction for the results tonight? What would be a fantastic night for President Trump, and what would be a rather moderate prediction from you?
Well, look, I think you're already seeing it. States are coming in. It is overwhelming the support for President Trump. He's going to take a massive lead in the delegate count. That's what you really want to see. But the biggest thing is that, well, there's never really been a pathway for Nikki Haley. It continues to shrink, whichever pathway might have existed. I think after tonight, it's going to be non-existent. My hope is the biggest result is that it's time for her to drop out of this race so we can unite as a party.
According to exit polls, so we are seeing a lot of Nikki Haley voters say they're not necessarily committed to supporting President Trump. Do you think that could be a concern in November when they face off between the choice of Biden versus Trump?
Well, look, when it comes to campaigns, I'm always running scared. I'm always running to make sure you do everything to secure every vote possible. For those Republican voters who are saying to themselves they're not quite sure if they're ready to be with us, I will tell you that our country will be in a far better place if you join us right now. It's time to put aside the things of the past and be focused on America's future. And Donald Trump can lead this country. The first 3 years of his presidency was way better than anybody ever thought it was going to be. There was actually peace around the world. We were energy independent. Our border was secured. Every demographic group was actually increasing their wealth and increasing their wages. Those are all positive things we should be proud of, and we can have it again, but we can only have it if we're going to be united. And I think we can do that. That's my call to those voters. It's time to come home. Let's go save America.
So after tonight, when President Trump is starting to secure more delegate votes, do you think his messaging from his campaign will change in one way or another?
I think it's already has changed. I think the campaign has been locked in and focused on Joe Biden, has been locked in and focused on November. Obviously, we still have business to finish in the primary process, but every state that comes in, it's been so overwhelming, the support for President Trump, so overwhelming of any other candidate. And so that's why it's time for this process to come to a close. Obviously, our voters are still going to cast ballots on the way to the convention in Wisconsin, but the time is now to focus on the general election. Let's make sure we get everybody focused on winning back the White House, keeping the House of Representatives, and taking back the Senate.
As we look ahead to a more and more likely Biden-Trump rematch, what is your message to voters who say they don't want to face the same choice again, that they're tired of Biden versus Trump?
Well, listen, life is about choices. You don't get to design every one, but you still have an opportunity to make a choice. And we have seen Joe Biden's presidency up close and personal. We have seen the confusion. We've seen the dithering. We've seen the America Last policies. We have seen our streets be overrun with illegal immigrants. These are things that are not conducive for any American. And so the only thing that American people will be able to do is vote for which man did a better job. And it's without question, that man is Donald J. Trump.
Congressman Byron Donalds, thank you so much for joining us as always.
Thank you so much.
And just now we saw the Trump team putting on that screen right there saying Trump wins Minnesota. So polls are closing right now, and of course results are becoming more and more clear. The front rows in this room are getting filled, meaning we could expect a Trump speech very soon. Back to you all.
Iris, thank you for that, and we'll be back with you later, maybe with Trump's speech.
And Iris in there making predictions and projections with Minnesota. And let's now turn to our in-studio panel, Jason Meier, Republican strategist, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist. Guys, Republican leadership in the Senate specifically is expected to undergo a big change with Senator Mitch McConnell stepping down as leader at the end of the year. I want to play some sound from Kash Patel commenting on that.
I would like personally to see a quote unquote election, a process where multiple people, even those that are maybe junior to those in current leadership positions, audition and apply for that position, because it's going to be so important to President Trump, should he win re-election, to have a majority leader that is in lockstep with him, to not just confirm judges and appointees, but to pass legislation. You need that in a Senate leader.
So, Jason, should we expect the Senate's posture to change dramatically with new leadership from what has traditionally been under McConnell for so many years?
I think so, and I hope so. I think that a lot of the GOP leadership are essentially dinosaurs. They are going extinct. The GOP has been remodeled as the MAGA working class party. And I think that to Kash's point, I think we do need to look at all the skilled younger people that are coming up in this MAGA party, this renovated MAGA party, and look to them to see and assess who is the best skilled person for that job. But I think that McConnell stepping down is a very positive thing going forward for the Republican Party.
And David, to get your thoughts on what you think, in terms of seeing this, these relics of the past, if you will, one might say that President Biden falls into that category. He is roughly the same age as Senator McConnell, as Mitch McConnell, and served for just as long. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful that the Senate has a secret ballot in terms of casting the vote for their leader, because as we've seen in the House, they've just kowtowed to Donald Trump. They do whatever he says. And it's scary, I think, for the American people, because there should be some sort of separation between the legislative branch and the executive branch. But the Donald Trump party is saying, no, it has to be all or nothing. You have to be with Donald Trump 100% or nothing. And so a secret ballot allows for someone to have some dissenting views with the president. John Thune just recently endorsed President Donald Trump after trying to distance himself from him for a long time. I think he did that so that he could possibly ascend to leader. But I think the Senate is a different animal. It's statewide elections, so you don't have the gerrymandering that you have in the House. Senators can be a little bit more independent, which is a good thing. But I think the problem that we see overall with the Republicans is just, It's Donald Trump's way or the highway, and it might be good for some voters, but it's bad for the general public overall.
Jason, on the note of Senator John Thune, he has confirmed that he will run to succeed McConnell. Now, any candidates come to your mind as a good successor, and how would that impact either a Trump or Biden presidency?
Look, I think that it is important to have someone in that position that is going to work with President Trump in the event that he wins the general election, and I think he will, handedly, frankly. But I think there are so many people out there that have the skill set that I think can lead in that position. So I'm very open-minded to the broad cast of characters.
Now, McConnell has said it's time for the next generation of leadership. In your view, who is that next leader?
Well, it's a good question. And what's interesting is McConnell has said he's stepping down as leader, but he hasn't said if he's leaving the Senate. And
he's finishing his term, so he'll be there through 2027.
That's right.
Just in a different seat, not in the front.
Right, and so he'll be there for a few more years, right? And then, I mean, we assume he's not running for re-election, but I don't think he's publicly stated that. So I haven't heard that. So it's interesting, he's still hanging on and he's still gonna be there. But yeah, the Senate is a different animal. You know, we see Sinema now not running again. And claiming that it's about partisanship, right? That her model of trying to compromise doesn't work. But yeah, I'm hopeful for the Senate. You know, obviously I'm biased. I'd like to see Democratic control. I think that's important. But I think the fact of having some independence, I agree with Jason. Yes, you should be able to work with the president, but it should be a relationship, a give and take, not a we'll give you everything and get nothing for it. And have a little bit of a spine and a little bit of a different opinion, not to be a contrarian, but to make sure we're getting the best deal for the American people. And that's my fear here with this agenda on the GOP side, that it's been consolidating the ranks, making sure that it's 100% in lockstep with the MAGA wing, with Donald Trump. And I fear that that is a detriment for the Republican Party, that yes, it's solidifying their base, but it's making them creep more into like third party territory rather than being a major party.
So this is a common theme that you've expressed a number of times tonight, and I'd like to address it. You've said many times that you think that Trump really needs to figure out his messaging to moderates and independents. I actually think that it's really, let's focus less on his messaging to moderates and independents and focus more on what he will do for moderates and independents under his leadership. His policies, the economy, a secure southern border, you know, bringing inflation under control. All those things will benefit those voters. And that's what I think you're seeing in some of the polling in the New York Times Siena poll we talked about earlier this evening. I think you're seeing him surging with blacks, Hispanics, suburban women, because they realize not the messaging, but realize that the policies under Trump versus Joe Biden are better. And that's why I think he's surging with those groups.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at, that you're right, it's the policies, but that's not what we've seen. If it's relying on, hey, I'm the candidate from a yesteryear, you know, from a better time, just the good old days, it's this nostalgia, and that gives to a certain amount of credibility. But it seems to me the candidacy, and you ask voters on the street and they're relaying to this, which, you know, it's helpful, but I think it's short-sighted. It's saying, I was better off 4 years ago. There was no wars 4 years ago. And that type of commentary is just this, hey, you know, it wasn't raining when Donald Trump was president, so it won't be raining this time around. And it's very much not anything to do with policy or anything. It was just, hey, it was a good time under Donald Trump, so it'll probably be a good time again. And I think they have to deliver more than that. Right now, the campaign strategy, it's been effective to a certain degree. I just don't think it'll be enough to put him over the edge. Is, look, Joe Biden's old. Look, you know, Joe Biden is just not good, and we'll do better. And, you know, you lost your job or you got a flat tire, it's Joe Biden's fault. And it's really to that, you know, I say it a little joking, you know, flat tire, but it's almost to that extent, that it's anything going wrong in the world is Joe Biden's fault. And I think that's unfair, and it's something that they're gonna have to do more than just blame Biden. And that's the message, it's blame Biden. It works to a certain degree, but it just won't be enough to put him over the top.
So I actually do think that to some, and we've talked about this a lot tonight, about his senility, that he's frail, Joe Biden I'm talking about. And I actually think that Democrats, when they elected him in 2020, I think that they actually looked at that as a feature, not a bug. Because the people that are pulling the strings behind the curtain, so to speak, they say he's a puppet to some degree. I think that they want to push their policies through using the face of Joe Biden as this sort of moderate, grandpa. But truthfully, we now see over the last 3.5, 4 years that he isn't a moderate. In fact, everything that they've done in this Build Back Better sort of campaign was really to build back better in their green utopian nightmare, in my opinion. And that's really what it comes down to, is that what you're experiencing, what Americans are experiencing right now, was essentially the destruction of America. That's what Build Back Better was always about. It was about building into this utopian green nightmare. That's why the border is wide open. That's why inflation is raging. That's why gas prices are spiking. All of those things are a result of Joe Biden's policies. That is the result of the Build Back Better, and that was always what Build Back Better was
Build
about.
Back Better, you know what it's done? It's led to record low unemployment, record high stock market, record amount of jobs being invested into this country. And I know Donald Trump likes to pick on it and somehow claim that EVs are being lost, electric vehicles are being lost to China, etc. No, the bills that Joe Biden has passed have said that the only way you get this benefit is if these products are actually made, manufactured, built in the United States of America. So there's a lot of pro-America first, language that we want to use in this legislation. And again, it's just about blaming. Build Back Better led to inflation. I mean, that's something every economist would disagree with.
Yes.
But it's rhetoric that works to many American people.
Not digging for oil and gas, having a war on oil and gas, and all the things that you're doing at the southern border, those have results. And the results are now in front of the American people. They can see what life is like under Joe Biden versus what it was under Donald Trump. And to say that it's just messaging and that, it wasn't raining under Donald Trump and so it won't be raining again under a second Trump 2.0, I think is a little bit silly. I think we have to actually look at the results of the policies under one man, Donald Trump, and under another man, Joe Biden. And I think that's what the American people are going to decide in November.
Right, and those policies are crystal clear, right? Like the one I know you hate about Trump having less jobs when he left office than when he started. I mean, not doing anything about interest rates, putting us further into deficit. That's the legacy of Donald Trump. And then it's like Joe Biden is actually doing something, so let's nitpick, let's tear away at anything that he's done and find the negatives in it, when meanwhile, he's actually done these things that people have been clamoring for years. These investments in our infrastructure, in our economy, to make sure that we do have the infrastructure for a green economy. And I'm afraid that Republicans have taken this narrative that I understand, yes, maybe some things might be too far, might be scary to talk about transition, but it almost seems like Republicans are moving into this narrative that they don't want to do anything with clean energy. And I've even heard people like Vivek Ramaswamy say they're environmental terrorists, using that terminology where I can understand a disagreement, but now it's like Republicans have given up on transitioning to a clean economy or a green economy at all.
So it seems as though there's a recurring theme here, which is this discussion keeps on going toward a general election. And we forget that there's actually still a competitor, Nikki Haley here, that I'm going to ask you guys about in just a moment. But on our screen right now, you can see it's split there as we look into Mar-a-Lago, waiting for former President Trump to come out and potentially give his victory lap. Things looking quite well for him tonight. You get to factor in some of the gamesmanship, if you will, that we may have seen over the last few primaries. New Hampshire, where Nikki Haley came out and took her lap quite early, which surprised everybody. And we're hearing right now that former President Trump will be coming out in 5 minutes, and we'll be sure to cut over there as soon as he does. But staying within, I guess, the realm of the Senate, David, I just want to get your thoughts in terms of what you think, or if you think endorsements of influential folks are that important. We just saw this week, I mentioned Nikki Haley just a few moments ago because she did get two rather significant endorsements in the Senate from Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. What do you think is their motivation coming out this late in the game, and does it really matter?
I think they're following what the trend of these primaries is showing. Yes, Donald Trump is winning these primaries, but you look at the exit polling, and I just looked at North Carolina and Virginia, and it showed that it was like 20% of Nikki Haley voters will say that they will not support any Republican nominee. In fact, 40% of Virginia Republican voters in the primary said if Donald Trump is convicted, they would not support him in the general election. So I think they're reading the tea leaves and saying, look, he's done really well with the primary voter, but when again, we're getting back into that same topic, that you're repelling the moderates. And that's where this is going, right? To come out this late in the game, when everyone has bowed down and kissed the ring, and Nikki Haley is on a losing track, and we all see that, but they're still making this principled stand to say, look, Donald Trump is leading us on a roadway to disaster. And it's something that is going to be hard to recover from. And I think those are coming from Republican senators this late in the game that said, please, we cannot support another 4 years of the chaos of Donald Trump.
So Jason, polls in Alaska don't close until 12 a.m. Lisa Murkowski, one of those senators endorsing Nikki Haley. What are your thoughts on Murkowski and Collins, Maine, which Trump appears to have already won?
Yeah, I don't think they have a very big impact at all, if an impact at all.
But why do it?
I think that, look, to David's point, a lot of Nikki Haley's voters are Democrats. If you look at these exit polls, they're saying that they are not going to vote for any Republican. They are Democrats. Her staff is made up of Democrats. Her donors are Democrats. She is just a thorn in Donald Trump's side, put there by the Democrats. That's why she's still in this race. She should have dropped out before she lost her home state. She hasn't won a single state yet, not one state.
Well, DC.
She's getting shellacked.
She won D.C. First female
she
to
won
win
the swamp.
a
Yes,
GOP primary.
She won the swamp, which to me is a testament to everything that Donald Trump stands for. People in this country are watching this lawfare. They're saying, I'm going to vote for the guy with the most arrests, the most indictments, the most impeachments, because that's the guy that puts the American people first, while this establishment, the D.C. swamp, continues to put the American people last. That's how I think Americans see it.
And to your point, the fact that, Nikki won D.C. over Trump shocked a lot of people. And we have one right here that we're going to announce that may shock some folks as well. President Biden is projected to lose the Democratic caucus in the territory of American Samoa to lesser-known candidate Jason Palmer. Decision Desk has called the race and later confirmed it with the Democratic Party in that territory. According to Palmer's campaign, he's a tech entrepreneur and is qualified for the ballot in 16 states and territories. There are 11 delegates at stake in American Samoa. Delegates will be allocated proportionally for any candidate who gets over 15% of the vote. With that said, David?
Oh my goodness, we are in trouble. The sirens are going. No, I think we can't really read too much into this. First, I think those numbers might be off. My understanding is Samoa is 6 delegates and it is proportionate. So I think when I last looked at it, this Jason Palmer, who I never heard of until just a few minutes ago, he got like 50 votes. I'm saying 5-0 to Biden's 40 votes. So if this were, even those numbers are tiny, right? So we can't read too much into it. But even if we did want to say the numbers are fine, right? 90 people voting and getting those delegates. This guy, never heard of him before, right? So he could have done anything, gone around and shook enough hands or whatever. But if it were something like uncommitted, right? Or something that really was a statement, that would mean more credence, right? I would have to look at that a little more carefully to say, okay, maybe there's something going on here. But the fact that this guy, who none of us know anything about, won this primary when we're talking about literally less than 100 votes, is something that I think we can't give too much credence to, other than this guy ran a good campaign in American Samoa. And if we were planning to run, we should ask.
Right now, we're going to stop here. We're going to cut right now to Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is making his way out to the podium to give a speech. The music.
Well, thank you very much. They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one. And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's. He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in, airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age. But we have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them, that's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, you will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of a street and have fistfights with police officers, and if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level, we were energy independent. We were going to be very shortly energy dominant, and today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff. But we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmentalists, you ought to look at that, because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only plant that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world, and then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success, and that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify this party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had, and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before, and it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together. Our country was coming together. And now we have a very divided country. We have a country that a political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday they will be. They're being beaten up pretty badly. People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor. The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them, and we have to get that confidence back. It's so important for the success of our country. So important. So this has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family. They've had it very easy since I decided to run for politics. They say, thanks a lot, Dad, we appreciate it. But they're strong, and they're very capable people, and they love the country. They really do love the country, and we appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody at my staff. Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's really a statement. And we have no choice because November 5th, it's right around the corner, November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take it, and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected. Right now, our country is known as a joke. It's a joke. Other leaders who I speak to, other leaders can't believe what happened to us. Because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be. Of course, maybe there's reasons for things having happened, but they were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along, and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him, look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars, and that's what happened. For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I got rid of ISIS. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And we had no wars, and we stopped wars. We weren't getting along with a lot of countries. All of a sudden, North Korea, which is a serious nuclear power, but North Korea came along. Kim Jong-un, we got along very well. We got along very well with China until COVID. That was a little bit too much, as far as I was concerned. That was too much. Couldn't take that one. But we made a trade deal with China that I don't even talk about. $50 billion a year in product they bought from our farmers, our manufacturers. They used to buy 10. I got 50, and it was great. But COVID, I don't even talk about that, because COVID was such a horrible thing. It started in the Wuhan labs, just as I said, the Wuhan labs. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people think it wasn't, but I believe it was. But regardless, it caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death all over the world, all over the world. And we did a fantastic job on that. We never got credit for that. Unbelievable job on that. We came up with things that nobody thought was possible. Don't forget, when it came in, nobody had an idea what it was. They didn't even use the word pandemic. Nobody had an idea. But we did a fantastic job. And we got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for our foreign policy. I think credit like nobody, very few people have gotten. And the press was very honest about it. They give us very high marks on foreign policy, the Abraham Accords, so many different things we did. But we never got the kind of due that we should have for the COVID, or as I call it affectionately, the Chinese virus, the China virus, which is a much more accurate term. And despite that, the stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was higher than it was prior to COVID coming in. It was an amazing thing. We did an amazing job, and we have so many people that worked on that, so many of the doctors, so many of the scientists that worked with us on that. It was really, really something. But there's never been an administration that had more success in so many different elements. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We have the largest regulation cuts in history. We rebuilt our military. And what happened, we rebuilt our entire military, and beautiful. We had jet fighters that were 53 years old, and we had all brand new jet fighters. And then after this other group of people that didn't know what they were doing, they took over, and we had that horrible surrender in Afghanistan. I call it a surrender. We took the soldiers out first. You know, I dealt with the leaders of the Taliban in Afghanistan. They were the ones that were causing the trouble. The press was very angry because they said, "Why are you calling them?" I said, "Because that's where the problem is." I say oftentimes, they asked Jesse James, "Jesse, why do you rob banks?" He said, "Because that's where the money is." And I said, that's where the problem is with the Taliban. And I spoke to Abdul. He's still the leader. Believe it or not, he's really the leader of Afghanistan, but he's the leader of the Taliban, a rough group. I say, don't ever shoot our soldiers again. Don't ever do it. Very interesting what happened is that, we were having, during the Obama administration, previously, they were shooting a lot of our soldiers. And I let them know, I said, don't ever, ever let that happen. I said in a rather nasty fashion. We don't have to go into it tonight. For 18 months, we lost nobody in Afghanistan. And then we had that horrible, horrible withdrawal where we lost 13 soldiers, 38 horribly wounded, left Americans behind. You know, you have Americans right now still behind. Call them hostages if you like. It was a terrible moment. We left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful equipment behind, jets and tanks and everything you couldn't think of, goggles, night goggles. They didn't used to fight. They're good fighters. They didn't used to fight at night, but now they do because they have goggles. They have better goggles than we have. So I just want to tell you that led to a lot of bad things, and now the worst things are happening. The things that are happening now are unthinkable, and they're unthinkable at the border. We have millions of people invading our country. This is an invasion. This is the worst invasion probably. We've never had anything like it. No country has ever had anything like it. The number today could be 15 million people. And they're coming from rough places and dangerous places. And we had that shut down. We had everything going so beautifully. When Joe Biden goes to the beach, because somebody on his staff thinks he looks very good in a bathing suit, until he can't get his feet out of the sand or lift the chair, which weighs about 9 ounces. Joe Biden, if he would have just left everything alone, he could have gone to the beach. He would have had a tremendous success at the border and elsewhere. So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. They stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to do things that nobody thought was possible. You know, we hadn't done our second phase of the tax cuts. When we did the tax cuts, the Democrats fought us very hard. And now they say, well, I guess that was pretty good because we took in much more revenues after we cut taxes. And then we did all of those regulation cuts, and people were working, and everybody was happy, and we were all proud of our country. But we're going to win this election because we have no choice. If we lose the election, we're not going to have a country left. And we're going to do something. Thank you very much. We love you too. And we love our country. And we can't let this magnificent, some people call it an experiment. I don't call it an experiment. I just say this is a magnificent place, a magnificent country. And it's so sad to see how far it's come and gone. When you look at the depths of where it's gone, we can't let that happen. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to close our borders. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the inflation down. And we are going to make our country greater than ever before. And we're going to do it quickly. We're going to do it quickly. It's going to go fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have many, many criminals that have entered our country. We have people coming in from such bad places, and we're going to have to get them out. We have murderers that are being deposited into our country. We have drug dealers at the biggest and highest levels that are coming into our country. We have people coming into our country that just shouldn't be here, but many, and I say many, large percentages, they come in through the caravans, they come in many different ways. Now we find out again, they come in through airplanes, we send them in. This is crazy. But they come into our country, we're going to stop them. We're going to close our borders. We're going to have to deport a lot of people, a lot of bad people, because our countries can't live like this. Our cities are choking to death. Our states are dying. And frankly, our country is dying. And we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. It's been a big night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And there you have it, former President Trump taking a victory lap after a pretty decisive evening.
It does seem so far he's dominated every state. It does look like, I think, Vermont, Nikki Haley might have squeaked past to win. We don't have a projection on that one, so we're not sure yet. But so far it does look like Trump was dominating tonight. Although we will see what the margins were and what the exit polls are saying. Could those Nikki Haley voters potentially go to him or perhaps President Biden? It does look like November 5th, as President Trump was saying, is right around the corner. The general election is almost here, so we will see how all of that unfolds.
Yeah, to Tiff's point, Jason, I mean, the speech, we'll talk about Vermont. I find that one to be pretty interesting, that Nikki's kind of jumped up. I think she's up by over 2,000 votes right now, but a Democrat in a very, strongly liberal state. where you have a lot of activists, could easily, probably gather up 2,000 Democrats to come out just to protest against Trump. We'll talk about that in a minute, but I want to get your thoughts on the speech tonight. I guess the main theme, he touched on a lot of the usual suspects, but the border.
Yeah. Look, I think it was a very strong speech. I think he's had a very strong night. He's solidified the Republican base. I think that he is essentially, there is no path left for Nikki Haley. Even if she does somehow eke out Vermont, I don't think it really has any meaningful situation going forward into November. But I thought one of the greatest lines of that speech was when he said, "Success will bring unity to our country." And he talked about all the things that have happened since he left office. The fact that we have a two-tier system of justice, the fact that we have a wide open border, the fact that we don't have a free and fair mainstream media, the fact that we have 40-year high inflation, we have wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine. So I think he's correct. I think that he will bring back success to this country that hopefully will unify this country, because this country is very badly divided. And I thought that was a very great messaging by the president to try to remind Americans what it was like under his presidency. And the fact that this tent is just growing bigger and bigger, just like we talked a lot about that New York Times Siena poll tonight, the fact that he's surging with blacks, Hispanics, suburban women. So we welcome everyone into this tent and to this America First agenda and movement.
David, what stuck out to you? Anything?
I think it was a missed opportunity for Donald Trump here. He has an opportunity. This is the most people have had to participate in the election, a lot of eyeballs. And what did he do? A lot of what we've been talking about tonight, a whole lot of nothing, right? He claimed credit for the stock market, right? Donald Trump's obsessed with the stock market numbers. And even though in a previous panel we were disagreeing that maybe the stock market's not the best indicator, well, to Donald Trump, it's very important. And he is claiming that he is responsible for the stock market record highs right now because of his polling numbers. That's interesting. I think that's a great leap, and it takes a lot of imagination for people to get behind that. Also, he has this opportunity to talk about something you're going to do, right? Tangibles. There was not one single thing there. Maybe he's talking about refining tar, a process of refining tar he mentioned. He talked about 15 million illegals across the border, a number that's been debunked by fact checkers, and he's still using that number. So to me, it's like when you start to fib, right? I can imagine a fib, an exaggeration, but this is a pattern for Donald Trump. He is just making stuff up. He's responsible for the stock market, 15 million illegals that has been debunked, the safest, most secure border in our history. I mean, does Donald Trump even know our history?
Let me ask you, Dave.
We've been around since, when do you want to say, 1776? Or do you want to do a later date? But no, I mean, these numbers, and then we could say, oh, well, he's just, fibbing a little, or he's being sarcastic. Well, when do you start being serious? And when do you actually put forth an agenda? Look, 20, 30, 40% of the voters keep saying no to Donald Trump. We don't like you. And it's not that this is like a runaway. He's an incumbent president running for re-election. If we take it by that standard, he's doing horribly in these polls, in these actual elections. He's underperforming consistently by at least 7-8 points across every race I've seen. Yes, they're big numbers, but it is underperforming according to the polls.
So Dave, one policy measure that he did mention and touted was his policy toward China, specifically in the tariffs. His China policy is arguably maybe one of the only policies that the Biden administration has actually left in place. I mean, I think we have to give credit when credit is due. No president in recent history was as tough and direct on China as former President Trump.
I mean, if we look carefully at what Donald Trump has said about tariffs, it's a very dangerous, dangerous road. Look, every time, it's easy to say, oh, we're going to tax this entity or that entity for shipping into the United States. The ramifications of that are tremendous. And Donald Trump has, to some extent, been reckless with his rhetoric on tariffs. And we think it's so easy to just say a tariff on this, a tariff on that. There's retribution on that. And that's a problem with it. So yes, we have that tariff in place. One, there's so many other things that Donald Trump has talked about, but hasn't followed through on it, thank goodness. I think it's easier to throw these things out there than actually to then actually do it. And that was something he's saying they're paying us billions of dollars. I mean, just the rhetoric there, not even mentioning a tariff. It's like, what is he even talking about? And to average consumers, I don't know if they really know what that even means.
We're going to come back to
he didn't say anything about tariffs.
We're going to come back to the policy discussion in just a moment, but before that, we do have a projection to make. As Tiff was mentioning earlier, it does look like Nikki Haley will be the winner of Vermont in the GOP primary, something that a lot of folks predicted. She came out of the gate looking pretty weak, and now she's made up some significant ground. 49%, almost 50% of the vote. Former President Trump with 45. You have to look there at the Delta, and it's about 2,500 votes or so. And like we said earlier, Jason, those 2,500 votes could potentially be coming from Democrats who came out to protest against Trump.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see those numbers. My guess is there's a significant block of these voters that are historical Democrat voters. I mean, Vermont is a very liberal state with a lot of Democrats. So to me, this could be an operation by Democrats to give her a state to put up a fight against Donald Trump. I don't think it really has any meaningful significance in the grand scheme of this primary.
I mean, a point to take away, Vermont is a winner-take-all, so she'll get all those delegates. Granted, it's only 17, but it is all of those delegates. And Vermont does have a Republican governor, and to say that Democrats could masterfully pull off 30,000 votes for Nikki Haley in one of the smallest populated states in the country would be masterful, and you'd have to give them a lot of credit. So I think there's more to it. Yes, I agree, there's probably a bunch of Democrats voting in that primary, like in other primaries, but this is the type of coalition that you have to build. And I know I sound like a broken record, and I've been repeating myself, but as a Democratic strategist, I am thrilled when I see Donald Trump go up there and just shoot these opportunities away. You know, the rhetoric was just outstanding, but the substance was just not there. And this is your opportunity. You're crushing it in the primaries. Pivot a little, be gracious. You know, and he does none of that. I mean, he was thanking his staff. That was good to see. You know, that's nice, showing some, humility that you don't do it all yourself. But the fact that you have this opportunity to talk to millions of Americans and it's still just blame Biden, blame Biden, blame Biden, where does it leave us?
But in fairness, I don't think he was necessarily blaming Biden. He was saying, he was basically talking about his record and what he had accomplished and saying that we can have that again. We can be great. We can be a great country. We can be respected around the world again. We can have a secure border. We can have a strong economy for everyone. And I think that he was emphasizing that. That's not necessarily just attacking, blaming Biden. It's saying, I have a record. I was president before Joe Biden, and we can have that country back again. So to me, that's not just pointing a finger at Biden. It's saying, look at what I accomplished. We can have it again.
And to that point, we're going to take a short break. We have a lot more data to dig into as it continues to come in. Right now, we're on The Nation Decides, NTD's Super Tuesday special coverage. Don't go away.
Is deep sea fish oil really healthy? Due to pollution in the oceans, most fish contain heavy metal elements and radioactive substances. That's why it's so important to choose a pure source of omega-3. Puritang green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds, which are rich in nutrients and minerals, especially vitamins A, D, E, calcium, and iron. With natural processing and no harmful chemical additives, it has more than 90% concentration of omegas 3, 6, 7, and 9. It effectively improves brain power and is beneficial to the heart's health. Puritang omega-3 does not smell of fish and contains no pollutants, so both adults and children can safely and easily consume it over a long period of time. Puritang green vegetable omega-3, greener, healthier, and more effective. Visit puritang.com to learn more.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing
What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're going to benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
My dad's name was David. He always talked about getting life insurance, and now it's too late.
No one was expecting my husband Dave to suffer from a heart attack. We didn't have life insurance. We thought we had more time.
Don't be Dave, and don't wait until it's too late to get the life insurance coverage you need. And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Call now to get affordable life insurance.
Just call
800-494-1562.
If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam, no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week. Remember, don't be Dave. Call now.
Call now.
800-494-1562.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. Now let's check in on Jack Bradley, who's in Virginia. Jack, what can you tell us?
Hey, Tiff. Yeah, I'm here in Arlington, Virginia, at a local pub where a Super Tuesday watch party just finished. And it was hosted by the Arlington GOP. Many people left here thinking of what looks to be a Biden-Trump rematch. Now, I had the opportunity to speak to the Arlington GOP chair about why Republicans are unifying under Trump. Let's take a look at that. Trump is expected to win this. He's been projected to by AP. How do you feel about that?
You know, I'm excited. There's a lot of excitement from Republicans about defeating Joe Biden this year. Bidenomics is not working, and there's a tremendous opportunity for Republicans and for people across the political spectrum to go out and make their voice heard and elect Donald Trump.
As far as the Republicans winning the other couple chambers of the other chambers, how do you feel about Republicans holding those seats?
I'm very optimistic about Republicans taking the House, holding the House, and taking the U.S. Senate. We've got about 7 seats that are in play in the U.S. Senate. It's a tremendous opportunity to put America back to work, to secure our borders, and to make America safe and strong again.
So what issues do you align with Trump, and why are you supporting him?
You know, I support Donald Trump for the America First foreign policy. It's strengthening our own borders and then projecting strength to our friends and allies across the globe, but also sending a message to those who are authoritarian, people like Vladimir Putin in Russia, President Xi Jinping in China, and others, to say America will not stand for authoritarian regimes across the globe.
How do you feel about the Republican movement right now, and is there a division?
You know, Republicans are excited about the opportunity to defeat Joe Biden, and we have a tremendous opportunity this year to do that. I think most Americans want more money in their paychecks. They want more opportunity to create their American dream, and more instances where America is safe for their children and grandchildren.
And things are wrapping up here in Arlington, Virginia. Looks to be a Biden-Trump rematch. Well, things are wrapping up, and Tiff, it's back to you.
All right, Jack, thanks for that update.
And let's now go to the Data Hub for a deeper dive into the data with Dave Martin. Dave, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, let's look at this Vermont race again. Now, this has been called for Nikki Haley. The only suspense left is really whether she's going to get all the delegates, all 17, or whether she's just going to get half. As you can see, these orange shaded, these are townships and cities. These are for Trump leads. These purple ones, these are Nikki Haley leads. You look down here, let's look at the final vote. 89% of the vote in Nikki Haley, 50% Donald Trump, 45.5%. That's very significant. If she has been just under 50% for most of the night, but 50%, this is a winner take all, but you still have to get 50% of the vote to get all 17 delegates. As it is right now, she's going to get all 17 if this continues the way it's going. Now let's look at another one that we were looking at earlier. We thought maybe the same thing could be happening in Maine. It's also an open election too. Let's take a look at Maine. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the orange is Donald Trump, and as you can see here, it is pretty much all orange at this point. I think I see one. Well, I still only see one for Nikki Haley. As you can see, he's got a huge lead. 68% of the votes are in. Donald Trump, 72%. Nikki Haley, 26%. Now, speaking of a lot of orange, let's look at Texas. 161 delegates are represented by Texas. Trump, we've already seen call this race. This is all orange here. As you can see, the total amount. 46% of the votes counted. Donald Trump, 58% now. Donald Trump, 78% of the vote. Nikki Haley, just 17. He's going to get all 161 votes there. Let's look at another one of theirs. Minnesota. Now, Trump actually finished third in Minnesota in 2016 in the GOP primary. Lost to both Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio. How would he do this year? This is looking a whole lot more orange for him here, too. There's no purple even up here. 73% of the votes are in. Donald Trump has 66% of the vote. Nikki Haley has 32%. Now, this is a winner-take-all state, but you have to get 85% to get them all. So it looks like Haley is still going to get, there's 39 delegates here. She could get, at this point, maybe 12. So this is actually not a bad showing for her right here in Minnesota. Let's look at another one here in Tennessee. Now this one, there was a chance that Nikki Haley could get some delegates here because this is winner take all, but you had to at least get 67%. As you can see, this is all orange here too. 88% of the votes are in. Donald Trump, 77.5%. Nikki Haley, 19.4%. It does not look like she's going to get any of those delegates in this state. Let's take a look at another one of these. Arkansas. There's 40 delegates here in Arkansas. As you can see, this is looking very orange here as well. 60% of the votes have been counted. Donald Trump has 75% of the vote. Nikki Haley, 19%. 94%, I'm sorry, 94, well, this keeps changing on me. 85% of the votes, Donald Trump, 75%. Nikki Haley, just under 20% right here. That is a look for right now. But I will keep you updated with these. Right now, let's go back to the desk.
Thanks, Dave, with that real-time update.
And now let's go to our on-the-ground reporter, NTD's Ariane Pastar, who's over there in California. Her polls are set to close any minute now. Ariane, what are you seeing out there?
Welcome back to LA, guys. We are at the Walk of Fame now in Hollywood. We changed locations looking for those big lines of voters I've been telling you about. You know, a lot of people patiently waiting to cast their ballot. Yeah, I don't think it's happening today, guys. I told you, we've been expecting low turnout today. Now I just saw LA County officials. They're actually talking about record low turnout, which would explain a lot. We've been to 3 voting centers and we saw a steady flow of people coming in, but certainly no long lines. Now, Tiff, as you just mentioned, the polls should be closing about right now, actually, 8 p.m. local time. But if we want full results, we will have to wait for a bit longer. That is because mail-in ballots will be accepted until March 12th, which is in a week. They just have to be postmarked by today. Guys, this is my last appearance for the night. I will stay here at the Walk of Fame talking to some more voters. If you want to see those interviews, make sure to tune in to NTD Daybreak tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Guys, again, that's it from me. Thank you so much for having me, and back to you guys.
All right, Arian, thank you for that report, and have a good night out there. Now back to our guests, Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator, and Robin Byro, Democratic strategist. Now, looking at the latest New York Times Siena College poll, Trump's lead over Biden has been going up since their last survey. We'll be pulling up that poll now. Now, in terms of those numbers, what does Biden need to do to prevent this downward slide from continuing? I guess we don't have that poll, but Trump is leading.
I've seen the poll numbers.
There we go.
I've seen the poll numbers. We'll leave it at that. The poll numbers don't look good. I'm not that intimidated, though, because the poll numbers really have been missing the targets since 2016. But every time they miss them, you know this, they refocus the criteria and what they're looking at, the universe of what they're looking at. So they're getting gradually more accurate. So, you know, they're better now than they were in 2016, but they're still so far off. But what Biden needs to do is just get out there, like I said. You know, Steve, you asked me if he's going to be giving a speech tonight. I honestly don't think so. I don't think that they plan on having him out there, but we need that. We need him at almost 11 p.m. at night, showing that he has the mental acuity to do this.
He's asleep.
Well, Amber, in terms of this poll, only 83% of voters who say they chose Biden in 2020 plan to vote for him this year, whereas 97% who voted for Trump plan to vote for him this year. Now, what does that mean come November? How close of a race could this be?
I think it will be probably within 4 to 5 percentage points, either direction, honestly. It's going to be pretty tight, and you have to look at these swing states. The polls do show consistently Trump leading in key states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin. But I think Robin's fair to say that it is a little early to put too much stock in those head-to-head matchups, because people really don't start thinking about the general election until we get through the primary process. And even though this is sort of an unnatural primary in the sense that we basically have two incumbents, people still are pretty laser focused on what's happening on a day-to-day basis. I think we'll start seeing more accurate polling as we get into the summer.
Can I jump in? I've got to say one thing. Trump won in 2020 with 43,000 votes in 3 swing states, Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin. None of them are voting tonight, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Polling's not looking good right now in Georgia. Trump is winning by about 6 points right now in Georgia, so that's not good.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a huge enthusiasm gap in another poll that I'm looking at. I believe this is NBC News, but it shows that Trump voters, GOP primary voters, about 80% of them are either enthusiastic or satisfied with Trump as the nominee, whereas Democratic primary voters, only about 60% say that they're satisfied or enthusiastic about Biden. Only 23% actually enthusiastic about Biden. So you do have to consider that going into Election Day, there could be a huge drop-off of, as you mentioned, those 2020 Biden voters that feel like they maybe got a raw deal during his first term and aren't super happy with the direction of the country.
To both of your points, we had reporters down in South Carolina asking people, exit polls, you know, who are you going to vote for if Nikki Haley isn't there? And it was a very different crowd than in, say, New Hampshire, where back when actually Ron DeSantis was still in the race, most people who were voting for DeSantis were like, well, if he's not in the race, I'll vote for Trump. But with Nikki Haley, her crowd was saying, we don't know who we're going to vote for. It's going to be Election Day. We'll decide. So that's a huge sector where we might not know. That ties into enthusiasm, though, as we've been saying all night, right? A lot of people don't want to see a rematch between Trump and Biden. You have RFK Jr. even eking out some of those points there. And with Nikki Haley's crowd, what could we see either Trump or Biden doing to change the landscape come November? What would it take?
You know, that's a really complicated question because of what Trump has been saying recently about Nikki Haley's supporters. I'm genuinely confused as to why any candidate would say, we don't want you in MAGA. We're going to be checking to see who donated to Nikki Haley because we don't want them in MAGA. I don't know that that's good campaign strategy.
I think the important calculation here is that a lot of Nikki Haley's voters in these primary contests are Democrats or independents who've switched over to vote for Nikki Haley with the express intent purpose of trying to disqualify Donald Trump. And so if he's looking at the voter base for Nikki Haley as Democrats who really want to stop him, I think it makes sense for him to say that's not really who I'm planning on trying to target as we head into a general election anyway.
He's been noticeably reserved when it comes to attacking Nikki Haley. We know that Trump is no stranger to throwing attacks, but he might attack her supporters, like you said, because they're crossover Democrats. But when it comes to her specifically, not so much.
He's definitely softened his tone a lot, and this is pretty typical of what we see from Trump, right? We saw the same thing back after the 2016 primary, where a lot of the people that he was very harsh on during those early debates turned around and endorsed him. He embraced them. Now we fast forward to 2024. Some of his opponents could now be potential VP picks like Tim Scott or Vivek Ramaswamy, both of their names on the short list. So he seems to be someone who doesn't really hold grudges that long as someone's kind of willing to say, hey, we get it, you won, we'll end up backing you. And he's kind of willing to go along with that so far as everyone expresses their support.
If they kiss the ring, they've got to kiss the ring.
Some fascinating points right there, but we will be back very soon after this short break with more of our special coverage on The Nation Decides 2024. Stay with us.
I was born into the wrong body. I was astounded by what they were teaching. Child Protective Services did show up at my house. Parents are fearful of losing custody of their children because they say the wrong thing. Risks?
No risks. We got everything covered, I assure you, Mrs. Connors.
They don't want anyone to know the truth.
I can't stay quiet about this anymore. It's destroyed my health.
We're pushed into silence.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day, just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one get one free offer goes away.
I'm Steve Lance. Join me live for special coverage of the 2024 State of the Union address and the Republican response. A crisis on the southern border, inflation soaring, and global conflicts threatening the free world. President Biden's job approval more consequential than ever this election year. Join us Thursday, March 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on NTD News.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
I was born into the wrong body. I was astounded by what they were teaching. Child Protective Services did show up at my house. Parents are fearful of losing custody of their children because they say the wrong thing. Risks?
No risks. We got everything covered, I assure you, Mrs. Connors.
They don't want anyone to know the truth.
I can't stay quiet about this anymore. It's destroyed my health.
We're pushed into silence.
And we are back with our special coverage of Super Tuesday on The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. And let's check in now with NTD's Iris Tao, who's in Florida at the Mar-a-Lago Trump Watch Party. Iris, what do you have for us?
Good evening to all of you. So the watch party here is wrapping up as people are clearing out after former President Trump came out to give his victory speech, calling tonight a wonderful night, a great night, saying it's a Super Tuesday for a reason. Of course, we've heard him basically rehashing his accomplishments in his first term and taking on President Biden. And now it's really sounding like a general election speech, as he didn't mention Nikki Haley, not even once, and focused on targeting President Biden. Meanwhile, as we log off here, I just want to read you this statement from President Biden sent to us by the White House. So President Biden listed his accomplishments under his administration on gun control, inflation, and the economy, but also he gave this warning saying if Donald Trump returns to the White House, all of this progress is at risk, adding that Trump is focused on his own revenge and retribution, that Trump is determined to destroy our democracy. So as we get past tonight, we're going to see this Biden-Trump rematch getting only more and more clear. Meanwhile, we're also seeing Biden and Trump facing their own challenges, as President Biden is also seeing over 100,000 voters in Minnesota now voting uncommitted. So a lot to watch for as we move beyond tonight and see what's going to happen to both Biden and Trump here. Back to you.
Iris, thank you. Great reporting out there tonight for us in Mar-a-Lago in Florida.
And back to our in-studio panel, Jason Meister, Republican strategist, Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist, along with Robin Byro, Democratic strategist as well. So when it comes to the issue of election integrity, it's very important, obviously. The Supreme Court ruled that Trump's name won't be wiped out from any ballots without congressional action. What kind of message do you think this ultimately will send to the American people, Jason? And what multiple states attempted against Trump was struck down unanimously?
Yeah, look, I think this is one of the most important and historic decisions that the Supreme Court has made a decision on. Democrats have essentially become the fascists that they believe that they're fighting. They've arrested Donald Trump 4 times. They impeached him twice. They indicted him 4 times. They created this situation where they're trying to remove him from ballots because they can't beat him at the ballot box. And so I think that this was a critical decision. a historic decision, and it came on the heels of this Super Tuesday where Trump solidified the Republican base. He's transformed the party to the MAGA working class party, and I think he had a terrific win tonight, and I think he'll beat Joe Biden in November.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I thought that the Supreme Court decision is interesting because there were a lot of liberal pundits predicting that this was going to be upheld by the Supreme Court, and instead we got a 9-0 decision, including the 3 liberal justices all concurring that individual states do not have the right under that insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment to unilaterally remove Trump from a ballot. That decision, 5 justices agreed in a majority that Congress actually has that power and that they have to do so through legislation. And I think it's quite problematic that the party that's been talking about upholding democracy, about striking down a dictator, about behaving with the rule of law, would try to take a decision away from voters. That's what they tried to do. They tried to prevent people from actually casting their ballot for somebody that they like. I don't know what could be more undemocratic.
David, to the issue of disenfranchising voters, now because of this decision that was struck down, we're seeing some Democratic pundits talking about Republicans trying to disenfranchise voters through voter ID. Most people that I talk to, Democrat and Republican, don't seem to think there's much wrong with that. What are your thoughts?
Through voter ID laws?
Correct.
Well, I think that any step to discourage people from voting, making it harder to vote, is really not a good practice. We've seen this voter fraud idea really not have any real meat to it. We hear it all the time. Or from Donald Trump, I should say, that even in his victory speech tonight, he was ranking on election and saying how elections are not, there's no integrity in elections, big problems, and meanwhile he's winning these primaries, but he's still, on this election thing. And it's just false claims that are out there. The voter ID stuff is a red herring, right? It's something that we say, oh, you should show an ID. There's cases where some people have a hard time coming up with ID and it makes it harder for them to get to the polls. So I think that's just a red herring. But I go back to this point of Donald Trump talking about election integrity. And I'm worried, and if you read the tea leaves of Donald Trump's speech, he's talking about election integrity. He's talking about if the only option is for him to win. And it makes me really concerned about what happens if he doesn't win. And that's the biggest concern with Donald Trump. Every time things haven't gone his way, he blames the entire system. Go all the way back to the Iowa caucus in 2016. He lost that to Ted Cruz. What happened? He claimed election fraud. We didn't pay much attention to it. We moved on. But if you go back to the record, he's claimed fraud and disparities every time it hasn't gone his way. And I'm predicting that we could see another round of this again.
But David, if I may, there's election fraud. There's fraud in every single election. No one's going to argue that. Yes, there is. There is fraud in every election. It happens on the left and it happens on the right. The problem with the 2020 election was that you had Democrats weaponize a pandemic to force universal mail-in ballots across many states. I, for one, lived in New Jersey. I was sent ballots. My wife accidentally threw them in the garbage. We called. They sent more ballots, more ballots. The point is that I don't care. You don't need to take a single Dominion machine. You have big tech. You have a weaponization of a pandemic. And yes, there are millions of voters in this country that feel disenfranchised that their vote didn't count. So Donald Trump shouldn't move on from an issue when there was an election that clearly had fraud. Now, the second thing I was going to say is that there was a story that was censored. The New York Post was censored for writing a story which is now confirmed to be absolutely correct, that the Hunter Biden laptop they said that their Hunter Biden laptop was an authentic laptop that showed that Joe Biden was compromised through his son. That story was totally censored on Twitter. The New York Post was locked out of their Twitter account. We're talking about an election that was won around a couple swing states with 40,000 votes. You're going to tell me that there's no way that any of those people that voted, had they known that story to be true, that they wouldn't have voted for either Donald Trump or not voted for Joe Biden? So it's a very simple thing, and he should not move on from that issue.
This discussion
But
is
that's
just,
not
is
election
just getting
integrity.
started.
That's a different issue. And who said
David,
the
we
press?
have a projection we have to make. We're going to get back to it. Trust me, we want to get back to this discussion. But we do have an important projection to make. In the state of California, Donald Trump has won that state's GOP primary. There you have it. Donald Trump, with 6% of the vote, is projected to win California as well as President Biden. You have Dean Phillips coming in there with 2%, not uncommitted in California, but there you have it. Biden and Trump taking California. But back to this discussion, let's bring Robin in here and get your thoughts.
Yeah, what I was going to say was I seem to remember that President Trump put a task force in place to investigate fraud for the 2020 election. They spent millions of dollars, they investigated, and they came to the conclusion that there was not enough fraud to have swayed the election in any way, and they disbanded the committee. So I'm confused as to the point that you're trying to make when his own committee that he put in place said that there was not enough fraud to have adjusted the outcome of the election at all.
Yeah, I think it's these gross generalizations that get thrown out there. Donald Trump is the king of it, to say, yeah, there's fraud, there's improprietarity, there's problems here. And there's never been, there's not proof that that's happened. There's these ideas that people are getting bussed in to vote, and that happens in a lot of elections where people make these claims, but it hasn't been substantiated, and that's the real problem. But Donald Trump keeps making those claims, and it erodes the whole system. I mean, the fact that a lot of the people supporting Donald Trump still think that he won the election is just a major problem, and it's something that Donald Trump continues to perpetuate. And that's something, I mean, as
David, I do have to push back on you a little bit to say that there's no evidence of fraud. I think.
Please elaborate.
We've seen plenty of it.
Well, name one case of fraud in the 2020 election.
I just gave you multiples of examples.
No.
Whether it's big tech colluding with the Democrat Party or censorship of stories. They locked the New York Post Twitter account a couple of weeks before the 2020 election. They wrote a story that has now been authenticated.
But I think we're talking about different things. When you say election fraud, that means to me people are stuffing the ballot bags. Election interference.
Election.
Okay, so you are so upset about that, but you're fine with Donald Trump and his alleged election interference, particularly in Georgia,
How
making
can you
those
talk about election interference when you're trying to remove the leading candidate who's beating you in every single swing state off of ballots, off of state ballots? That's election interference.
No, because he's an insurrectionist. He violated the 14th Amendment. That's why.
Each state has their own charter.
And if we could just go back one point, when we say that, in Colorado, it was a Republican that led that issue. So we keep saying it's Democrats, but this is Republicans and independents. The lady that led that challenge in Colorado is a lifelong Republican, a former state senator, majority leader, and state rep majority leader as well, because they have term limits in Colorado. So this idea that it's all the Democrats and this left-wing conspiracy, I think you're giving too much credit to the Democrats to be that capable.
No, I don't.
Let's bring Amber into the discussion. Amber, I don't know if you've seen the film 2,000 Mules, but there was a lot of video there. It was a pretty convincing expose.
Right, and so I went to the press conference that was held at the Republican National Committee headquarters, where everyone was so distracted by the spray tan running down Rudy Giuliani's face that they didn't listen to a word he said. And frankly, if you go back and you actually take the allegations that he listed and look into them, I believe at least 90% of them were in fact verified cases of fraud. Now, there's a debate over whether or not there was enough fraud in terms of changed votes in order to affect the outcome of the election. But I think what is not in dispute, and I've been saying this since before the election even occurred, was that there were last-minute rule changes that our system was not designed to handle, and that states implemented incredibly poorly, which led to a significant amount of confusion about the election process. I think a perfect example of that is what happened in Pennsylvania, where they couldn't even decide whether or not they were supposed to count ballots that had mismatched signatures, didn't have signatures at all on the envelopes. They counted ballots that arrived past Election Day. There were quibbles among the courts in Pennsylvania as to whether any of that should be allowed. And ultimately, unfortunately, the state Supreme Court decided that it was no big deal and that they were going to go ahead with it. And that happened in multiple states around the country. So when Trump says the election was fraudulent, I actually take a little bit issue with that term. The election was rigged.
Robin, when it comes to the trust in the election system since the pandemic, with all the changes that, say, Amber just laid out, all the mail-in ballots in the 2020 Iowa caucus, we still don't really know the answer there on the Democratic side. Given all of these different changes, what needs to be done so that Americans do regain their trust in the election process?
Donald Trump needs to lose this election fairly and admit that he lost it fairly, because he didn't do that the last time, and he made up a million different scenarios as to why that was, other than just saying, I got beat, Joe Biden is your president.
It is fascinating because we're seeing CNN come out with the recent elections asking people, oh, do you think the election was stolen for Trump? Do you think Biden, won it not in a good way? Why is CNN also changing the tune on that?
Look, CNN, they're just a different anomaly. Honestly, I don't have an answer for that. CNN seems to be changing the narrative quite a bit, actually. And there's always, we can discuss all night long media bias. We know that they're biased towards the left. We know that MSNBC is biased toward the left. We know that Fox News is biased to the right. I think media bias is just something that we've sadly grown used to in America.
And we still have a lot more to discuss here, but right now we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back shortly with more on The Nation Decides 2024.
The highest art is beautiful, breathtaking, timeless, and moving. Experience art with 5,000 years of history, inspired by the divine. Experience Shen-Yun.
What was the process of actually putting this all together?
Many, many hours of finding the right camera angles and watching it. The first trouble started just after 1 o'clock.
45 pages, here it is right here. Donald Trump has been indicted.
Somber day for the country.
This all happened before President Trump's speech was over.
The founder of the Oath Keepers militia group is headed to prison for more than 18 years.
His lawyers didn't have this video. The video we're watching right now, his own lawyers did not have. There was a big question of what did the people do who actually did enter the building.
This is where we picked it up with the security footage that is new. At this point, the story dramatically changes.
The New Jersey man who assaulted a Capitol police officer on January 6th has been sentenced.
So this was withheld.
This was not shown to the defense.
That could be considered exculpatory evidence. This doesn't seem like what a lot of the media is showing.
It's going to change narratives no matter what your political perspective is. What we're after is the truth.
My dad's name was David. He always talked about getting life insurance, and now it's too late.
No one was expecting my husband Dave to suffer from a heart attack. We didn't have life insurance. We thought we had more time.
Don't be Dave, and don't wait until it's too late to get the life insurance coverage you need. And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Call now to get affordable life insurance.
Just call 800-494-1562.
If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam, no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week. Remember, don't be Dave. Call now.
Call now. 800-494-1562.
Welcome back. Now, I said there were some states that Haley might not be the leading vote getter, but could still pick up some delegates. Let's revisit those. There were 5 main ones. Let's start with North Carolina here. Now, Now, North Carolina, as you can see, Donald Trump, 94% of the votes counted. He's got 74%. Nikki Haley just 23%. But all she has to do is get 20%, and she gets some of these state delegates. There's 32 state delegates. She could get maybe 8 here based on these numbers. So probably 8, I would say, for North Carolina out of her. Now the second one I said, it's going to be Tennessee. This is actually a 50-50 call, you know. There are 58 state delegates here. Trump, though, or the leader, would have to get 67%. Even though it's a winner-take-all, it's 67% they must get. With 97% of the votes counted, Trump is at 77%, so this looks like it's all going to him, none for Nikki Haley, so 0 for her on that one. Now let's look also at Arkansas. 40 delegates here. Now all Nikki Haley had to do is get at least 15%, and she can get some delegates here. Let's take a look at this. 99% of the votes counted. Donald Trump, 75%. Nikki Haley, just under 20% here. So she will get some of these 28 state delegates, maybe 6 or 7, based on how this works out here. Let's also look at Minnesota. That was the 4th state that we had mentioned. 39 delegates in Minnesota. This is a winner-take-all, but you have to get 85% to get all 39 delegates. Let's see where we're at right now. With 77% of the votes counted, Donald Trump, he's got 68%, Nikki Haley, 30%. So it is not going to be all 39 to Trump. 30% of those, she might get 8 maybe. The final one would be Alaska. There's actually no data in for Alaska. Alaska is a bit of an unusual one. This is not a winner-take-all state. There are 29 delegates here. It's all proportional, as long as you get at least 13% of the vote. So you might get maybe 6 or 8, just based on the way the rest of these states are going. You could say she could get 6 or 8 there. Now, those are the states that she did not win. Let's look at Vermont, the one state that she won here tonight. 92% of the votes have been counted. She just actually dropped below it. Nikki Haley, 49.9%. Donald Trump, 45.9%. Now it's very significant. This is a winner take all, but you have to get at least 50% to take all 17. If this holds up, well, it's very close. If she's just under 50%, she gets 9, Trump would get 8. If she gets back to 50%, she gets all 17. So it's a difference there of 8 votes for her. So quite going on tonight. And one last one. Now, Colorado, they tried to take Trump off the ballot here. But what did the people want? As you can see, all this orange, this is all Trump votes here, leading in these. 82% of the votes counted. Donald Trump, he's got 63%. Nikki Haley, 33.5%. Now, this is another winner take all, as long as you get 50%. So it looks like Trump is going to get all 37 of those delegates. Now that's it for me tonight. Back to you guys at the desk.
Dave Martin, great job. I know how you do it. All that data. Right now, let's check in with Jack Bradley, NTD's Jack Bradley, who's in Virginia. Jack, as the night's winding down, what is happening over there?
Well, you're right, Steve. It is winding down here. Looks like it's going to be a Biden-Trump rematch here. And during this watch party I was at earlier, it was crowded in here like sardines. You wouldn't believe it because it's so empty right now. But I had the chance to speak to Victoria Churchill. She's the chair of the Arlington Young Republicans, and she told me that she's seen lifelong Democrats become Trump supporters. Take a look. As far as this election you just voted, who did you vote for?
I did. I voted for Donald Trump, and I believe it was my 6th or 7th time voting for him in the past few years.
And how has the Republican Party changed over those past few years?
To me, honestly, I think that the Republican Party has actually become more inclusive. I personally worked on the Trump campaign in 2020, and I know that day in and day out, in my role, I worked in coalitions on that campaign in the state of Iowa, and I know that I talked day in and day out to people that had never voted before or had been lifelong Democrat voters that were attracted to the Republican Party in the era of Donald Trump.
What issues unite Democrats and Republicans together?
Democrats and Republicans together. I mean, I think economics is probably the number one thing, right? Like when you go to the grocery store, they don't say if you're one party you pay $4 for eggs and $12 in the other. Prices are going up for everybody. The cost of living is going up. Myself, I've been married just about 2 years, and I know many people in my generation that are delaying key lifetime milestones like getting married, starting a family, buying their first property because of the current situation of the economics in this country.
And as far as the Republicans winning the House and the Senate, would you be for that and the presidency?
Yeah, I would love a trifecta. I think we did a really good job with it last time we had it. And I also think, even if we're seeing, for example, here in Virginia where we are today, just having the executive branch, if you don't control the legislature, doesn't mean that you can get a lot of your policy priorities through.
How has Biden been handling foreign policy with Ukraine and the war in Gaza?
To me, we have to make sure that we stand by our allies, which I don't think that President Biden has done. But I also want to point out that actually during the Trump administration, it was the first time that America didn't get involved in any new conflicts overseas, and we actually brought troops home. And we haven't seen the complete opposite of that during the Biden administration.
And that's it from me here in Arlington, Virginia. Great to be with you guys. Steve, back to you.
Today's Jack Bradley, great job out there in the field. And back to our in-studio panel where we have Jason Meister, Republican strategist, Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist, and Robin Biro, also a Democratic strategist. So guys, some pundits speculate that Nikki Haley could be positioning herself for a 2028 presidential run. And so I guess my question for you, Amber, is the million-dollar question. Why is she still in this race right now?
That's a very good question. I thought she should have dropped out after New Hampshire when she didn't pull off this supposed upset that she was supposed to. But I think the reality is that she is still getting money from donors, and she's building a perhaps data operation or an email list for 2028, which helps her if she does decide to run again. I also spoke to a Trump campaign official after the New Hampshire primary, and I asked that person why he thought Nikki Haley was still running, and his answer was that she is a psycho.
Jason, hard to top that one, but I guess my question, it's somewhat telling that she doesn't have anything on her calendar for the coming days. Do you anticipate her to speak tonight? Is it in her best interest?
I think she probably will come out and say something. Again, I don't think she has any path forward. I think that Trump really solidified his base in the Republican Party tonight. I also going to go back to Vermont. I was looking at some of the numbers that were coming in. This was a Democrat operation. There was about 59,274 Democrats that voted for Nikki Haley to 65,000 of Republicans. So it's very important to understand what that Vermont sort of outcome was and what it means in the grand scheme of things. Also, I also looked at some numbers before when we were in the green room. And in California, a state where Democrats can't vote for Republicans in a Republican primary, Donald Trump beat Nikki Haley among moderates pretty significantly. So I think that's pretty telling.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that data and crunch it and look at the different forms of turnout that's traditional in Vermont. Robin, I want to go to you and get your thoughts as you view this. Our Democratic friends over here. Do you guys see this as kind of a good thing where the Republicans are infighting and kind of destroying each other rather than coalescing around one person?
Oh, that's our best. We love it when that happens as Democratic strategists. Let them eat their own. And frankly, both, I'm sure you hate it. We hate it in our party when there's infighting within the party. But your political opponent is always right to call that out and just delight in it. But I want to point out one thing that I noticed from the polling today was that 40% of Republicans that were polled in North Carolina said that were Trump to be convicted of a crime, they would not consider him to be fit to run for office. I think that should be concerning to the GOP right now.
Yeah, and I would just add, look, I think for Nikki Haley to bow out now, it doesn't really make sense. Why? Look, even with the victories Donald Trump had tonight, he still does not have enough delegates to claim victory. You need 1,215 in the Republican primary to be the GOP candidate. And so we're still not there. We have another week to go before the next set of primaries, and then a week after that. So statistically, in just pure raw numbers, Nikki Haley and Donald Trump, there's still some possibility. I'm saying it's very slim, but the fact I think she does have a leg to stand on to say, look, I'm staying in it. The race isn't over. All the votes haven't been cast. And until tonight, it was something like only 10% of the electorate had their voice actually heard. So I think there is a path for her going forward. What that means after this election, I don't know. It will be very interesting to see if she gives a talk tonight, what she says. We'll have to pay very close attention to that.
One quick point. I have to jump in here. Like I said earlier in the night, the reason that campaigns end is because they run out of money. As long as her campaign still has money and it's in the millions, she's not dropping out.
We do have some sound from former President Trump's speech earlier this evening from Mar-a-Lago. We want to play that.
Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country.
So Jason, 29,000 illegal immigrants, millions, every year coming in. This obviously dominated Trump's speech tonight. Where do you see illegal immigration impacting the election the most?
I think it's probably one of the most important issues that this country is facing right now. It was the cornerstone of Donald Trump's 2016 campaign, and it's now right at the forefront again going to 2024. The fact that Joe Biden is flying hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants from other countries at the cloak of darkness into our country, it's treason. I mean, that's what this is. And it's all by design. People talk about incompetence. This is not incompetence, it's intentional. Now, I don't think that Joe Biden is aware of what's going on around him, but the people that are pulling his strings are very much aware. They want to flood this country with millions of illegal aliens to flood our electorate. They don't want voter ID laws, like David was saying, because they want to allow illegal immigrants to disenfranchise American citizens' votes. And so our cities are ridden with illegal immigrants. Our crime is surging in all those cities. We see the unfortunate murder of American citizens from illegal immigrants recently, and it's one of the most important issues going to 2024.
Yeah, but one of the policies, President Biden has come under fire for reversing many of Trump's executive orders in his initial days in office. One of those was reversing the ban on travelers from terror-prone countries that did not provide robust security background checks on prospective travelers. There's been a lot of discussion about, it's not if, but when the United States faces a terror attack from this open border.
Right, and the FBI Director, Christopher Wray, who I don't agree with on much, actually testified to that fact in front of Congress quite recently. There's been cases of dozens of people who are on the terror watch list coming across both the southern and northern border, mind you. It was actually a really big issue for New Hampshire voters, the border crisis, when they went to the primary polls just about a month ago. And I mean, if I may, just some of the awful stories in addition to the Lake and Riley story out of Georgia that we talked about earlier. There was a 2-year-old who was murdered in Maryland by a member of MS-13, another minor who was sexually assaulted in Virginia. The list really just goes on and on. There's dozens of these examples over the past few weeks. This is a serious national security issue. And what we have in these cases, sadly, are sanctuary cities and counties protecting illegal immigrants who have a history of crime and refusing to cooperate with ICE to deport them. That should be the bare minimum of border policy. We also have seen the numbers of people actually flying into Central and South America as well as to Canada so that they can cross into the United States. 10,000 Chinese nationals in the month of January alone. I mean, all of this should be so unbelievably concerning to anyone who has a serious mind about protecting our country.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with Amber when she talks about these horrific cases, and that's horrible. And so we should all be paying attention to this, and we should do what we can. And that's what's so disheartening, the fact that Congress is in a position to do something, but yet they won't. So it's funny, Donald Trump says these governors don't do anything. Well, I can think of a list of people that aren't doing anything, and the ones that have the real opportunity. We're talking about sanctuary cities, sanctuary counties. That's not really an issue for Donald Trump or President Biden. That's for local mayors, city councils to decide. What is actual immigration reform. We wouldn't have this problem if we actually had a legal immigration policy that worked. But it seems to me that Republicans would rather use this as a political football than actually solve the problem. And it's a fact. It's not just me hypothesizing. Mike Johnson said, no, we're not doing it because Donald Trump doesn't want to do it and he doesn't want to lose this as an election issue. Plain and simple. So it's very disingenuous that we have this issue to be stoked up and get the worst examples of the millions of migrants that have come to this country, some through very unfortunate circumstances, and we prey upon that and take these horrible examples, and they are horrible, and something needs to be done. But the only way it can be done is through a legal immigration process.
David, I think some of our Republican friends might push back on that and say that HR 2 has been at the foot of Chuck Schumer at the Senate with real meaningful border security for months now.
So we could keep moving the goalposts, right? It was about doing a border security bill, desperate pleas from all sides. We have an opportunity to do it, and under that logic, it's like, oh wait, we have a negotiated bill, we finally got some compromise. Oh wait, let's go back to this old thing that we've never been able to move when we actually have an opportunity to do something. I think that's going to peek through to the American people, that we finally have something that people are agreeing to do. Is it going to solve every problem? No, but it's going to do far more than any executive order could do from Donald Trump or Joe Biden.
If I may, can you just name a couple of things in the Senate bipartisan bill that you think would secure the border?
Well, first, the funding. They've been clamoring for funding. $7 billion to go, over $7 billion to go for border security. I hear that every day.
Funding for what, though? Funding for what?
25,000 more border agents.
Agents, but agents don't have the authority to remove illegal immigrants. They only have the authority to apprehend them.
So you don't want them.
It's then up to the immigration system to decide what to do with them after that. What this bill does is it codifies alternatives to detention, which means catch and release. It also prohibits the detention of unaccompanied minors and family units, which are the bulk of illegal immigrants typically coming across the U.S. southern border.
And you act like there's no concessions from Democrats. There's been concessions.
I didn't say there weren't concessions. I'm just saying there's not you haven't named one thing that would increase border security.
No, I just did. I said all the money, the agents, and you
agents.
It.
Yeah, because agents don't remove illegal immigrants. They apprehend them who then go into the court system.
Yes, but it helps the overall system. Like,
how?
You're saying it has to be perfect. And
I'm
that
not saying
logic,
that.
yes, no, you basically are. You're saying that this border compromise bill that's right in front of Congress right now, Senate has already agreed to.
Can you tell me, though, how an agent increases border security if they don't have the authority to remove someone?
I can't go into these details of it because I'm not a border agent. No, because you're trying to nitpick at each little thing.
It's not nitpick.
And this is the problem with Congress right now.
Hold on. I gotta say something. Right now, Congress enjoys a 17% approval rating. People, the American public, is tired of Congress fighting one another and not getting anything done. It really is political football. And 17% approval rating, it's been in the teens for over a decade now.
What caused the wide open southern border was Joe Biden, in his first day, taking the oath of office, signing 94 executive orders, reversing every one of Donald Trump's policies that secured the southern border. That's why we're dealing with the problem we have right now, and it's intentional and it's by design.
And if I may also add just really quickly, there are currently thousands of unfilled border agent positions that there is funding available for. The DHS Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, for whatever reason, has decided not to fill the position. So if your quibble is that more border agents would secure the border, Alejandro Mayorkas has the authority to do it right now.
We're going to come back to this discussion in just a moment. We do have something to break here. Associated Press is now projecting that California Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff will be advancing to the Senate race in the general election this November in the state of California. Another candidate will also be joining him in that race. Right now, it seems like it may be the former baseball star Steve Garvey, the Republican. As we talked about earlier, California's Senate primary is a jungle primary in which all candidates run in the same primary regardless of political party. Only the top two will compete in the general election. And with some more results coming in as we speak, it looks like former President Trump here is going to take Virginia, which we've reported for you earlier. Just to recap, North Carolina, as the numbers come in and the vote tallies are starting to total, 70% in Alabama. Maine here, 72 to 26. The interesting one there that was up initially was the Vermont one. We'll be keeping a close eye when Dave was able to break down that data. If Nikki is not able to reach that 50% threshold, then roughly half of those delegates will be going to former President Trump. So as we recap the numbers as they come in.
It seems in Texas, Trump is also projected to win there. He's at 77, Nikki Haley at 17. In Arkansas, Trump also projected to win. He's at 75, Nikki Haley at 19. That's with 95% of the vote in. Colorado, Trump at 63, Nikki Haley at 33. No projections yet. That's with 83% of the vote in. Minnesota, Trump also projected to win. He's at 68, Haley at 29. Utah, Trump at 66, Haley at 32. Also no projections yet. That's with 0% of the vote in. And in California, Trump projected to win. He's at 74%, Nikki Haley 21%. This is at 36% of the vote in. Busy night for all of them, it seems. And it seems the coverage doesn't end there. We've got a lot more when we return after this very short break.
The 9th International Chinese Vocal Competition is scheduled to take place in New York City in September 2024. We are proud to announce that this year's panel of judges will include distinguished vocalists from the globally acclaimed Shen Yun Performing Arts. The prestigious Gold Award includes a $10,000 prize. For additional details, please visit vocal.ntdtv.com.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day, just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one get one free offer goes away.
I'm Steve Lance. Join me live for special coverage of the 2024 State of the Union Address and the Republican response. A crisis on the southern border, inflation soaring, and global conflicts threatening the free world. President Biden's job approval more consequential than ever this election year. Join us Thursday, March 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on NTD News. And welcome back to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024.
Glad to have you all with us on Super Tuesday night.
And back to our in-studio panel, Jason Meier, Republican strategist, Amber Duke, Washington editor for The Spectator, and David Carlucci, Democratic strategist, and of course Robin Byro, Democratic strategist as well. Robin, as we wrap up the night, it's been, somewhat to be expected, a few curveballs here and there. What are some of your key takeaways as we close out?
It's very telling to me that we haven't heard from Nikki Haley. I was expecting something. Honestly, I never even heard if there was a victory party, period. I'm not sure that they planned one. I'm not really sure what her next step is, but I say, the financial contributions are probably going to dry up as of tonight, and we'll be seeing that campaign darken soon because they get really sad when you start having to lay off staff. As far as Joe Biden, he had a good night, despite the fact that we heard or saw nothing from him. The Democratic Party has got to do better of getting him out in front of audiences. We needed something tonight, and we didn't get it from Biden. He had a victory tonight. We heard nothing of it.
David?
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm paying attention to, of course, some of these votes were undecided, like Minnesota undecided looks like it might have got 20%. North Carolina maybe was like 12%, something like that. That's an interesting indicator. I think the American Samoa, I think that's a fluke. We'll have to look more into that. This Jason Palmer guy, we'll all be Googling him. But the other point,
big takeaway.
That's the big takeaway. Who's Jason Palmer? Like, oh my God. But the other part is, remember, Donald Trump is an incumbent president, right? He did lose a term, so he's coming back, trying to pull a Grover Cleveland, but he has been president. So these numbers are really not that exciting when you look at it. Yes, he trounced Haley in some of these races, but again, he's underperforming according to the polls. And if you compare it to presidents that have run for their nomination, these numbers really aren't that great. And I do understand, and I give credence to the fact that there are some Democrats voting in these primaries, in the open primaries. But there are plenty of independents that are also voting in these primaries and Republicans, and 30, 40, 20% in some cases are not voting for the incumbent president, Donald Trump. And so that's a signal to me that there's still a lot of people that are just not happy with Donald Trump being the Republican nominee, and they certainly won't be voting for him in November. Now, Democrats have a lot of work to do, but I think Republicans have a real problem on their hands.
Jason, are you satisfied with your candidate's performance tonight?
Yeah, I think it was a great evening. I think Donald Trump has solidified the base. I think that the overwhelmingly vast majority of this country thinks we're headed in the wrong direction under Joe Biden's leadership. I agree with them. If they want, we understand that if you want to have a secure border, you want to have a robust economy, you want to have the lowest unemployment among blacks, Hispanics, Chinese Americans, every American, you want to vote for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's made his case to the American people. We also have this two-tier system of justice, which Donald Trump talked about. The fact that Democrats have been trying to remove him from ballots, indicting him, impeaching him, arresting him, because they are afraid of him at the ballot box. We need to deal with that two-tier system of justice. We also need to deal with a free and fair media, which obviously we have a problem with right now because of the mainstream media. So I think that all of those issues and the crime in all these Democrat-run cities, these are all the issues that American people are going to decide in November.
Amber, does this evening's results change the trajectory of this race? Are we now into a general election?
Yeah, I think this was not surprising, the outcome, and doesn't really change a whole lot. To answer Robin's question, apparently there were no public events scheduled for Nikki Haley today. No watch party in South Carolina, according to a Washington Post campaign reporter. She's just hanging out in her hotel room, so that's very sad for them. A couple of topics, that we didn't get to spend a whole lot of time on tonight, but that Trump hit on in his victory speech, one of which is foreign policy, right? The world feels very unstable compared to what it was just 3 years ago. And I think it's important to point out that Joe Biden's poll numbers in terms of his approval rating first started plummeting after the debacle that was the Afghanistan withdrawal, where he decided to pull troops out before American people and abandon Bagram Air Base and all of the equipment there. And then the other one is energy. Energy prices, of course, have gotten more expensive for Americans, and Biden is fully on board with this idea of a Green New Deal. He wants to transition the American energy economy to fully electric and other forms of so-called clean energy like wind and solar just in the next 20 years or so, which is completely not feasible, would continue to raise prices. Whereas under Trump, we had amazing energy independence. And this was a national security issue as well, because we've actually seen Russia just enrich themselves during this Ukraine war because of the fact that they've made their oil production so much more expensive for other countries in the EU to purchase.
I just want to thank all of our guests tonight for, really great guests from both sides of the aisle. It was a, sometimes spirited discussion, but always respectful. And I think our audience will appreciate that very much. So this does conclude our coverage of this year's Super Tuesday.
But we will be covering more of this election cycle here on The Nation's Decides 2024. We hope to see you again.
I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
Until next time, and good night.